see him dragging his kart back.
Ex-British champion, I believe, in 100 Britain many years ago. Formidable driver. I've raced against Steve. He won't remember me, only when he lapped me possibly, but he was a great driver and still is.
So he's only down at Chapman's at the moment, so still quite a long way to go back if he wants to get his kart started again. I'm not quite sure what's happened to it, but we've got a marshal moving over towards him now, and we'll see what happens, because they'll have to clear his kart before the next group, Group 1 of pre-2000s, can go out.
Right, the format now for broken down karts in this qualifying session should be that driver and kart are taken to a place of safety so that the process of qualifying can carry on. So we'll see whether this is actually what's going to happen as Steve takes his hat off, puts his gloves in the seat and awaits. He's going to have to move the kart away. First, the 2000s are going out. Kart 1, Lee Gadsby, nicknamed the Great Gadsby, as you can imagine.
Very original. So Stephen has moved his kart onto the grass on the inside of Chapman's, so you'd think it won't be in danger at all there as these group make their way out. So it's Lee Gadsby, Joel Poynton, Dale Matthews, Jack Barber, and the man you've just seen coming out of the pits is it's Chloe Scott, just come out of the pits. So that's the group we have here.
Lee Gadsby's line 19th in the British Championships and second overall in the heavies.
And he's doing some serious weaving. So Group 1 of the pre-2000s now is on their laps. So Dale Matthews has crossed the line, but he's got 2 from here. And as he comes up now towards the boots, we'll be expecting to see some much quicker times than we saw with the pre-89s and pre-95s.
Lee Gadsby just going around the boot now. He'll have a quick lift now as he comes into the straight. Not taking too much up the smooth line, keeping wide into the next very quick lift into that one, round a blip.
A 48.3, but that's beaten immediately, first by Joel Poynter, and then Dale Matthews goes quicker at 46.6. You can see that these cars are much quicker than the pre-89s and 95s. Now Jack Barber about to cross the line. He sets a 46.8 and goes second, and Chloe Scott moves up into 4th ahead of Lee Gadsby. So not so much for Great Gadsby based on those first times, but Dale still got another lap to go.
Dale very quick on that first lap, but he hit a curb very, very hard coming through Oblivion. Whether that will take a few tenths off his next lap.
The fastest times we were seeing earlier were 45.2s, so we'll see if they get anywhere near that. And Lee Gadsby doesn't manage to improve too much. Dale Matthews, though, again, 46.5. Both he and Joel Poynton have improved, so they've got a reasonable lap times there. Still waiting to see Jack Barber come across the line. He does manage to improve, but he's still 0.02 of a second behind Joel Poynton, so doesn't move up. And Chloe Scott crosses the line with a 47.6. So these guys separated by just over a second, but we do expect there to be some more time to come as Group 1 finishes their qualifying laps.
You'll notice the karts coming down the straights, particularly Lee Gadsby. Then, as he went over the start line, he reaches down with his right hand and pats the carburetor intake. Now, for those of you who don't know, and these engines are only lubricated by the oil that is put into the petrol. So when you lift off the throttle at high revs, and these karts will be revving to 18, 19,000 RPM, as soon as you lift off the throttle, they are prone to hot seas, where the piston picks up on the bore, and that's curtains for that engine and your race. So the quick pat chokes the engine like pulling the choke out on an old car and gives it more fuel just for a split second and stops that hot seize on liftoff.
It's now Group 2 starting to make their way out onto the track. Although it looks like they've not properly got going. Number 42 there. So number 42 is Jacob Still, and he hasn't properly got going. They're going to have a bit of a look. I'm not quite sure what the problem. That's right outside our commentary box.
Right, what will be happening here is that there's no spark or no fuel. You need to get the fuel up into the carburetors. All these guys are experienced karters, so that it fires up straight away. The other thing is there's too much fuel in it and it's oiled a plug. Or there's an electrical problem. They're very simple engines.
So they're being waved around him at the moment. So who else in this group? We've got Stuart Guess, Oliver Smith. Just coming out now around is Owen Genman. And it looks like they're trying to push Jacob, so we'll see if he gets going. As Donald Regan also comes out, and it looks as though Jacob has got away, so good news for him. And good news for the other drivers who will need him out of the way so that they can begin their laps.
Pit crew, I think, were eventually just adjusting the carburetor jets. They are on threads, and you can adjust these jets to manage the fuel mixture that goes into the carburetor. You can make it go quicker and it blows up. You can make it go slower and you finish the race.
So Stuart Guess will be the first driver to set a lap. Or to start a lap rather. He'll set a time here, but it won't be a fast one. 12 seconds slower in fact. But they'll be going on to their laps now, so as they make they'll all be starting their laps, and we'll just see how long Jacob Still be sat still for, and whether that will have any effect on his performance. So about 50 seconds he was sat there for while his crew helps him guess away. So here is Stuart Guess coming up towards the end of the lap. Around the final couple of corners of the booth. Another car close behind, so they'll be setting laps at a similar time. So Oliver Smith goes straight into fastest with a 46.5. Stuart Guess with a 51.2. Owen Gemman moves up into 5th place, but he's beaten by Donald Regan. And then Jacob Still, the last to come up to complete his first lap, he moves into 3rd.
Oliver Smith is running first in the British Championships and first in the heavyweight class. So that debunks my theory of the karts being slowed down by 10 kilos of weight.
But just have a look at that gap between Oliver Smith and Dale Matthews. Just 1,000 of a second at the front, so very close. And Oliver Smith will have another lap to try and complete. So as Steve Guest comes up to cross, so Oliver Smith goes quicker by over 10. And Owen Genman moves into 2nd, so bad luck for Dale. And Donald Regan with a quick lap at 46.2. That seems to come out of nowhere. And Jacob Still. So the top 4 all coming from this group. They've all gone past this from the last group. And look at that, 6 tenths of a second quicker is Jacob Still. And he's lucky he got his cars going after it stopped as he left the pits. And he's now moved into 1st.
Fantastic lap there from Jacob. And interestingly enough, he still hasn't passed his driving test. I don't know after how many times.
Okay, so coming up next will be Group 3. You can see the names on the screen now. And Chris, you've been having a look at them all. Who do you think's the one to watch in this group?
I think, well, Oliver Smith, if we're going just by the pure numbers.
In Group 3, sorry.
Oh, in Group 3, in this section.
Drew Stewart, who is 3rd overall in the championship.
Yes, we've got the Drew Stewart there. Haven't got a commentary form for him. Yes, I have. Been racing karts since '89. British Super 1 Championships in juniors and seniors. Best results 16th. Finished 2nd in 2016 in the F100s.
So that's him on the screen now. Well, just gone off screen for 193. So we've got 4 out now. So we've got Paul Warrener, Tyler Poole, Drew Stewart and James Meanwell. And the last of Group 3 to get going is Joe McKernan. And immediately going for some tyre warm-up. So first out is Paul Warrener, on screen now. And he's coming up to begin his lap around the boots, into the first corner. The left-hander of Oblivion.
Going up the straight now to Christmas corner, an uphill straight there. You can leave the brake in that fraction later and still turn in, still get the apex, still carry the speed forward.
And across the line as well comes Tyler Poole. So there's no spoil that Paul Warrener had a much quicker opening lap. So he'll probably have warmer tyres, and that should help him in his quest to get as high on the grid as possible. Now Joe McKernan, the final one to cross the line to begin his lap. And already Paul Warrener coming up to the end, coming up to the line, and we'll see as he crosses, he's into 9th position, 47.4. And it's a long way back now to Tyler Poole. And he doesn't use too much of those two right, but he sets a time of 48.4. But Drew Stewart, as predicted, going very quickly, using the loss of the runoff, as is James Meanwell, but he's only set to lap good enough for 13. So Drew Stewart, half a second, 7/10 of a second behind Jacob Still. Do you reckon he'll be able to improve enough to take one?
On this lap? No.
Paul Warrener only manages 10th. And on your screen now is Tyler Poole. And we'll only really see the drivers as they come up towards the last few corners to cross the line. But it's very close now, so Tyler Poole crosses and doesn't manage to go, goes quicker. Drew Stewart improves to 2nd, but still half a second off Jacob Still. And James Meanwell crosses the line, but does improve, but it's not good enough to move up at all. And Joe McKernan into 7th. That's the end of Group 3.
Quite interesting watching from up here and seeing my colleague Hayden there talking about going across onto the concrete. We hear a lot, particularly on the television, about track limits. Martin Brundle and his colleagues will be talking about track limits, and there are track limit flags and all sorts of things. I'm not quite sure what the rules are here, because there are acres of concrete on some of the really quick corners, and it's all used.
Yeah, around the exit of turn 2, as you make your way up towards Christmas corner, there's a concrete on the exit of 2, and then at the last corner, and as well I think there's at the exit of Ashby a bit of concrete runoff which they use. Group 4 now making their way out, so that's Francis Stewart, the first driver onto the track.
Francis is currently lying 6th in this championship.
And can we just appreciate for a minute, here we go, as they push start, some of them using every bit of available space and coming right up to the camera.
It's key that the pit crew do get the fuel right up into the carburettor, they're little pulse carburettors, and if the fuel drops down, you have to push the cart further whilst the engine drives the fuel pump in the carburettor to get the fuel up. These guys know how to do it. We've seen very few failures.
So on your screen now is Francis Stewart. And when you see the smoke coming up, that's obviously from the exhaust, isn't it? It's not tyre smoke at all.
No, the smoke is on their warming up laps. The engine will be fairly full of fuel and slightly rich, and it's just the fuel burning off. As the kart engine gets running, and it's running right on the pipe and singing and revving to about 19,000 RPM, you'll see no smoke. When an engine's smoking, it's safe, it will never blow up.
Now, the man to watch in this group is the one on your screen now, Glenn Guest. And he's currently lying, I think, is he 3rd or 2nd in the championship? 2nd. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of time he can set and if he can come close to Jacob Still, who's still half a second clear. So Francis Stewart, first to come up across the line. And he sets a time good enough for 10th. And Adam Wardell goes 7th quickest. And now it's Jack Jensen's turn. That's a very good lap from Jack Jensen. Into 4th, a 46.393. Still 7 tenths off. And Glenn Guest crosses the line. And he's straight into pole position. 45.5. So more than a tenth ahead of Jacob Still. And with another lap to go. That's impressive.
Yes, potentially a quicker lap to come. Let's follow this lap round.
So Francis Stewart now coming towards the line. And he moves up into 8th place, just about just under a second behind. And now Joel Wardhill. So Adam Wardhill goes into 5th position. And Jack Jensen moves up to 3rd, so it means that, well, let's see if Glenn Guest can improve, but he'll be fastest at the end of this. And he does by 2 tenths per second at 45.3. Mightily impressive from Glenn Guest. We did see him go quicker in practice. We saw a 45.2. But that is a very good lap time from Glenn Guest.
And again proves the point that these tyres are taking at least 2 laps to come properly on song.
And we've now got the final group who are next to come out. And there's only 2 drivers in that group. So very good news for Glenn Guest, who looks like he's in a very good position to be on pole. Only Sam Lowe or Steve English can stop him. And we'll see how they get on in just a minute.
We see Sam Lowe go out. He's running in the heavy class.
And here's the push start for Steve English.
You see the smoke. See that 2-stroke smoke as the start fuel, slight overfueling to start it, just burns off. By the time he gets around here next time, that will be sweet as a nut and clear of all the smoke. For those of you that don't know these little bits.
So just the 2 guys on track. So there's not much risk of them running into someone else who might hinder their lap. We've seen a few come close to other drivers and be perhaps a bit impeded by them.
The smart thing for qualifying, however many karts there are on the track, is to wait your time, make some space for yourself so that you get a clear lap.
So Sam Lowe coming up to start the first lap. And getting straight into a position to turn in to the first corner, not going too wide. You can see the runoff in the background as you head up towards Christmas corner. And now heading down towards around the kink to Inkerman. And then up towards Ashby, which is the right-hand hairpin on the intersection of the track. And using a fair bit of curb sand there.
Came into the previous corner a little bit hot, I think, and pushed himself wide, compromised the next 2 corners.
We'll see if that has any impact on the time. So coming up now towards the boot, around the back end of the track. So the time to beat for Pod is at 45.3. Let's see what Sam Lowe can manage. Across the line at the end of the first lap, it's only at 52.2. So not quite pole position, about 6.8 seconds off.
Precision, accuracy and commitment is what's needed around here. And precision probably being the best of it.
And the yellow flag's out because Sam has gone off. You can see in the background of that shot, Sam has had some kind of issue and has got off the cart. So we've now just got Steve English. He managed at 49.1. And we'll see if he can improve at all. But that looks like curtains for Sam Lowe. It's very unfortunate. Yellow flag's out, but this is the end of qualifying anyway. And it will just be this one lap from Steve English. and then we'll have the grid fully decided.
Checkered flag is now out to close this session.
And across the line comes Steve English, and he sets a quicker lap, but it's not good enough to move up, so he'll start 19th. So that means pole position is Glenn Guest. A brilliant lap from Glenn. Second is Jacob Stilp. Third on the grid will be Jack Jensen, and then Drew Stewart will be in fourth. Row 3 will be Donald Regan and Adam Wardill, they're 5 and 6. Seventh is Oliver Smith, ahead of Owen Genman, who is in 8th. Francis Stewart is 9th. Dale Matthews 10th. Joe McKernan in 11th place. 12th is Joel Poynton. 13 is Jack Barber. And then 14 is Paul Warrener. 15 Lee Gadsby, but not so great Gadsby today, unfortunately. Chloe Scott in 16th. And then Tyler Paul 17. 18th is James Meanwell. And then in 19th, Steve English. Stuart Guess in 20th. And 21st is Sam Lowe. So that's the end of qualifying for the pre-2000 and the end of qualifying overall. So tomorrow we'll be live from around about 9:45 with the first races for the, there you can see on screen, they are recovering Sam's kart. So we'll be live from around about 9:45 tomorrow morning here on the F100 Facebook page, and we'll have races at 10, and 10:20 will be race 1 for these two groups, and then in the afternoon from around about 1:45 we'll be on air for race 2 with the pre-finals following, and then the final race of the day, which will be from 4 o'clock. So join us again tomorrow for all the action. And thank you for those who have watched today. So very shortly we'll be speaking to those on pole position. Chris is just making his way down now. So you can see on the screen, 9:45 tomorrow morning we are live on the F100 Facebook page. If you are watching but haven't liked, give it a like, and then you'll get a notification to tell you that we're live, and you can watch us again tomorrow. So the first races are at 10 and 20 past, and then the afternoon session beginning at 1. And then later at 3:30 is what we're all here for, the O-Plate finals. And remember, if the driver who wins the O-Plate today, or tomorrow rather, will be able to keep it for the whole of next year, that title will be theirs until the next British Open Championship race, which will be next year. And unfortunately, it seems like we're not going to be able to bring you the driver interviews. So you can see the times there. Join us again tomorrow when we'll be back with all the race action. There's 8 races that you'll be able to see. And thank you for joining us today.
Hello and welcome to Whilton Mill for the F100 Spirit of the 90's British Open Championship. It's the O place that they're competing for today. Thank you if you joined us for qualifying yesterday. I'm Hayden Jevons, alongside me Chris Edwards. Chris, exciting day in store.
Very exciting day. The O Plate Championship, one of the rounds, a one-day championship, harks back to the old British Championships before they went to a series, and drivers have to commit and do the deed in one day.
So we're about to get underway in about 10-15 minutes with the first race, which is the pre-89s and pre-95s. First race of the day, and then after that the pre-2000s. That's this morning, and then this afternoon we'll have some more races. On pole for the first race is Benjamin Topless. He set the first time lap in qualifying yesterday, and he said his aim was to beat his brother Alistair Topless, and he managed that, Alistair starting 5th, so a good start for Benjamin.
He did, yes, a fantastic race for pole position between Chris Derrick in second and Benjamin Topless. Benjamin running a Gillard with a variety of motors, Sirios, Perillas and Rotaxes. All drivers yesterday said that they were getting their best times on the second lap of their qualifying sessions as the tyres came in a bit stronger, and the two, Benjamin Topless and Chris Derrick, obviously did that well.
And they'll all be coming into the pit lane quite short. Now that it's gone empty, we'll have a bit of a walk down and see what we've got going on in the pit lane. So for those of you who don't know Whilton Mill so well, it is one of the better tracks, and it's very well equipped. Some really good facilities here.
Marvellous facilities, one of the newer tracks in the country, born out of Pro Kart racing and developed into a proper MSA circuit. Witness to large entries today for the RAF MSA Championships, and F100 here in full strength.
And we've had a bit of rain here in Northamptonshire overnight, and when we got to the track this morning it was very wet in places, but the sun is out and it's looking much drier now. But it will be interesting to see if there are any problems out on track. How do you think the weather may affect the racing?
Well, everybody will be looking to the west of us now, across our shoulders here, Hayden. I think the showers are going to roll in as the afternoon comes. So the early race is dry, and there will be certain uncertainty during the rest of the day as we see those clouds come in.
So the format of today is that we will start with race 1 for, first of all, the pre-89s and pre-95s, and then we'll have race 1 with the pre-2000 karts. In the afternoon we'll have reverse grids, and so we'll have 2 more races then. And after that we've got the pre-finals, and finally the final race. And tell us about, what's the winner of the final race get?
Well, he's going to get the accolade of the O Plate to carry forward for the rest of this season until this event next year. It tells other competitors that he has been the best man on the day here.
Okay, so we've got the grid in front of us, and just one thing to mention, for the pre-2000s there was an exclusion. I think it was James Meanwell, the car number 94, James Meanwell, he had a technical infringement, which means that he was excluded from qualifying. We're still not sure what the infringement was, but that's dropped him down from 18th place to 20th. So only 2 positions he's lost there, but we'll try and speak to some of the drivers and find out a bit more about what has happened. So we've got all that coming up, and just to give you a quick run through. So racing this morning starts shortly and is on until around about 10:30, and then afterwards we'll be back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and that's when they'll be on track getting the racing underway. I think that at the moment we are running a little bit behind schedule, so the first race might not start quite at 10 o'clock. And a lot of the people are actually staying here this weekend. If we just walk around this way and have a look, you can see behind us that we've got the caravans and all the tents. So a lot of people set up, and it is a really good weekend. I think that really helps get into the spirit of it all.
It does. It creates a great community for the racers here. They're spending the weekend together. They're racing together, but they're competing then. But they had a big barbecue last night, the F100 contingent, well represented, and great fun was had by everyone.
I'm a little bit disappointed I only had pizza last night, and it probably wouldn't have been very fun in the rain, but hopefully better weather today. So at the moment we've got the RAF MSA on track. We're not covering them this weekend, but they are here as well. The first race due to get underway shortly, and some of the karts I think starting to come out now. So as they start to make their way in, we will try and be speaking to some of the drivers on the grid. Who have we got?
As we speak, there's Chris Derrick just coming up. Maybe we should grab a word with him while he's relaxed.
Let's have that before it all gets a bit too hectic at the moment. There we go. Morning, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
Morning, chaps. How are we doing?
Very good. So starting in second place for the race today, for race 1.
Yeah.
Good feeling?
Feeling good. Yeah, feeling fast, confident. Should be good. Should be a good heat. So we'll just see what we can do.
And have you been out? You've had the test session this morning. How did you find the track conditions after last night's rain?
Just the first corner, a little damp patch in the middle. It's probably dried out by now. But the rest of the track was absolutely fine. The rest of the track it'll grip up during the day, hopefully, if it stays dry.
Racing obviously different to qualifying.
Yes.
So where are the key corners on the track? Where are you having to build speed, carry speed, and maintain your speed down the straights?
Very important. The first, under the gantry, through the first corner, carry the speed, and then all the way up the hill to Christmas. And if you're going to do a move, that's a nice place to make a move.
An uphill approach to Christmas.
Yeah.
Can you brake that slightly bit later
You can
there?
a little bit later, yeah, absolutely, yeah, just a little bit later.
And then the opposite as you come down from Inkerman.
Yes, yeah, that's quite
gravity's
sketchy,
playing against you then.
And the kart gets a bit loose on the back. And
I was watching qualifying yesterday, and the karts were going really squirrely
they are a
coming
bit
in on the
squirrely
brakes.
coming into there, especially on the harder tyres.
Yeah.
It's difficult to keep the back under control.
Well, there you go, officer. I think we're starting to form a bit of a queue, so
Thank you.
good luck for today.
Okay, cheers.
So Chris Derrick, who's starting in second, clearly looking forward to the racing today. Let's see who else we've got here. So we've got
Devinder over here, who's
Okay.
a prime mover in this.
Okay. Devinder,
Hello.
not too good in qualifying yesterday, unfortunately.
No. Yeah, it was all a last minute rush. I missed the first few practice sessions. I was running in engines, or getting engines ready to get running. Just time got the better of me, and I forgot to check the front tyre, and it was down at 5 psi, so that didn't help things.
So what's the aim for today? What do you think you're going to be able to do?
I just like to finish. Yeah, I want to have a nice little battle with someone and just finish the race.
Devinder, you've been a prime mover in the resurgence of these karts and bringing them back into the marketplace, along with Oliver Scullion.
Yes.
A great thing to have done. This is the very epitome of what karting was about. How did you young guys discover this?
Well, at first we just wanted to get back into 100cc karting, and then Ollie had this brainwave of getting into it with Retro Racer, and then it just stemmed from there, really.
Yeah.
We had a really wet meeting at the lid when we first started off with the water-cooled hundreds, and then we moved over to the Retro Racer, we brought it onto their series, and then from there we started off with 4 at lid and then 7 at Houghton, and it's just grown from there. It's just been brilliant.
Well, I think it's wonderful. It's the era I raced in, and these are the very best karts you could ever race.
They are indeed.
Good luck for
Thank
today.
you.
Take care. Good luck.
Thanks.
There's a couple more joining us at the moment, making their way down to the grid. Let's have a look who we've got. Should we try and grab a word?
Michael Thurston here.
Michael, qualified in the middle.
Yep.
What do you think you can do today?
Well, I'd hope to stay in the middle, maybe go forward a bit. The aim is not to go backwards. That's my main thing.
Tell us a little bit about your kart, some of the specifications of it.
This is the first time I've used this, a Top Kart TK28, 28mm chassis. It's pretty tatty, to be honest, but it seems to do the job. I dialed most of the problems out of it yesterday.
And how did you find racing around Whilton Mill?
Good, yeah, I really like it. Yeah, I haven't been here for a long time, probably 8 or 9 years. But yeah, really good. Really enjoy it.
And you're hoping that when we get the reverse grids, I think you'll still be starting around the middle, sir.
In the middle, yeah.
Not too
Same-
great.
Same thing occurs, really. You know, try and stay where I am, go forward a bit, not backwards.
I hope that's the case.
Thank you.
Take care. Good luck. So lots of drivers now starting to make their way onto the into the pit lane as their first race is due to get underway. So Chris, tell us about the start procedure. I think it's a rolling start.
It will be a rolling start. The karts will be lined up here, and their mechanics will push start them. They'll exit the pit lane, and then they will have 2 or 3 rolling laps, probably, whilst the grid settles down. They get the opportunity to warm their tyres, and you'll see them adjusting carburetor jets with their right hand. Maybe we can get the camera on a carburetor here. These carburetor jets on these. They will be adjusting them down here on the rolling laps in order to avoid the karts oiling up. And then when they're racing, They will be choking the engines like so to stop hot seizes at the end of the straight. It's all perfectly normal stuff for this class of karting. But the pole man will control the rolling lap. The clerk of the course will be looking to him to maintain an orderly pack behind him, which with this disorderly bunch here, it looks highly unlikely, and people will be looking for advantage all the time.
I think we're still actually waiting for our poleman, Benjamin Topless, to find his way onto the grid. Although we can just see him coming now. Bit of a shame. Do you think that could have helped you if he wasn't here?
Yeah, I'll take pole.
Okay, here he is. We're going to try and grab a word with the pole sitter now. Benjamin, pole position yesterday. Do you think you can hold on to it in the race?
Hopefully, yeah. Although, like I said yesterday, qualifying is one thing and the race is something completely different.
And then later there's the reverse grid, so you'll be starting quite far back. Is that just more of a chance to find your way through?
Yeah. I think me and Chris are both going to be fighting to get towards the front. So
You're obviously in a hurry. We're waiting for you to go on now, but that's a heavy cart. You're up. You've had to put a lot of lead onto that. I've just lifted it off your trolley with your dad.
yeah, hence the team name, lots of Led Zeppelin.
You must eat more pies.
Yes.
Okay, good luck today. So there's our pole sitter, Benjamin Topless. I think that's pretty much all we've got down on the grid at the moment. So they'll be getting underway shortly, and then they'll be heading down out the pit lane onto the track, and then we'll have the first race for pre-89s and 95s getting underway very shortly. I think we might be about to head up to the commentary box, and then we'll carry on the coverage from there. But keep on watching, and we'll start the racing very shortly. So we're about to roll the grids. We're about to put the grids on the screen so we can talk through it.
Okay, so we've just been speaking to the drivers. You can see them on the grid, pole sitter Benjamin Topless, and alongside him Chris Derrick. We've had a word with both of them, and we're about to get underway shortly. Just remember, if you want to comment on Facebook, we can share that. So comment on Facebook and we'll get that up on screen and we'll have a bit of a conversation. If you have any questions, we can try and answer them for you. The grid's Benjamin Topless on pole ahead of Chris Derrick. Third is Nick Holland and then Martin O'Hara alongside him. Row 5, Alistair Topless is Benjamin's brother. Benjamin said he wanted to beat him today and he looks on course to do that. Ashley Curtis is in 6th position and then 7th Leon Dolby. 8th is Jack Baker. 9th is Carly Latcham and Gareth Nicolai 10th. Row 6 is Michael Thurston, who we spoke to, and Biff Harris, Ian Turner behind them, with Stephen Cook Martin, I think is the full name. Brian Purest is in 15th, followed by Robert Whilton, and then Stephen O'Hara and Jay Fairbrass. Rick Scott and Devinder Aswell. We do have a couple of others who we only go up to 20 on the grid. We also have in 21st Gary Bracegirdle and Matt Bruce in 22nd. They didn't set times, so they're at the back. And then behind them, the 3 novices, we have Richard Johnson, Andrew Ford, and Elliot Woodward at the back. And Richard Johnson, despite being a novice, set a lap time which would have been good enough for 19th place. He drops down 4 positions, and that is the back of the grid. The way the grid is formed up is this. At the back you have the novices, then those who didn't set a time, as they just start to make their way out onto the track. In front of those who didn't set a time, you have those who have penalties or were excluded, and then you've got the regular grid at the front. So as they push them all away, you can see, and we mentioned this yesterday, Chris, but as they push them away, it's not the most easy to start these old karts, is it?
No, it's a technique, and it's one that's learnt, and you see a marshal, a pusher jumping out of the way. It's probably the most dangerous part of the meeting for the mechanics. But now they're on track, you will have seen Chris Derrick and the man alongside him, Topless, roar away, and you might think, why are they going so fast? These engines have got to be cleared. They've got to get that plume of blue smoke cleared out the way, which they have now as they come up to the boot complex next. A little bit of weaving going on, warming the tyres as the grid slowly gets in an orderly fashion, lined up 2 by 2. They'll probably let them go around at least another lap yet. You'll see a signal, a finger in the air from the start line marshals to tell them to go round again, whilst the people coming around the back of boot corner now catch up with the rest of the pack. There go the hands, waving the fingers up. One more round.
So as they make their way down the pit straight, I think they are just sorting out their race order, and they're at back. Number 11 was Devinder Aswell we just saw. So now you can see on screen they're making their way up to Christmas Corner, and this is a very uphill section, and then as you go down it's very off camber through the kink, and walking the track this morning you could really see how difficult it is.
And these drivers will be aware of all those differences as they're coming down now to Ashby. You see that everything's getting a little bit more orderly. Still a bit of smoke coming out of these engines. That will clear quite rapidly as they accelerate across the start line.
You just mentioned Ashby. As we did the track walk this morning, I was with 2 very experienced racers here at Whilton, and they were telling me that Ashby, despite being a hairpin, not a good overtaking spot, because if you get it wrong, you will lose it. You will lose the position. The good overtaking spots into the section that we're coming into now is the boot, and there's a lot of swapping of places around here, and also the inside section of the track. So as they make their way around, we think that this is going to be the green flag about to drop. They've got one more corner, which is pit bend, and then they will be...
And they're going to be let loose now. Poleman and number 46, Martin O'Hara, coming through. Believe he took the lead there as they go up to Christmas Corner.
Benjamin Topless in the lead, and then Chris Derrick is right behind him on his tail, and Benjamin checking his mirrors but not able to get through. In 3rd position is Nick Holland, and then behind that the battling Alistair Topless and Ashley Curtis. We'll try and get the screen, we'll try and get the graphics on the screen so you can see who's where, but Benjamin Topless leading from pole at the moment, and Chris Derrick just behind him. So they've kept their positions, the top 3. Martin O'Hara's dropped, Martin O'Hara seems to have dropped quite a few positions. I can't actually see his name on the screen.
Coming into the boot now with the first 2 beginning to make a break. The leader separating himself off from 2nd place. And those lap times that they pumped in during qualifying, obviously beginning to prove their competitiveness.
And some good moves. So Alistair Topless fell back to 6th position. You can now see on your screen the order. So all moving about. So good start at the moment. Seems the best starts really from Richard Johnson, who started at the back. He's moved up 4 places, but a bad start for Gareth Nicolai. He was in 10th and is now down to 18th position on the track. So in qualifying yesterday, I'm not sure if we've still got the times with us. They were doing, fastest were about a 46.1, I believe. What are they doing? 48, sorry, a 48.0. Benjamin Topless almost straight onto that lap time. He did a 49.9. And obviously more pace to come in through this race. So the time tells you how long there is left of the race. There's 7 minutes 50 to go. And the two at the front, quite a long way ahead. They're already building up quite a good gap, Chris.
Benjamin Topless has made the break now, and he's about 10 kart lengths ahead of Chris Derrick.
And we just saw on the inside of the track, someone's off their kart. So it looks as though we've got someone who's broken down. So there's a yellow flag. He's trying to get it pushed off.
On the approach to Christmas. Yeah, he's taken his hat off, so he's given up. Probably a seizure at that point on the track. There has been a change in second place. No, Chris Derrick.
So a couple of drivers who have come off their karts. So one around the exit of, I think it's Chapman's corner, and one on the lead up to Christmas. So there's the battle at the front. Benjamin Topless with Chris Derrick right behind him.
Chris Derrick closing him down now quite quickly, and going up to Christmas corner now.
And he's taking a wide line. Benjamin very defensive, but
defensive into that corner, yes.
Moves back at the last second. And now we've got the off-camber section, and this is where we go round Inkerman up towards Ashby, and we're told not to overtake here, to save it for the next few corners. Otherwise you can lose a lot of time. That looked like Ian Turner, I think, who's out of the race.
Another yellow flag there.
So a few karts not quite in place. So Chris Derrick wasn't able to overtake, but they're green again into the boost, coming round the end section of the lap. But it doesn't look quite close enough. This corner comes from the front out. It's very fast.
Very, very quick through there. Huge commitment needed. Benjamin Topless now having to defend most of the way around the circuit as Chris Derrick is all over his back bumper. Heavy braking into Christmas now, both choking the engines there to avoid that seizure.
And this battle is slightly holding them up from their true pace. Nick Holland, who's in third, is slightly closing on them. Good battle for fourth place.
Leon Dolby has come up well to fourth place from seventh.
So he's ahead of Connie Latcham and Alistair Topless. That's the battle on your screen now.
Rest of the field having solitary races. They're spread out quite a lot now, but the pace is very hot as we watch them out the commentary window now, and they're going back again using all the concrete on the exit of the run up to Christmas corner.
We've just seen the fastest lap from Chris Derrick, only about a tenth and a half, a hundredth quicker, 200ths quicker than Benjamin Topless. But here we go. So that's in front Leon Dolby, and number 5 behind him is Nick Holland. So Leon Dolby's got past Nick Holland in the last few laps. So good battle there, and behind them is Carly Latcham. She's the 146. And as they make their way around, still yellow flags in that section of the track, and that is one of the better, Chapman's corner you can see there, one of the better overtaking zones, because they take quite a wide line going in, and it leaves a lot of room up the inside for anyone to overtake. But now around the boots, in towards the final corner. Battle for the lead still very close, and they are going quicker. Chris Derrick has set another purple lap there, a 47.5, and that's 400ths quicker than Benjamin Topless. And it looks like he's going to try and overtake round Inkerman in towards Ashby.
Very, very close now. Coming up onto a back marker. Has he seen them? No blue flags for him.
But still be yellow flag because the driver you've seen trapped on the inside.
Green flag, so both guys have overtaken under a green, which was perfectly okay.
Back into a green, and the back marker gets out of the way, and Benjamin Topless built a bit more of a gap there. So we'll see how that manages to, what that gap is now. So it's gone up by just over a tenth of a second, which is good news for Benjamin Topless. And look how wide they get on the exit of Oblivion and Crook into Christmas Corner. They use all the curb available onto the concrete. Surrounding Inkerman, the leaders come up towards Ashby. And still Chris Derrick not able to find a way past. He took a lot of grass there.
Yeah, and bumped the cart over the curb. If the chains are very prone to coming off if that happens.
And now a second driver's gone off in the same place, so 2 carts all together. So a lot of drivers having issues. Let's have a look at, so Ian Turner, Jack Baker, the guys at the bottom you can see are a few laps down. So those were all the ones who were struggling. And briefly it showed a change at the top, but it's not happened. Benjamin Top is still in front. But we're looking at the battle for third, and Nick Holland has got back past Leon Dolby. And he's built up quite a gap. So Leon Dolby now with Carly Latcham behind him. That's good news for Nick Holland, the man who started first and then lost a couple of places, is back up to third position. And these guys running 8 seconds behind the leading pair. And just to mention a good performance in the middle of the pack is Richard Johnson, who's in 12th. He started quite low down, being obvious, he started in 23rd position, so it's good of him to be able to get up a few places.
Chris Derrick just bounced violently across the curbs on the first apex in boot corner and subsequently dropped back several kart lengths with only 1 minute 32 left, so that's probably about 2 laps, one more lap after the finish of this one.
So round Christmas Corner goes Leon Dolby and Carly Latcham, and Carly is looking to try and get past him, but not into Ashby. And they now make their way towards Parker, which is the left-hander. And the yellow flags have gone in, so they can overtake there now, but she wasn't quite close enough. And now down the back straight, Leon checking behind just to see where Carly is. And unfortunately not able to get close enough.
The way I read this, there will be the lap they're on and one more lap to go after that. So this is their penultimate lap.
It's as you were for the front 3 from qualifying. Benjamin Topless ahead of Chris Derrick, and then in third is Nick Holland. But the 2 on screen, Leon Dolby and Carly Latcham, the battle for 4th position. And they are setting very similar lap times. The last 2 laps they set were their personal bests, doing 48.1s.
I don't know, I can't see Martin O'Hara on there, who was in 4th place. I wonder whether he's out there with no transponder working.
And just coming into the final lap now, we're about to begin. So this will be the last opportunity for Carly Latchman to get past. But on screen now, I think is the leaders. Yep, that's Benjamin Topless ahead of Chris Derrick as they go around the final few corners. Onto the back straight, you can see they've gone now, and that's the pair of them there. So now all they have to do is negotiate the boost. And is it this lap plus 1 more?
I think this is it. The time has run out.
Okay, so now
last lap now. Last lap now.
And you can see the trolleys being pushed across because there are a few drivers and carts just stranded in the middle of the circuit. We'll see if we can find out what happened there. So coming up to a back marker, that might favour Chris Derrick if he doesn't get out of the way. Benjamin trying to find a way around, but can't. Oh, they've had contact. And Benjamin Topless has just managed to stay ahead.
And the lead has changed.
That was Stephen O'Hara.
Chris Derrick has now gone past.
So Stephen O'Hara getting in the way of Benjamin Topless. He clearly didn't see him. And that means that Chris Derrick has managed to get into the lead. Benjamin Topless really not happy at all there. And it's lucky the front of his cart went up, but it looks as though, and that's a very dramatic last lap. You can see the checker flags out.
Benjamin
Chris
Topless
Derrick crosses the line, wins from Benjamin Topless. And there's Nick Holland in third, about to take third place, and Leon Dolby. Oh, Carly Latcham got past Leon Dolby there. We didn't see
on
that
the
on the
line.
last lap. I think there was quite a gap between them in the end. wins.
Well, that was a dramatic end to that race coming into Ashby. Again, you mentioned the not being the overtaking spot, but it certainly was then because of a back marker intervention. Back marker probably on the brakes a little bit earlier than the leaders, and Benjamin Topless mounted the back of that kart and allowed Chris Derrick through.
So we'll have to see if any action will be taken against Stephen O'Hara. So Stephen O'Hara there getting into a little bit of trouble potentially. We'll have to see with the stewards. So now Chris is just going to make his way down to the grid for the next race. Just to give you the full rundown, Chris Derrick won from Benjamin Topless. Nick Holland stayed in third. Carly Latcham got past Leon Dolby on the final lap to take fourth, and then Alistair Topless in sixth. Robert Whilton is seventh, Michael Thurston eighth, Jay Fairbrass in ninth, and Rick Scott rounding out the top 10. Very good drive from Richard Johnson, the novice, who started quite far down, I think in 23rd, or 21st rather, and he finished in 11th. Biff Harris 12th. Stephen O'Hara was the one who got in the way of Benjamin Topless on the final lap, and he was the first of the lapped runners in the end. So very good race there, and we've got the pre-2000s coming up next. Chris just making his way down to the pit lane. Chris just making his way down, and he'll have interviews with them. But what a dramatic first race here at Whilton Mill. So that's Jay Ferber, see number 45. And trolleys, I think there will be a bit of time to recover quite a few, because I can see, looking out on track, 3 or 4. Quite a few guys trying to recover karts. I think there's 5 or 6, 7 karts on track at the moment. So they will have to be recovered before the next one can get underway. Chris just making his way down, and we'll cross over to him shortly, where he will be speaking to some of the drivers on the grid. And the last guy just making his way in. So that's scrutineering that we're going into now, where their karts will be checked ahead of the second race this afternoon. And that will be with the reverse grid. So it'll be interesting to see whether the guys who started at the front in this race, Chris Derrick and Benjamin Topless, whether they can fight their way through to the front, or quite what will happen. But next up, in about 10 minutes or so, we will have the pre-2000s.
Okay, down here on the grid now, waiting for the Formula 100 pre-2000s. There's 1 or 2 of them just beginning to come out of the pit area. We're waiting for the Rotax class to go out and race. So we'll wander over and have a few words with 1 or 2 of the drivers now. Whilst they're nice and relaxed. They're not in a hurry. They're not needing to focus just yet. So we're coming up first to Joe McInnernan from Macclesfield. Hi Joe, how are you? Qualifying yesterday, how did that go?
Didn't go too great really, but we're mid-pack, so...
Mid-pack. You're going to be where all the excitement is?
Yeah, just mid-pack in both, because it's reverse qualifying, so it'll be pretty much the same position, so...
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
All bad, really.
Quite. Now, tell us what brought you to Formula 100. You're a young man. It's my era that raced these karts. What brings you to them?
Well, my brother... This is like my brother's era, karting, and he started doing it, and then I got a bit bored of TKM, what I used to do, so I just got one of these, and it's a lot better than what I've raced before, so just carried on.
They're very exciting karts. Yeah. Good luck from your midfield position.
Cheers, thanks.
We're going to go up now and have a quick word with Jack Barber on a Swiss Hutless. He's got a choice of engines. He's running a Rotax today. Do do you do all your own work on the kart? Is this
Yeah.
is this a family thing?
Yeah, I prep the kart all myself. Yeah, I mean, I have my engines done from Steve at Sharp Motorsport. But yeah, all the kart, all the chassis and everything I build up and prep myself, yeah.
Good. And how do you find the chassis? Is it working well for you?
It's working fairly well, yeah. I mean, it's quite a stiff kart, so it's got quite a lot of grip naturally, so it's quite hard to sort of get the kart to come off the corners. But we changed a few things this weekend to help us with that, and it seemed to work. So yeah, looking forward to the first heat.
And just looking for where you qualified, you were on 13th place, right in the middle of the pack, so you'll be where all the action is in the first corner. Good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
This championship, as you can see, is populated by lots of young people, and they've had a history with it through either parents or elder brothers, as we've heard there. This kart championship was the very pinnacle of 100cc karting, and it allowed all the great Grand Prix drivers to come through, and this is where they learnt their racecraft. And I hope you, the viewers, can see out on track today, you can see where the racecraft comes in. The rolling starts, and that first corner with a pack of karts around you, it teaches you so much, which is why this has developed so many great young drivers. I can't stress that enough. Let's go back down not necessarily the grid at the moment, but they're all waiting to go on to it. I think we're possibly holding some of them up. We'll grab Jacques here on his Tony Kart Extreme with a choice of Sirios or CRG engines. And what are you running today?
This is the CRG S20. I tested both engines. This one seemed to have the edge, so yeah, good try and make this one last till the end.
What about gearing? In my day, we experimented with gearing, and we were very secretive about our gearing. But I see in the program there's a recommendation for gearing for you to use. Do most people stick to that?
I think it's a good starting point, but everyone's on completely different engines, so the characters are different. So one engine might want one gearing, and another one will be different. So yeah, I think each to their own, really.
And are you bang on the weight limit?
Oh yes.
Oh yes. You're running plenty of fuel, so I guess you are. Yeah.
Yeah. So
good man.
152. Cheers.
Okay. Cheers. As they roll down there, they're more relaxed at the moment.
I didn't finish.
This is Devender. He's running 2 classes.
I'm not. I'm just going to help James.
She's Devender. We spoke to him earlier. He blew it up. Tell us.
The chain came off. I spun here, about break myself, and then at the top, down here I came out too wide. My car doesn't like the rumble strip here, so the engine decides to move back, and I could hear it rattling around. I could hear the chain rattling around. And then it came off at the top.
You'll have to get on the spanners a bit quicker. It's the first time a commentator's been photobombed. So Devender, keen to make a move on the cameraman. The drivers are a lot more relaxed in this situation. They're not just ready to race. They're now just going down, having a chat with the pit crew, and hopefully everything is ready to go. All they've got to do is put their hats on and then get into the zone. So now they're lining up. Shall we follow the karts down and see who else we can talk to? And as we turn round, pole sitter Glenn Guest has just gone through there, and Glenn is a very talented driver. We spoke to him yesterday, and he was thrilled with his pole position. So if we go down now, and we'll try and get a quick word with him, although he has got his helmet on. All these karts are beautifully prepared, as you can see. Lots of hours have been spent on them, all with the rev counters on. As we come up now and try and grab a word with Glenn.
Can you hear me?
Glenn,
yes.
We spoke yesterday, or we didn't. You didn't quite get up to the interview position for your pole interview. Congratulations on that. We spoke briefly yesterday about the art of qualifying and what you did with tyre pressures and that sort of thing to get them up to. Different thing today, racing and from pole.
Yeah, you just got to keep it going. Obviously, we can't go same pressure and same setup as yesterday because we're doing a lot more laps. So we're just hoping for good consistency, keep it going. Obviously, the weather's quite warm today. Yeah, we're just looking for good lap after lap, close lap, and hopefully pull a gap at the front. That'd be good.
Where is it important to be ahead? If it's a real dogfight at the beginning, where is it vital to be ahead?
I think Christmas corner at the top. So if we get into the first corner first, obviously there's a long straight up to Christmas. So if we can keep it tight there, once we get through the wiggly bit and down to Ashby, I think we'll be fairly safe. So as long as we can do that.
And what about importance to carry speed? I guess it's through this last complex, is it?
Yeah, so through the boot it's absolutely vital. So if you start killing the engine and dropping the revs through there, you know, you're gonna fall back into some of these paths. So got to keep it up.
Who's the biggest threat on the grid? There's a lot of lovely looking equipment and fit young men out there.
Definitely this one still.
Jacob still.
First time in F100, and you know, put it alongside me, and I know he's a good driver, all in X30 and everything like that. So definitely, I think Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob's first time. That's Jacob over there. So we're going to go and upset him probably by doorstepping him for an interview. Good luck, Chris. Jacob, I know it's very shortly you'll be out there racing at the lead of a very competitive pack here. I'm told it's your first F100 race.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. We've had a bit of problems in testing, but hopefully we should be all right in the heats.
So what brings you to F100? You must have karting experience to be doing this.
Well, Spike asked me if I wanted to do it, and I was like, yeah, it'll be a good experience to do, and just having fun. So yeah, I've been looking forward to it for a while.
Can you shout a bit? Because we can't hear you very well through this, but interviewing you next to a racetrack. So you've got previous experience?
Yes, I have, yes. I've done a lot of like KF3, KF2 and stuff like that, so I've got a bit of experience, so yeah.
So I'll ask you the same question I asked Chris. Who's your biggest competitor out here?
Probably Glenn. Because he's quite good in F100, so he'll probably be a good one to try and race. So yeah.
Well, good luck with that. So, a few more minutes before we actually get down to the racing. I think this has got about 2 more minutes left on the clock for this race, and then these guys will be getting ready. So let's walk up and just take a look and point out a few of the interesting things on these karts and chassis that maybe the first-time viewer of this type of racing doesn't know. So we'll just come up and have a look at one or two things. Choose the poleman's kart. You'll see these guys, as I explained earlier, you'll see these guys manipulating the carburetor. There's 2 adjustable jets down here. They will maybe lean off the slow-running jet around here to assist the engine not oiling up through the rolling laps as the poleman slows up to build the pack up behind him. Once the karts are running, they will be very intent on not seizing the engines. These things are air-cooled. The only lubrication they get is from the oil that's mixed in the petrol in the tank. So when they lift off the throttle at 19,000 RPM at the end of the straight, it stops the fuel going in. So you'll see the guys just pat the carburetor intake. That chokes the engine a bit, sucks an instant fuel surge into the engine, and hopefully stops the thing seizing up. Tyres, they run a Comet tyre in this class. They run the same tyres throughout the field. There's no choice. These are checked in at scrutineering and assigned to this kart by barcode scanner. So the scrutineers will be checking that this kart is running on the right tyres when it comes in at the end of the race. Tripping over my wires here. Only braked on the rear axle, which is ventilated disc on the back here. with the calipers there. Massive axles from when my era was racing make the kart a lot stiffer, and the karts are now a lot more adjustable. I'm looking to see what adjustment this one has got. You can adjust ride height, you can adjust caster, camber, toe in, toe out. Big changes will be made to the karts if the weather turns showery, and the dummy grid, you will see a lot of action perhaps later in the afternoon when this class or any of the others are on the grid. You'll see a choice of tyres being made. There's a set wet tyre for the group. They can use as many of those as they want through a season, and it will be the choice. You'll find people looking up to the sky, seeing what the weather is going to do, and the pit crew on notice to change a set of wheels, not in Formula One times, because there's 4 nuts on each hub, so they do have to change all 4 quite quickly. And it will be that sort of choice that wins or loses these races in changeable conditions. So let's walk further up the grid now and have a look at 1 or 2 more karts. The beauty of what's been going on in this championship is that all this equipment is now being found on eBay or the F100 website, and stuff that's been languishing in garages for years and years and years has suddenly found a new home. It's brought out all the old engine tuners again, and young people learning new skills about these quite volatile engines. And in a very short time, this championship has grown to the strength you see it now. This O-plate grid stretches to probably 25 karts and will be some of the quickest racing around here today. Let's walk further down the grid.
That's F1000, 2000 to the grid, please. Thank you.
Kart 33 here. Driver looks very bright, eye-catching. This is Oliver. No, it's not Oliver. Wrong name on that one, sorry. My grid walk has not got me the right information for that. So let's look further back here. 24, Tyler Poole. Now, Tyler is on a right kart, built reasonably locally. Tyler, tell us a little bit about your kart. How did you acquire it?
I got it from Peter Lucas. It was in a bit of a mess, and I got it all rebuilt, repainted, and trying to keep it in that condition really. And that's where we are really.
And who does the engines for you?
Tom Crook's Revolution engines.
Yes, yeah.
So they're going pretty well.
Yeah.
They're all good.
How long have you been doing this?
It's probably my 10th ever race. F100 was the first karting I ever did. So it's a bit of a step.
Yeah, it was a big step to do that.
Yeah. And
you're learning all the time.
Definitely, mate. There's so much to learn. So much to learn.
So what's the hot tip on setup here? What have you gone for?
Got 1088 on the gearing. I've just kept the same width that I usually run because it handles well.
Yeah.
I've just literally added 2 more teeth to try and get a bit more rev because it wasn't really hitting what I want. So we'll see how that goes.
So you think this is a power circuit? Does it still drag you out the corners well?
Yeah, well, obviously you've got that big long straight and you've got a load of tight corners as well, so you've got to find the in-between really.
It's a big compromise.
Yeah.
So what will you, if you look up into the sky the next race and see the rain clouds coming in?
Probably cry. No, I've got new wet tyres, I've got used wet tyres, and I've got some working intermediate, so we're all good.
So you're good?
All good, mate.
There'll be some big choices to make. Well, good luck with all those choices. Walking further down to the back of the grid, looking for black plates. Okay, so we're now ready to start this race, so I'm going to hand you back up to Hayden up in the commentary booth.
Thanks very much, Chris. So the pre-2000s first race is about to get underway, and it was really good to be able to hear from them all there. Only one thing to say, Chris, you need to keep all the wires together. But very good stuff. So we're still getting comments on Facebook, and if you comment, we'll bring that up. So the grid, pole position, Glenn Guest set an absolutely storming lap right at the end yesterday. He's ahead of Jacob Stilp, who looked like he would be on pole for a while. Jack Jensen and Drew Stewart on row 2. Behind them, Donald Regan in 5th and Adam Wardial in 6th. 7th is Oliver Smith and Owen Genman next to him. Francis Stewart is in 9th and Dale Matthews in 10th position. 11th is Joe McKernan and then Joel Poynton 12th. Jack Barber and Paul Warrener on row 7. Lee Gadsby and Chloe Scott behind them. Then comes Tyler Paul and Steve English. Stuart Guess is 19th and James Meanwell in 20th position. He was excluded from qualifying because of a technical infringement, but he was only 18th anyway, and it dropped him 2 places. There are a couple of other drivers out there as well. Unfortunately, Chris has stolen my my grid qualifying sheet, so I'm not quite sure, but we'll get that very shortly, and then the racing will be underway. I think the hold up at the moment, they're just waiting to get one kart back into the track. The one that retired there, the guys at the back after Steve English, James Meanwell, the 2 behind are Alistair Cunningham and Sam Lowe. Sam Lowe is a novice, hence he's at the back, but he did also set the slowest time anyway. Alistair Cunningham didn't set a time in qualifying yesterday. They are about to get underway. So at 42, the one on the left of the screen is Jacob Stilp, and then Glenn Guest in the number 3 next to him. So they'll be making their way out. So I think we are just waiting for a few guys who have lost their cars in the previous race that was on. They are just getting back onto the circuit, and then we'll be getting underway. We're about to see, I think, the final one come through on the screen any second, and then these guys will be out on track. So interesting grid walk there, Chris.
Yes, yeah. It's very difficult on a grid walk, particularly later on in the period you're out there, when the guys have got their hats on and they're ready to go, which they are now. Pit crews pushing carts off, lifting the back wheels up, and they're away.
So, as with the previous race, this will be a rolling start. They'll go round once or twice, and we'll see how it gets going. It's very interesting to watch, though, as this all happens. One thing I wanted to say, Chris. It's very loud outside because of these guys all getting going. One of them struggling, number 25, but I think he did get away. That was Owen Genman, but he got another push and managed to make a start. On the track, there was a lot of rubber.
Yes, it's just it's rolling off the tyres.
Yeah,
seeing the state of some of the tyres coming in, it looks as though the tyres are doing their job, and this is the detritus that race drivers and kart drivers get covered in as the meeting goes on. Not quite so much in karting. These are sticky tyres.
Lots of it out on track, and we might be able to show you some of this later on in the day, where the karts go round, there's just a lot of rubber, particularly on the exit of turns. Go and go round for another lap because they've not all quite caught up with the leaders on this grid. And at the moment, Jacob Stilp is showing up ahead of Glenn Guest, but Glenn Guest is on pole position. Jacob Stilp, number 42. I think he's being a bit cheeky there, trying to get ahead of Glenn Guest.
Mind games.
So the yellow flag showing that they're not at full racing speed, and I think that it looks as though most are all quite close together, just a few catching up at the back, but the guys at the front going very slowly just to make sure they are fully formed up. So just remember, the guys at the front, number 42 is Jacob Still, but the man who's in pole is Glenn Guest, kart number 3. And we think that they will be about to get racing when they go around this last corner. So here we go, they're underway. And Jacob Stilp's actually lost out a bit there. He's gone down into 3rd position behind Jack Jensen. Glenn Guest kept at the front. So far they've all made it through quite cleanly, heading up towards Christmas Corner. And it's Glenn Guest ahead of Jake Jensen. Oh!
And there's an off kart
152. That's Francis Stewart. It looks as though he got a tap in under braking into Christmas corner, and that means he's got himself started again, I think, and he is going. So he may be at the back, but that's not bad news for him. So out in front, Glenn Guest is leading from Jack Jensen, and Jacob Stilp, who performed so well in qualifying yesterday, has moved back into third. Round the boost they go now, heading up towards pit straights.
Let's not forget this is Jacob Stilt's first F100 race.
So at the moment,
it's all been big shake-up on the computer screen as they click their first lap over now. The lead three are Glenn Guest, number 3, Jack Jensen, 52, and Jacob Stilp, 42. Jacob in his first race, I emphasise yet again.
And now you can see the times on the screen. So Francis Stewart is last because of that issue. But in qualifying yesterday, they were setting, I think in practice yesterday, 45.2s. Qualifying was a 45.3. That was the quickest lap. At the moment, doing 46.8s at the front. So
and this is they're defending and attacking, so they haven't got that clean line. They can't take their choice of line at the moment. A big 3 abreast dice coming round the boot there for 4th, 5th and 6th places. So Adam Wardell, Drew Stewart, Oliver Smith and Owen Jarman in order.
So car number 3 is the guy at the front, so that's Glenn Guest. And behind him is Jack Jensen. So the two of them separated by a few tenths of a second. And now they're coming up round into the in section. And you can see they take a very wide line, so if anyone's feeling brave, you can definitely make a move down the inside of that corner, on the back straight, heading up to the boot, and there's a yellow flag. Not quite sure why, having a look out the window. We can't see what the yellow flag's for, but it's gone away now, and they are racing. So Glenn Guest leads. Jack Jensen slightly closing up on him. So up towards Christmas corner, and now we're looking for the battle for 4th position.
Now the first 3 have got away from the squabbling pack for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, it would look like, all covered in that number of kart lengths virtually, with Jacob still in no man's land between the leading pair and the squabbling pack behind him. Jacob still, having got a slightly worse start than the other 2 ahead of him, is now holding his own, biding his time, and I feel there may be a challenge coming there, particularly with the first 2 using all the tarmac there. An interesting point there as they come round the corner to the pit straight, corrugations on the outside of the corner, and they use the whole length of those corrugations. They're all full of water, and they need to lean on their tyres in the next corner.
The battle at the front row, Jack Jensen right on the tail of Glenn Guest. And it seems as though someone's spun out on track, but they're going very wide, using a lot of the track there. And there's a little bump, so they won't want to go too wide. And that's Chloe Scott, I think. It's bad news for her. And then in front,
the lead has changed.
Jack Jensen's got past Glenn Guest. We didn't see it on screen, but he's round the boot.
Coming out of Chapman, that was.
So
there's the wet.
So Jack Jensen now leading. And elsewhere, you can see Oliver Smith lost quite a few places. I'm not quite sure what Jack Jensen was just pointing at. I'm not sure if he was about to say, oh, go on, Glenn, you go past, but it doesn't seem to want that. There was a yellow flag because of the spin, I think, of Chloe Scott.
Jacob still holding his own there. Whilst the front 2 squabble and slow each other up. He's visibly closed the gap now, with Glenn Guest sliding the kart round that corner as they come into the boot. Not the quickest way round there, and he lost a kart length on Jack Jensen. They go out of our sight in the commentary booth now. We're watching them on the screen as they come up to the start-finish line.
And Jack Jensen, Jack is still rather closer now than he was a few laps ago because of that squabble. And Drew Stewart has just set a personal best of 45.9, and he's close up on Adam Wardell behind him. But out in front, they're going round. And Jack
coming
Jensen
round Ashby then, the battle for 4th and 5th, Adam Wardell and Drew Stewart.
But a good battle going on behind, lots of cars there. I'm trying to pick out who they are as they come
and 4th place changes there, with Drew Stewart going up past Adam Wardell. in Chapman's.
And they're making their way around the boots. We'll get the proper order once we've moved in a second as they cross the line. So it says you're right, Jack Stewart moved up, and Drew Stewart moved up, and Joe McKinnon also got past Owen Genman on that lap.
And they're 3 abreast going up into Christmas Corner now.
Oh,
and there's a spinner up there.
It's Joel Poynton. He tried a very aggressive move on the inside of, I think it was Donald Regan, and ended up hitting possibly Owen Genman. I didn't quite see as they were going around. There's a yellow flag on track at the moment.
Squaddling pack has been split up a little bit, but I'm sure they're only recouping, ready to have another go at each other. Remarkably consistent with the first 3, Jack Jensen, Glenn Guest, Jacob Stilt. The action is 4, 5, 6 and 7. Drew Stewart, Adam Wardell, Joe McKinnon, Owen Genman and Donald Regan.
On the screen at the moment, you've got, I think it's Liam Gadsby was in there amongst all those.
The Great Gadsby, as he's known around the paddock.
I don't think he'll think he's so great if he finishes 11th, though.
There's an overtake there going into Christmas.
I think that was
Chloe
Cunningham.
Was it Chloe got going again? Difficult to read the numbers on the screen. As the leaders fly past our commentary position again, status quo is now 3 kart lengths between first Jack Jensen and Glenn Guest, 5 kart lengths between Glenn Guest and Jacob Stilt. The heat has gone out of the battle for first currently as they come down into the downhill corner that's Ashby. The battle behind now sees a lone Drew Stewart, I believe, in 4th.
3 on the screen, rather, are the front of 3, so it's Jack Jensen, Glenn Guest and Jacob Stilt around the boot. And it is quite good an area there. If you do want to try and make an overtake, you can do a switchback and turn in later and get up the inside for pit bend. They make their way. I think there'll be 2 or 3 more laps after this one. Coleman will be very upset, and so will Jacob Stilt, who was second on the grid. They'll be a bit disappointed if they can't get closer, although the gaps are opening up between them at the moment. It's very close in the battle for 5th, though, between Joe McKinnon and Adam Wardier. And Drew Stewart just in front of them. There the 3 of them are. And they're trying to make their way past each other.
Jacob Stilt getting dropped by the leading pair now.
So there we go, battle for 4th on the screen. That goes back to 8th, which was Donald Regan.
And a big dice going on up into Christmas with an outside lunge by the 5th place man Joe McKernan on Drew Stewart, failing to come off, putting him under threat from the 6th place man Adam Wardell. So that battle has now regained its original vigour, and as they slow each other down, it's going to bring Owen Genman into the pack, I'm sure, in the next lap or so. So I suspect 1st, 2nd and 3rd are set, but as we look out of our timing window, we see 4th, 5th and 6th crossing the line now, and that is what to watch. Now the 4th place man gone wide as an inside out braking manoeuvre.
So we're back to the battle for the lead, and it looks as though that's Jack Jensen very close behind a back marker. They've just managed to get past him, though. That was Sam Loeb, the novice, but they've got past him. So Jack Jensen still in the lead, ahead of Glenn Guest, and they make their way through the final few corners. And Jacob Stilt gets past as well. Here he is as he comes around the last corner. Jack Jensen about to take the checkered flag, and he wins the pre-2000s by just over a second from Glenn Guest in the end. Jacob Stilt crosses the line in 3rd. A very good race at the front, and just behind them as they come across, Joe McKinnon managed to get past Drew Stewart on the last lap. Adam Wardiel finished 6th, and Owen Genman didn't manage to catch the pack quite enough
to make up a position. Jack Barber's crossed the line, so is Donald Regan just ahead of him. Alistair Cunningham takes 10th position, which is very good considering he started in 21st position. So well done to him. So the full results, everyone has now crossed the line. So it's Jack Jensen who won from Glenn Guest, followed by Jacob Stilp. We're going to try and grab a word with the race winner in just a moment as they make their way into the pits. So a very good race, not quite the drama that we had in the opening race, but still quite interesting. So Jack Jensen managed to get past Glenn Guest and win in the end. I think behind them there were some good battles. Joe McKernan getting past Drew Stewart on the final lap, that was brilliant from him. Chris is just making his way down as they all come across the line, and you'll see a lot of different numbers. So the 152 was Francis Stewart who was hit. He's just got out and he's checking the back of his cars. They're moving some of them onto the trolleys now. But a very impressive race. Just a reminder that the second race is coming up this afternoon. Will feature the reverse grid. Earlier we spoke to Devinder Atwell, who was starting last in the opening race of the pre-89s and 95s, but he will be on pole for the second race this afternoon, which will be getting underway around about 1 o'clock, I think. So I'll bring you the action from that. I think quite soon Chris will be down there. It's quite a long walk for us to get from the commentary booth over to the scrutineering area, and the paddock. But it'll be there shortly. So Chris is ready now, and he's just grabbing the guys who were at the front of that race, and we'll hand over to him shortly. Jack Jensen, Glenn Guest and Jacob Stilp for the top three.
Okay, so you remember we spoke to Jacques on the dummy grid, and he was very calm and drove a blinding race to come from third place to overtake the two favourites. So tell us how the race went.
Good start, managed to go straight into second place, and that was the first time I managed to follow Glenn, who's been quick all weekend. And I thought, actually, I'm as quick as him, maybe a bit quicker, so went for a move and managed to get a bit of a gap, I think.
Where did you do him? Because we missed it on the screen.
I did him, I don't even know the names of the corners, to be honest. The left-hander down there.
Chapman.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, after the big downhill one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
But the equipment all went well, tyres held up, obviously.
Yeah, it's just, I'm absolutely knackered, so it's going to be a hard final. I'm not looking forward to that.
A few more days in the gym for you.
That's it.
We're going to now talk to Glenn, who held pole, but was mugged in Chapman. Tell us how you let that happen.
It's just, you think you've got everything right, but I think we were too high on the pressure, and then I think the engine's got a little warm as well because I just lost all the mid pace.
So the tyres began to go.
Yeah, tyres and engine just wasn't set up quite correctly. Otherwise, I think we should have held that really. The kart just became a bit hard to drive.
Yeah.
Just lacking a bit of power. But
Was it sliding or gripping too much? Or?
Yeah, just a lot of understeer at the front, so going up into Christmas, going in really hard, and then it's creating a bit of a hop.
And what will you do to alleviate the understeer next time? What will you do to the front end?
I think I've got a bit of negative camber on, so I might take a bit of that away and lower the pressure. So hopefully that'll bring it back, and then probably go a little bit richer on the jet, bring the engine back into play a bit, and go from there.
Good luck. Well raced. You're still at the sharp end of the grid.
Yeah.
You're still at the sophisticated end. Well, that was a very exciting pre-2000 race there. Third place man. I got Jacob Stilt down as third. That's Mark, isn't it?
Wrong seat,
He's confusing me. He's wearing somebody else's. He's lost weight, so I'm talking to Jacob Stilt. Yeah, I thought my notes were correct. Jacob started in second place, first ever F100 race. You were a distant third for a little bit, but then you held your ground, and I thought you were going to get the front two at one point. So how did the race go?
Well, we lost second and dropped back to third. And then I tried to keep up with Glenn and number 52 and tried to keep up with them halfway through, but we sort of lacked a little bit of pace. But yeah.
Well, I thought you were going particularly well there for your first F100 race. But as I said to Glenn, you're up the sharp end of the grid, so everything to play for as we go into the second heat and pre-finals.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one because it's a reverse grid, so it'll be good to come back from the back of the grid.
That's an important thing to remember. The next heat these guys do is a reverse grid. So the overtaking is all going to happen in this next race. You'll see where the quick guys are coming through the pack. And hopefully you want to get beyond mid-grid up to just off podiums. Is that the aim?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Well, good luck. Thanks very much. A very competitive field.
So that's the end of this morning's racing. That's the first race for both the pre-2000 and pre-89 and 95s. So coming up this afternoon, we'll have race 2 with the reverse grids. So Devinder Atwell will be on pole for the first race. We'll be back this afternoon with the stream at around 1 o'clock. And if you join us then, we'll have the afternoon racing, which will include race 2 and later on the pre-final and the final races, where the winner will guess the coveted O-Place, which they will have for the next year. Thanks for watching, and join us again later. Welcome back to Whilton Mill, the F100 Spirit of the 90s afternoon sessions. We've got race 2 for the pre-89s and 95s coming up in about 25 minutes. And then after that, we've got the pre-2000s. And then after that, later on, there's the pre-final and the final. And alongside me, Hayden Jevons, we've got Chris Edwards. Chris, just remind everyone, what is the big prize on offer today?
Well, it's the O-Plate Championship Day. Harks back to the days when the British Karting Championship was decided over a one-day event. Now it's over a series of events, and this is the O-Plate, which separates it off from that series and makes a one-day event of it. So they've got to do the business today and today only to get that coveted 0 on their license, on their number plate for the next season.
So we've had the first 2 races this morning, so race 1 for each set. Just a point for those who were watching earlier, there was an issue with Martin O'Hara's his transponder, and it wasn't showing up that he was on at all. So we thought he hadn't finished the race, but he actually finished in 3rd, we believe, having gone back and checked through the timing screens. So well done to Martin. We've got a few drivers along quite a while until we've got some racing going on, but we've got a few drivers who will be joining us in a little bit. Have we got any drivers?
We've got an engine man here.
Engine man, that's even better. Do you want to join us?
This is Mick Howdle.
Hi Mick.
I've watched Mick at work in the paddock. He's been inside the oily bits of engines most of the weekend, and he comes from the NATSCA.
Yeah, I started in schools karting, design technology teacher at the Windsor Boys School, up from 1989 up until 2001, when my partner got a deputy headshipper down in Plymouth and we moved down there. In 89 I became an agent for Gillard Racing Karts to supplement my meagre earnings as a teacher, and I've been doing oily stuff ever since, and I just love the atmosphere here and the helping and supporting people.
I think it's the atmosphere and the helping for our age group that is really interesting.
Yeah.
You go back a long while with these 100cc engines.
Oh yes, back to 1986 when we first started karting at school, yeah. But it's essentially the engines we're running now, really, and the atmosphere as much as it was back in the day, really, and that's the beauty of it. In my opinion, modern karting's got too professional, really, and they've lost the fun aspect, and it's fun. It's not Formula One. It's a bunch of guys getting together, letting off steam, competitively, but in a fair way, without the aggression. Although you wouldn't believe that watching people out on the track, and it's just a superb atmosphere.
That's
really
an important point you make there, Mike. I mean, racing at club level for lots of years myself. There were lots of times where you came in and you really did have to keep your crash out on because someone was after you. Doesn't seem to be like that in F100.
No. But I mean, the beauty of karting really is it's a life skill that you're teaching. Within schools karting, it's actually an education authority indemnified activity. They can see it's safe, and it's teaching life skills to youngsters, working together, engineering, practical, technical skills, as well as the driving skills. That means when they reach 16 or 17 and they get the first car or motorbike, they're a better road user. It's educational, and it's teaching all the best aspects of life and living.
Do you think they learn lots about race driving in karting?
Yeah, absolutely, but it's about relations between lads and dads, or daughters and dads, and families. It's social stuff, and it's building good bonds between families, which creates young adults who understand that they don't have to prove anything on the road. They get let off steam here because in youth, as we all were, everyone likes to have a bit of fun, and that's
You
what
made a
this
very,
is.
very good point there when you talk about relationships, and looking across your shoulder, I see Jacques Jensen, who won the 2000 race, and he's managed and looked after by his granddad. Perhaps we could call them over and get them in. Jack, come in. Come in, granddad.
So joining us now, the winner of the race 1 of the pre-2000s, Jack Jensen. So Jack, you're here and with your grandfather today. So tell us about the relationship. Is this how you got into karting with your family?
Yeah, so my brothers, my parents aren't really into motorsport, so my grandfather got me into it when I was about 14, started racing properly, and I was fortunate enough to have him fund it for a good few years, so
Yeah.
So how long has it been a part of your life?
Paying me back. No.
How long have you been involved in karting?
Since he started about 14 years ago.
So you weren't were you in any racing at all before then, or was it just through Jack's?
No, I'm an old rally man, which is a sport I still follow, but karting is a damn good sport. It's very competitive and very exciting to watch. You know?
And Jack, coming up in race 2, you started near the front and ended up winning the race, but now you're going to be heading towards the back of the grid. Is it more fun to try and fight your way through?
I personally love racing, so fighting from the back's always good. It's just hoping that people have their wits about them, the guys that are quite a lot off the pace, hopefully they won't get in the way. It's going to be a case of trying to keep it clean, just get through, get some good points for the grid for the pre-final.
So will you play the percentages or will you go for another win?
Well, if I say I'll play it safe now, I know as soon as I get out there, that will just be forgotten. I'll go for it.
A real racing driver then.
Well, I like to think so.
So what's the aim? Are you going to get through to the pre-final hopefully, and then are you going to aim to win? Is that the O place?
Well, yeah, after the first heat, I actually surprised myself by winning that and found some pace overnight. So now that I know I'm on the pace, yeah, I'll be looking to win.
Obviously slightly off, I think around about a second behind Glenn in qualifying. He had an incredible lap, and so did Jacob. Do you think that you'll easily have them in the race, or because you'll be starting just ahead of them, or do you think that they will be a big challenge?
I think they'll be pushing hard as well. They'll probably end up trying to follow me through. That's not normally what happens. They'll make me do the hard work, and they'll pick up the pieces with me.
So then will you have to defend a bit towards the end when they're trying to get past you after you've done all the hard work?
Possibly, yeah. I don't like to defend until the last lap or two, but yeah, I mean, you just can't tell. Anything could happen, it's racing.
Anything could happen. Looking up at the sky, it's very grey at the moment. You used to karting in the west?
Yeah, raced in the wet a lot, but I haven't actually raced here in the wet, I don't think. So I'm not too sure about the lines, etc., but it should be all right.
Okay. Good luck with the race. Hopefully it goes well for you.
We've got 3 other pre-2000 boys over here now.
3 other?
Come and talk about their race. Come
Okay.
in, lads.
I'll grab you for a word about the engines in a second. Right, so who have we got here?
Go on, Joe. Joe McKernan.
Joe McKernan?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm trying to remember from off the top of my head, did you finish, was it 3rd or 4th in the end of the last race? 4th. Was it on the last lap you managed to make up the place?
Yeah, I was trying to get past Drew Stewart for like 3 laps, and he was good at defending, but managed to do it on the last.
That was quite a good dice for that 4th place there.
Yeah.
It went on the whole race in the 4th down to about 7th at one point.
Yeah, I was started 11th and just worked my way through. Yeah. Last lap got it to 4th, so it was good.
And starting 11th in that race means you'll be around the middle again for the 2nd race. So do you think that you can push forward and get past the slower guys?
Yeah, hoping so. What do I start? 8th? Yeah, start 8th. No, 9th, I think.
Joel. 9th?
Yeah, 9th. So yeah, should just try and get through as quick as possible.
And are these guys your crew?
I am. And then
This is Jack.
I'm Joel.
Joel.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
they're all J's.
Yeah.
I'm Jack. Yeah, Jack and Joel. Yeah.
So same again for first heat. I was got up to about 9th from 12th, sorry, and then went up the inside of Don O'Regan up into Christmas, and then just got a bit over the top on the brakes really, because a lot more grip on the left hand side. So I've gone up the inside and it's slid, and then I hit, I think it was Owen Genman, and sent me round. Went back to 21st and got back up to 14th, but the pace is there, so hopefully starting 8th in this next one should be able to push through a bit. But yeah, it's going all right really, considering, but happy with it.
And Jack Barber finished
Okay.
9th in the last race. Yeah. 7th spot to start this one. What about this stuff up here?
I'd rather it stay dry, to be honest. I've never driven this circuit in the wet before, so it should be interesting.
And if it doesn't stay dry, what are you going to do to the kart?
Well,
do you want these guys to go away now so they don't hear your secrets?
well, I think it's no secret the sort of things you do for wet setup, caster on, things like that. Gearing, just up a few teeth, that's the sort of fairly standard things that everyone knows, so it's no secret really.
Ride height, do you push the seat up a little bit?
You can do, yeah, but I mean, it's all things like that, it's all sort of fine-tuning you do if you...
Soften everything up, you can soften up.
Yes, they're all those sort of things you do if you've got time. The main things you've got to do is obviously the caster and your gearing.
And how how important is this technique? We see drivers lean into the outside of a right-hander right across, loading up the outside tyres. How important is all that?
It's not something I do myself personally, but yeah, I guess if you're loading up the outside, the outside tyres are the tyres that are doing all the work. Yeah. So if you need to, if that's what you want to do, loading up the outside tyres more, then should give you a bit more grip.
Do you guys agree with that? Is that the sort of stuff you do?
I'm more of I go into curbs harder in the wet. That's it, I just use the curbs.
To get the grip off the curb.
Yeah, so it's like at Clay, I found a really good line, just hooking my wheel in the curb, and I could keep it pinned round corners, and I was going up the inside, round the outside on others, and it was a good time.
Everybody says drive off the natural racing line because there's less rubber, less oil,
you feel
and there's more grip, but it just doesn't feel natural then.
That's it. I mean, Rower is a good example, where you're going down into the hairpins, you're full lock, and it's just nothing's happening, and then edge of the track, you just catch grip, and round you come, but you just got to pray that it's going to catch grip, really.
And it doesn't feel natural to head for the outside line, does it, when you've got people behind you?
That's it, because obviously you're leaving front your inside line wide open, so it's...
I do believe it's going to be wet. I can feel it coming in as we speak, Mick. Yeah. There's been a lot of four-stroke oil laid out there this last hour and a half with the Pro Kart endurance race, so it's going to be a difficult time for the next races. So you're out in race 2, you guys, aren't you? We've got the 89s and 95s out in their second race next on the grid.
Yeah, so we'll let you guys get off. Good luck for the afternoon.
Thank you.
So another quick word about the engines. Just tell us a little bit about the performance. I think there are a few different engines.
Well, to be honest, the fact that the engine rev from 0 RPM up to 20,000, it's like putting your car into first gear and doing 70 miles an hour in first gear. You know, the stresses on the internals of the engines are phenomenal. They're the most highly stressed racing engines in the world, and they have to be put together properly by someone who knows what they're doing, and then looked after, not rev too highly, in my opinion. I would always advise keeping the RPM down below 18,000, 18,500 if you can manage it, and get the punch out of the corner by extending the length of the exhaust and therefore running higher gearing, which extends the life of the piston. But if you're going to be pulling 19,500 RPM, you're looking at an hour maximum time before you should be putting a new piston in it, or it will break because of the stresses. Well, if it's a good quality rod, a hi-fi IAMI type of rod, 4 hours is safe, and a good big end, a Thompson 15 or a big end bearing. The Rotax rods are marginal. Sometimes they're fine, sometimes they break. I've just had a Rotax in the first heat, the guy I'm helping. It broke down on the last half of the last lap when he was leading in his class. And basically the engine went bang because it had been in a garage since 1993, and the top end was fine, but I suspect it had a bit of rust on the big end cage, and it did all day Friday, all day Saturday, and then today it's just gone.
Let's make a quick move because I think the rain is starting to come down a bit heavier. So if we walk back and we'll get under some cover, I think we've got some umbrellas in the commentary booth. It'd be great if they could magically make their way over to us. That would be fantastic. We've got some of the RAF MSA bikes down with us, karts rather, down with us at the moment. So let's just find ourselves a bit of cover for a few minutes. And as we're here, we can have a good look from this angle. We've got a very good look at the track behind us. And we can make our way. If you look around, we've got the boot section behind us, and it's quite a good overtaking zone. I think Chris might have, Whilton Mill quite well. Do you think the overtaking zone at the boot is one of the good opportunities? I think earlier I was hearing that they can double back and make their way past.
Well, the curve in the distance, the left-hander leading into the long double apex right-hander that leads onto the start straight, there's an opportunity there, but if you get up on the inside of someone there, you're on the outside immediately going into the next corner, so that's a no-no. The karts are essentially flat from turning into this corner behind Marshall's Post J, that apex. They don't tend to hit the apex. No. They'd miss both of those apexes up there, and they crest the corner out on the far side in the centre of it. and then get a wide line into this one, which is just about a lift on the 2000s, the merest lift just here. So the first big overtaking manoeuvre is someone doesn't get this complex correct here, and they're a few revs down, Nick.
You can take them.
You can take them down.
The left hand at the far end.
Yeah,
of the
going
straight.
into oblivion.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get them into the next one, and the next overtaking is up into Christmas.
Yeah, but if you've actually got a decent pilot on the kart and you've got the chassis working, you can take that flat out, and
Yes.
that means your speed into the left-hander at the end of the straight is ballistic, and you can often get up the inside or around the outside of someone down into there. But that's about chassis setup. It isn't about how high your engine's revving. It's about having worked the whole package of
Together.
the 2 days
driver,
testing.
chassis, engine, the whole package is worked out. And this sort of circuit, does it favour the reeds or the rotaries? And perhaps you could explain
Much
to the
of
people.
the sameness.
Explain
really.
to people who maybe don't know the difference between those two concepts.
A reed engine, essentially, it's 2 reed petals which allow the fuel to come in when the engine's drawing it, and then shut off the vacuum in the bottom of the engine, what you call the primary compression, to push the fuel mixture up above the piston to fire it up. A rotary valve engine, it's essentially a rotary valve with a hole in it on the side of the crankcase, and as the engine turns over, when there's a vacuum below the piston, it sucks a fuel oil mixture in, and then as the piston comes down, it increases the compression below the piston, primary compression, which pushes the fuel oil mixture up above the piston and it fires. Reed valve engines are very good, but what the reed petals can sometimes do is break, whereas a rotary valve is steel and it won't break. But they have different attributes. A reed engine will rev very, very highly, but as would a rotary. So people prefer one or the other. It's swings and roundabouts. We've got both, really. Last meeting at Wigan, for the last 3 laps, Chloe Scott, who was driving in pre-2000, the reed petal broke and she dropped 3 places. If we'd have been on a rotary engine, that wouldn't have happened. But it depends what you favour.
No real difference then?
No, not really. It's what drivers prefer, really, to be honest.
And just again, whilst we've got the font of all knowledge on engines here with us.
No, please. I'm an engineer by background.
Yeah.
I'm an I left school and went into engineering, did an apprenticeship as if it's a turner welder, and then went into teaching as a mature student at 27. There are some people here who know a lot more than I do, but I just...
Nevertheless, you're a very eloquent man. So I've explained to the viewers about the things that the drivers are doing on the outlap. They'll be leaning off the slow running jet?
Sometimes they pinch the fuel pipe to restrict the feed of fuel oil into the engine. What you ought to be doing is trying to wait until your engine's warmed up fully, which is why having a couple of rolling laps with air-cooled engines is advantageous, because it allows the cylinder block to heat up as well as the piston, and there's less chance of getting a cold seize, which is what happens when you go too fast too soon before the engine's up to temperature.
And it's the hot seizes that the drivers are protecting against when they're just choking the engine at the end of these long straights. Now,
when you put your hand over the air box, what it does is it's restricting the flow of air, therefore it pulls more fuel and oil into the engine, which cools the engine, adds additional lubrication, which is a margin of safety that you should aim at. You also, in my opinion, ought to be richening the engine up by winding the main jet out to let a bit more fuel oil mix through as the engine's getting hotter and hotter. What a lot of drivers neglect to do is wind it out, and so they run weak and hotter, and therefore you can get toward the end of a race, people occasionally get a hot seize, The engine's getting hotter, it's asking for more fuel. We'll just wind the screw out and enable it to have. So I was saying to Chloe after the last heat she did, she said toward the end of the race it was lacking mid-range pace, and I said, look, next time, Chloe, 2/3 of the way through the race, just get your hand on the carb and give it 1/8 of a turn out on that lap and feel what it's doing.
This is a great skill that the karters have, and one that all karters had, but as you've just said, you're now teaching a new generation who've never raced these karts before or managed these carburetors exactly how this works. And I personally used to get it set running and try and leave them alone. I was frightened of blowing the engines up most of the time.
But
you would advocate, if you wanted that little bit more power, would you ask your drivers to lean the engine off to?
No. There's a well-known saying, if in doubt, wind it out. Because all you'll do at the worst is oil a plug up, which is a £5 or a £10 for a new plug. If you go the other way, you're looking at a big bill for an engine rebuild.
And for the viewers, if you see a kart stopped at the end of any of these long straights where they've been flat out and it's towards the end of the race and they suddenly pull off onto one side or the other, that's generally the reason, isn't it?
It may well be, or some mechanical failure, ignition's failed or whatever. As I said initially in our early conversation, these engines are the most highly stressed engines in the racing world. Air-cooled, old school, rapid, high RPM performance engines, power to weight ratio of a Porsche RS3. They'll accelerate faster than one up to 60 miles an hour.
And they're a great thrill to drive. And I can see it on the faces of all the young drivers here on the grid. And some of the old hands. I was talking to Biff Harris just recently in the paddock. Unfortunately, Biff's been taken ill. And he's same age as me, and he's got a very illustrious career in karts. And he's come back to do this again because he says he just can't leave it alone. And these are the emotions that these machines bring out in people.
That's right, and it's just good fun. It's exciting, it's exhilarating to do, and it's also very safe because for example, if you're doing motocross racing, you've got two contact patches about this wide on the track. With a kart, you've got a footprint at each corner of about this. A lot of rubber down. If you spin, you'll stop in a very short distance and get out of the kart and go back to the paddock and sort out whatever the problem was. On a motorbike, if it goes wrong, you can be falling off and breaking things.
With a son, I have a son who's a motocrosser, and we're on first name terms with the air ambulance crew. And I wish I'd introduced him to karting, but he got on a motorbike and that's the way he went. And he's very good on a kart the times he's been on it, but
back in the day when I was running the kart team at the Windsor Boys School, which is where I worked, which is a state comprehensive in Berkshire, I asked the local education authority about setting up a motocross club, and they wouldn't envisage it, but they recognise that karting is a safe activity. I did it within the school from 1987 until 2001, and we didn't have one visit to the hospital for any of the pupils, and we were running 6 karts, 15 pupils, a couple of members of the staff all over the country, here, Rowra, Whilton Mill, as I say, here, and down in the southwest, competing against other schools.
It's a wonderful organisation.
And the kids loved it, and what they learnt from it was phenomenal.
I think we're going to have to leave it there, but thanks for having a chat with us, and good luck. I think racing's going to get underway shortly, and we're just a little bit in the way at the moment. Sorry, guys. So some of the karts starting to come out into, they've all been covered up because of the poor weather. So you can see, as we look over there, a lot of them just making their way out now.
You'll see now that all the drivers now have wet weather tyres stashed with them. They'll be expecting to change tyres, and the big decision now for these teams is they'll be looking up at the western sky, and at the moment there's big blue patches, so maybe would your choice be dries or would your choice be wets right now, Hayden?
I think looking at the track, I'm no expert, but certainly
still dry out there.
It looks dry in places.
So what's coming up here? That's the important thing.
Let's see if we can grab some of the drivers actually, just see if we can get a word with them. Interesting to see, so they're still not too sure about the tyres as they move their way out at the moment.
So what are we doing about tyres then?
Benjamin.
Slick tyres, absolutely.
And then if it suddenly pulls down mid-race?
Well, I'll just have to try and keep it on the track. I'm starting at the back, I've got nothing else to lose. So.
Good choice, right one I think.
Yep.
Up there is good still.
You've got some sunshine now.
This man has the heaviest cart here.
Yes, exactly.
I tried to lift this morning and put it on a stand.
Yeah.
There's the size of him.
And
carrying a great deal of lead.
It looked like you were having a really good race out to the front until the last lap where you ran into a back marker. What happened there?
Yeah, it was a shame that it ended the way it did. I still really enjoyed the race. It was a lot of fun. Me and Chris were trading lap times. I think we both got the same lap time, which was
identical,
the lap record. So it's a shame that it ended the way it did, but you know, these things happen. Second's still good.
Well, it's good for grid positions, yeah. And no blame attached to anyone on that particular skirmish?
No, I think that...
one of those things?
No, it's just one of those things. I got caught out, and Stephen didn't know that I was coming up behind him, so yeah, these things happen.
Yeah.
Good. Hopefully a drama-free race, but one where you do quite well.
Yes, hopefully.
Good luck.
Cheers.
So a lot of other drivers, that was Benjamin Topless who finished second in the last race, and his brother Alistair's also racing. Let's see who else we can get hold of here. A lot of the guys making their way now onto the into the pit lane. Let's just see. Do you want to try and just grab someone? We've got Chris Derrick.
Here's a man over here.
The man who won the last race, Chris.
I was just hedging my bets for a minute, going 2 and 2, and then you've only got to change 2 tyres, haven't you? So,
yeah. So which ones will you be changing? We've got wets on this side and slicks.
Yeah, I don't know. Just keep the sun's out now, so. I'll give it a couple of seconds, and then I'll have to have a hasty decision. But it's looking kind of slicks, isn't it? I guess.
So are you changing the tyres all yourself, or have you got a crew at all?
No,
with you?
just me and my Todd this weekend. No Whilty Spanner man, so just me and my Todd. So I'm full on. Pretty
you must
busy.
be fairly busy the whole
just
weekend.
Just a tad, yeah. Has been rather busy.
Just go through a few of the service items that you're constantly looking at after one race.
Just checking your tyre pressures, out and in. Chain tension, lube chain,
general spanner checks.
Just general nut and bolt checks. Yeah. Just keep on top of everything.
And what sort of fuel level are you running to make sure you come in on the weight level?
Yeah, it's quite a guzzly circuit. You do tend to use a fair bit of fuel, so you've got to. I'm over the weight limit anyway, so even.
I guessed you might be.
Yeah.
We'll leave you to it. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck with the decision on tyres. There's wheel hammers going as we walk up the pit lane here to...
So remember, just this, the second race will be a reverse grid. So the guys who started towards the back, aside from the novices and those who didn't set times, the guys who actually did set times will be reversed. So I think that means that Devinder Aspel's on pole. I don't know if we've walked past him and missed him. I assume so. Let's just have a look. So who have we got?
Nikolai here.
Okay.
Gareth.
Good.
Things didn't go too well the last race. You look as though you made a retirement there.
Yeah. I had somebody come over the top of me.
Oh, did they?
On the first lap, so.
That's why we didn't see you.
Bent my axle and then fell off. So I had to come back in.
So you're mid-grid.
Mid-grid, yeah.
Yeah. Hoping for better times this time.
At least finish the race, yeah.
Yeah, you're right in the thick of things there.
It, yeah.
In changing conditions, we're asking everybody this. There's lots of blue sky coming up now, so I guess you're going for the slicks.
We're going for the slicks, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the choice people are making as they're coming up here.
Yeah.
One going down there with wets on.
Yeah.
Mr. O'Hara.
So will it still be a bit slippy on track though?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. In some parts, just the bottom there will be very wet probably, but the rest should dry out, so we should be okay.
Yeah, it looks fairly dry now as we look across at the track this direction. Right, we must let you go. You're being called up to your grid position.
So the sun is now beating down much heavier, so hopefully it will dry very quickly. These guys are just going to make their way to the grid, and we've got to head over to the commentary box. A few last-minute changes with people unsure about their tyres, so some have just changed over to dries, some have still got the wets on.
Yeah, the decisions have already been made, although I don't know what Martin O'Hara's going down there. He didn't seem to have an option other than the wets that he got on.
I think we're going to have to leave it here. I think we'll make our way round back to the commentary booth. So the first race, the pre-89s and pre-95s, going to get underway shortly, and then we'll bring you live commentary on that in a minute.
Drivers now making their way out onto the track, and it's the same format. If you weren't with us this morning, they come out of the grid and they'll do a few kind of warm-up laps before the racing gets underway. So it's a rolling start, Chris.
Yes, normal rolling start for these 100cc karts.
So in the grid, we've got Devinder Atwell on pole position, with Rick Scott second, Jay Fairbrass and Stephen O'Hara on row 2. So it's reversed from earlier, Robert Whilton in 5th and Brian Purest in 6th. Stephen Cook, Martin 7th, Ian Turner 8th, Biff Harris.
Biff Harris not racing. Unfortunately, Biff has been taken ill. He came to the event with fever, and it's not got better, so he's pulled out.
So then we've got Michael Thurston, Gareth Nicolai, who we spoke to, Carly Latcham as well. And then in 13th is Jack Baker, Leon Dolby 14th, Ashley Curtis in 15th, Alistair Topless in 16th, Martin O'Hara will be starting in 17th, Nick Holland 18th, and last race 1 race winner is Chris Derrick. He starts 19th, Benjamin Topless 20th, and then behind that Matt Bruce and Gary Bracegirdle, who didn't set lap times, and the novices behind that we've got Elliot Woodward, Andrew Ford and Richard Johnson.
And the heavyweight class that's running along as part of this, but running in their own championship as well. Michael Thurston starting in 9th place, kart 936 is the leading heavy karter. And that's the all-up weight for him of 154 kilos, as opposed to 144 for the rest of the field.
So the extra 10 kilos, that adds on a few tenths per second per lap.
Yes, yeah, and allows the heavier drivers to run competitively with the rest of the field.
Okay, so you can see them now on track, all starting to form up in grid. We have to make sure that they stay in the correct order. How difficult is that, to make sure they're not in the wrong position?
You're generally looking at the guy straight ahead of you. You remember who you were following.
Oh, and we've had someone come off there. There's been 2 drivers collided. That's on the exit of Chapman, so they're both trying to get underway again. The yellow flags are out, so they're going to go round for another lap, so they're not going to get racing just yet. And you can see they're signalling with their hands to wave round, so it's another warm-up lap, and we're all making sure everyone's aware that they're not racing just yet. One of the drivers did manage to get going. Just trying to see who it was.
Leon Dolby has just got started. He's now some way behind, and he's got a big catch-up job to do, but that should be achievable. As the pack come down into Ashby, Leon Dolby goes across the start line, so he has a little bit, and kart 46, which was the guy he ran into. I think it was 46.
46 is Martin O'Hara.
Yeah.
Bad news for them, so will they be able to regain their positions?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm going to look out the window now and just see exactly where they are.
You can see the 2 of them pushing to catch back up.
Yeah, they'll catch up. So the pack coming around Chapman's, and the 2 who ran into each other coming around Ashby now.
And that's another one who seems to have had a spin. So is it still a bit treacherous on track because of the bad weather we've just had? There was another right driver.
It's damp. There's no standing water. The track is damp. The tyres will not be coming in very quickly, particularly at these speeds. Looks like another rolling lap to allow the pack to form up. They're coming up to the stuff. No.
Oh, they're racing.
No, they're away.
So they come around the first corner, and it looks as though Rick Scott is in the lead, behind with Robert Whilton in 2nd, and then Brian Purest in 3rd.
And there's a big lead there going up to Christmas, 3 karts wide behind the leader. Difficult to pick out the leader currently until they come across the timing stripe and we can actually see what positions they are. But the lead 2 have pulled away now, coming around Ashby. A squabbling gap, squabbling pack just behind them, about 4 or 5 karts.
And there's a yellow flag out on track at the moment because just on the exit of turn 1, turn 2, another driver's had a bit of an off, and looks like that kart's being abandoned. But they are racing elsewhere on the track, and we'll try and get the running order as soon as possible. So out in front, I can't quite catch the number there. So the on screen is slightly behind. That's what they were when they crossed the line on the last lap. So it's Ian Turner.
Turner leading.
And then Stephen O'Hara in 2nd. Rick Scott is 3rd. And Stephen Cook Martin in 4th. Brilliant start by Chris Derrick. He was starting right at the back. I think he was 19th, and he's now up into 5th place already. Fantastic start from Chris Derrick.
Two and three abreast through Ashby. The leader, Ian Turner, well ahead going into Chapman. Yellow flags flying. Kart in a dangerous position, been left just off the racing line on the exit to Chapman. Can't quite see it on screen currently. But the leader's now into the boot complex. Ian Turner, Stephen O'Hara, Rick Scott, Steve Cook-Martin, Chris Derrick. Now Chris has come from the back of the grid on this one.
And a good
so he's already up to fifth.
So this battle for second and right on the tail of Ian Turner's actually got... I'm trying to get my head around the order.
Steve Cook-Martin just took Rick Scott for third place in that manoeuvre. 58 overtaking 33, I believe. Again, they come into Ashby as a pack, really, with the leader, Ian Turner, with a few carts length breathing distance. Once the group behind him sort themselves out, I think probably that gap will either be stabilised or they may even... There's a lot of place swapping. Carts two abreast now coming into the boot complex. If you're on the inside line on the first element of that, you're on the outside round, the important bit, so no overtaking there. Flat through here, two abreast. Some of them now using all of the concrete rumble strip and over the stripe. We've got Ian Turner, Stephen O'Hara, Rick Scott, Steve Cook-Martin, Chris Derrick, Michael Thurston. As quick as you can say it, is as quick as they're going past our window.
So heading up towards Christmas Corner.
A lot of heavy defending going on up into Christmas Corner.
That was Nick Holland who's leading that pack. The battle for around about 8th place. And trying to get past, I think it is actually Curtis, but not quite managing it. The number's slightly changing on our screen. So Nick Holland is now showing in 4th place. There's been a bit of a change around. So 936, Michael Thurston's at the front of that pack on screen now. That's Michael Thurston just going round the final corner. And someone running a bit wide in front.
So the field at the moment looks like this. We've got first Steve Cook-Martin, second Chris Derrick. Now Chris Derrick has come from the back of the pack right through to second again, so he's got a good grid position, followed by Nick Holland, Carly Latchin, Alistair Topless. Again, he's come from the back. Michael Thurston, Gareth Nicolai having a better race this time.
On your screen, the battle for the lead, and it's Stephen Cook-Martin with Chris Derrick right behind him. Chris Derrick, who won the last race, but started down in 19th position, right up into the lead. And Steve Cook-Martin, he started in 7th, having finished, well, I don't think he did reach the finish of the last race. And Chris Derrick got past him around the boost. That's a brilliant move. So Chris Derrick looks like he's on for a double win. That's quite impressive. And in third is Nick Holland.
Steve Cook-Martin made a bit of a mistake coming into the boot complex and gave the opportunity there for Chris Derrick to nip by. Going around Christmas now.
And that last lap from Chris Derrick was a 49.0, so that's the fastest lap of the race.
48.2 was qualifying pace for these guys, so he's well on that, even on a slightly moist track.
There's a yellow flag. There's been an incident. Oh, I think there's a tyre off there. Big accident into the boost, so the yellow flag's out, and two cars have had an issue. It's not showing up on screen. You can see the driver just running across the screen. Pick up a tyre which has been come off his cart. I can't quite make out who's gone off there. Battle on your screen now is battle for 6th place. It's Michael Thurston ahead of Gareth Nicolai as they make their way down the pit straight, and there's a yellow flag out there.
We've got Rick Scott off on the right going into the boot complex, and the other car in the distance.
Gareth Nicolai making a move up the inside of Christmas Corner, and he gets it. No one's to be off camera, right-hander. And still a good
Martin
battle out in
O'Hara.
front. Steve Cook-Martin's actually retaken the lead. We didn't catch that on screen, but he's back out in front of Chris Derrick. There we are now. So that lead position which Chris Derrick had got back into, it's changed again. You can see cars all over the place, a lot of them on the grass.
Wonderful dice for the lead here. Steve Cook-Martin crossing the line. Chris Derrick second now. I'm sure that is going to carry on for the rest of this race now. They've got 2 minutes 49 seconds to run. So several more laps to go. Kart 146 coming in. Carly Latcham. Technical issues.
So that's dropping her down the grid.
So the lead, as we see it, is Steve Cook-Martin, both Chris Derrick, Nick Holland, Alistair Topless, Michael Thurston, Gareth Nicolai.
Chris
the top
Derrick
six.
back into the lead. The great move around. I think that was Parker. And now Chapman corner. So the two of them really going at it. And it is still slightly damp in places. But Chris Derrick into the boot is leading.
Steve Cook-Martin, ex-British champion back in the day when these karts were used regularly. Wonderful dice for the lead here, coming across the start line.
Steve Cook-Martin has a look down the inside, but doesn't quite make it into oblivion. And they go around the long turn too. That's Crook.
I think we're having a little adjustment on carburetors there, just to perhaps get a bit more out of that engine, as we were talking to Mick about earlier.
And Steve Cook-Martin did get back ahead round Christmas corner, but I think overcooked it. So now it's back to Chris Derrick.
Back markers in play coming into Chapman. Out of the way nicely.
Chris Derrick still just ahead of number 58, Steve Cook-Martin. Brilliant battle for the lead. So they made their way up the back straight. And you keep seeing Chris Derrick reaching for something on the right-hand side.
He's just choking the engine there. It's getting late in this race. These little engines are very hot. And I think he's weakened the mixture off a bit as well. He's choking it again there, trying to get that last ounce of power out of it, but he's running the risk of a hot seize. So here they come up the long back uphill straight up to Christmas corner, both choking their engines, tipping the karts in, a slight twitch as they go, looking up the inside in the first element there as they go into Inkerman.
In the last lap, Chris Derrick 2.
And I think
Steve Cook-Martin. Well, it was looking really promising for him, and it was brilliant. He's going to pull over to the side of the track. And that's really unfortunate. So Chris Derrick, with about a 3.5 second lead, has now got, looks like he's got it sewn up. He's going to be only a couple of laps left to go. That's heartbreaking for Steve Cook-Martin.
That takes the heat out of this race, and
it now means there's yellow flags all over the track. I'm trying to see.
there is a huge amount of carnage out there, mechanical and accident damage at present.
And a black and orange flag is being shown to number 35. That's
by the look of this, the Steve Cook-Martin's chain had come off. I think he's just put it back on, and he's endeavouring to get started. He's push starting in between Ashby and Chapman and Parker, and he's away again. Whether he hit a curb and just flipped the chain off, I don't know, but it was the chain, not a seize or anything else. So he's back and going again, but obviously way out of contention now.
By my reckoning, that's puts him down to 14th place. So we're now on to the last lap. And Chris Derrick, it looks like he's got it sewn up. He'll just want to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes.
So the first three, as we look at it now, is Chris Derrick, Nick Holland and Alistair Topless, followed by Michael Thurston, Leon Dolby and Gareth Nicolai, who's having a far better race this time. Jack Barker in 7th, one of the guys we interviewed earlier.
And trying to pick up on screen quite where Chris Derrick is, but he's so fast the cameras just can't keep up with him. I'm trying to pick him up.
They've lost him. Here he comes.
Here he is on the back straight.
He's between coming into the boot. This is it.
Yeah, take it nice and easy to make sure he gets across the line. So here he is across the line. Chris Derrick takes the win.
I don't think
Nick
so
Holland,
yet.
Yes, and across the line goes Nick Holland in 2nd, and the 3 behind, I think it's Anthony Topless manages to take, Alistair Topless takes 3rd, with Michael Thurston behind. Although the checkered flag, despite what it's saying on the screen, the checkered flag hasn't dropped yet. The checkered flag's not waved, so it looks like they might still have racing.
They're still racing. The remainder of this lap to go, with Chris Derrick leading, and he is now coming through the complex towards Parker and Chapman. So 3rd of the lap left to run.
So apologies for the confusion. There he is, Chris Derrick.
Flag is out.
The checkered flag about to wave. Here's Chris Derrick across the line.
Good win there against stern competition. Just a mechanical failure.
Oh, and spinning round. Can't quite make out what number that is. Out in the boot. So the order: Chris Derrick wins from Nick Holland, Alistair Topless was third, Gareth Nicolai in fourth, Leon Dolby in sixth, and Jack Baker's just crossed the line seventh. I think it may have been Michael Thurston, the spinner that we can see on screen. So then Jay Fairbrass and Ashley Curtis have made their way across. So I think that the full results in place. So we're about to get an interview with the winners. So Chris Derrick, the winner from Nick Holland, and Alistair Topless in third position. A brilliant 2 wins in 2 races for Chris Derrick, despite starting in 19th, I think, from this race. A few of them still crossing the line. And you can see the trolley on the screen. They're being wheeled out because a lot of the drivers had issues there. So there'll be a bit of recovery time as they make their way back in towards the pits. A brilliant race. Chris Derrick wins, and very unfortunate for Steve Cook-Martin. He ended up 13th despite his brilliant battle with Chris Derrick for the lead. It's such a shame. His chain seems to go halfway through the race, but it had been a brilliant battle up until then. Fastest lap in the race was Chris Derrick at 48.49. That was around, so I think about a tenth quicker than Jack Baker, the next quickest driver, but 4 tenths ahead of everyone else. So Chris Derrick, the race winner, wins both of those races. So that means he'll most likely be in the pre-final. We'll get the who will be in the pre-final shortly. Next race up will be the pre-2000s, but before that, I think we're going to have the interviews, and that's Devinder Aswell, you can see on the screen, in the blue overalls, pushing his kart back. So he started in pole position and ended up 17th, didn't finish. Here's the next group who are getting ready to go out, and they'll just have to wait for us to make sure that the track's clear. Hopefully soon we'll have Chris down with the guys at the podium. So there's Devinder, very unfortunate for him. And number 62 was Benjamin Topless, who finished second in the first race after an incident. We didn't quite see who lost their positions where, who was out of this race, but very bad luck for the pair of them. So next up will be the pre-2000s. You can see them getting ready to go out. There are still a couple of karts on track, including the kart, I think it said number 7 was that. Some karts still trying to find their way back. And then in a minute, these guys will get out towards the grid for their race. So it looks as though the track is now clear. That's the last karts off of it. And there's a little bit of discussion going on. So green flag and the pit lane is open. And the guys coming out onto track for the race 2 of the pre-2000s. Well, sorry, apologies. This is a different race. This is some of the other guys who are out on track at the moment. So Chris should shortly be coming up with the driver interviews of the guys who just won the races, of the top 3. So the drivers are just in a parc ferme and scrutineering at the moment, and then they'll be sent over to Chris. And they will have the interviews, post-race interviews. I'm sure we'll have a very happy Chris Derrick.
Right, tremendously exciting race there between Chris Derrick and Steve Cook-Martin. And bearing in mind Chris Derrick now has had his second win of the meeting in this class, the pre-89 95s. He came from the back of the grid. He had to start from the back of the grid because they do reverse grid formats for this particular championship. So 2 heats, 2 wins, one from the front pole in the first one from the back of the grid. So excellent driving there. Pushed very, very hard by Stephen Cook-Martin, kart 58, who Stephen finished 18th in the last race. I guess he had some issues with the kart. It's certainly the only issue we think he had there. Looking at him through my binoculars from the commentary tower, it looked as though Stephen's chain had popped off. He had lost a little bit of time to Chris Derrick in the immediate preceding corner. So whether he'd clipped a curb and just flipped the chain, easily done in these machines. Now we're waiting here now for Chris Derrick, Nick his second name escapes me at the moment, and Alistair Topless, first, second and third, to come down to us. They're in Parc Fermé, which is across to my left currently. They're being scrutineered to make sure there's been no skullduggery, make sure everybody's on the right tyres. The tyres for this championship are issued to the karter when they arrive. They're all barcoded and scanned and logged to the kart, so that I guess the scrutineers are now currently, as I say, across on my left here, just checking weight, tyres, and that everything else is in order. I think there's one driver coming down towards us now. Not quite sure which one this is. I don't recognise them without their helmets on. That's the difficulty. We've got the pre-2000s lining up now. Currently on track is the RAF MSA Motorsport Senior Max Championship, I believe, the Rotax Max engines. A kart championship that most people have raced in at some point now. Many more people coming back to the F100s, and great racing they're providing for us today. So just to reiterate, the last race with Devender Athwell on pole position, he started but faded, Devender did. Now Devender is an interesting character. He was one of the guiding lights of Formula 100 in its infancy, and he saw it rise from just a group of young men pulling these old karts out of sheds and racing them to helping the management be created to run this championship. And the proof of their success over a 4-year period we can see lining up down here now. This looks just like a paddock did 25 years ago, and different names, but all the same characters are here. All the same conversations are taking place, and you'll look back on the interview I did with Mick Howden, the engine builder. He came from a National Schools Karting Association group, but he developed a love for the sport, and he saw the relationships that were built, and he saw the fun that people had. That was his route into it. He's also a talented engineer, and he gave us that lovely conversation about race engines and how they, not necessarily how they work, but how you get the best out of these highly stressed little engines. Remember what he said to us when you see these pack, not these lot behind us, but the ones lining up down there, the engines that are on these 100cc karts are the most highly stressed race engines, bar none really. They are revving to up to and above 19,000 RPM. Little tiny piston thrashing up and down, producing about 28 horsepower, producing instant acceleration off a broad range. So a broad torque range, and so they've got revs and torque. The torque can be adjusted on lots of occasions for different circuits by adjusting the length of the silencer. It's length critical. The longer you run it, the more peaky the power becomes. The shorter you run it, the more torque you get. So we're now going to walk down and do a few grid interviews, because it would appear that the drivers we were waiting for are now no longer available. So we're now coming along, and The grid, if we can look down this way at the grid, wonderful view. The backs of these karts, I don't know, maybe it's something about an old man my age, they do look really good. And here on the back row we've got James Meanwell. James, I've got excluded against your qualifying time. What was that, a technical infringement, or were you a naughty boy?
Technical infringement, I put the wrong airbox on. And it had too big a stuffy holes in the big of it inside than you're allowed to use, so I was excluded.
So, I've seen the regulations for this championship. They are very, very specific about everything you can use, and are they policed very strongly?
Yes, they are, yeah. Everything's checked all the time. Engines will be stripped at the end of meetings, everything's checked, carbs, the whole lot all the way through, tyres.
Even down to the correct shape bodywork?
Yeah, even down to the correct shape bodywork.
For the period, that
this
is.
one's a little bit different. It's all my kit today I'm running is actually a pre-95 kart.
Yeah.
But I'm doing pre-2000 for a bit of fun for the weekend.
Good. Good, well have fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, we're going to walk up to the front of the grid, and in the traditional style we'll come back, see who we can bump into. The karts look absolutely wonderful in this sunshine. Now we've got here the reverse grid. So these are the guys who finished towards the back end of the pack last time. They've now been put onto the front of this grid. So we'll go across and have a chat with Stuart Guess. Stuart, how are you, sir?
Good.
How are you looking forward to starting at the head of this grid? They look a fairly fearsome bunch behind you.
Yeah, it's pretty fast grid. I'm just going to see what I can do, really.
Yeah.
It's been a long time out of the seat, and see if I can keep up there.
You are an ex-karter, are you?
Yeah, from a long time ago. It's 15 years since I last sat in the seat.
And this is what? Is this your first meeting?
Yeah.
So first meeting back here for Stuart after 15 years out. And here he is on pole in the reverse grid order. So I'll let you gather your thoughts. I think you may well need to do that.
Yeah, just a tiny bit. Have you seen who's behind me?
Don't look behind, just keep going forward. Now, alongside Stuart, we've got Steve English here.
No, mate, Tyler Poole. Steve English.
Steve English is not here. No, right, okay. Tyler Poole. Steve English, who was on second position here, is not here. So the whole grid has been shifted up one place. So my grid sheet's wrong now. So Tyler Poole, 15th in the last race. What's your history in karting?
There is no history. This is the beginning, mate. This is where.
This is the beginning.
Yeah.
This is Exodus.
It is. It is.
So no karting at all until yesterday.
Well, no, I've done, F100 was the first thing I've done.
F100's the first thing. These are the karts I grew up with. I know how exciting they are.
Beautiful, mate.
And have they hooked you?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And every day's a learning day. Particularly, you'll learn how to defend today, I think.
Yeah.
So we're going to make our way further down the grid. Let's talk to Chloe. That's you, isn't it, Chloe? Yes. Now you're just the right size for F100. How much weight are you carrying on the kart to get up to the weight limit?
At the moment we've got 20 kilos on and we need a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, so you're going to finish with, what, a half, 3/4 of a tank of fuel, and you've got 20 kilos of lead on there to get up to the... If the camera could come around and have a look at the lead strapped into this kart to make sure Chloe's at the same power to weight ratio as everyone else. This is the lead here, packed in green. And the little pack in the middle of the seat, what's that one?
Luca, who owns the track in Italy, ran this cart before me. He put it in there. It says it keeps you back in the seat, so you're sitting right back.
So that's to keep you back in the seat. Yeah. Chloe runs a little trick here in the seat just to make sure she stays in position in there. You've been going very well, Chloe.
I've been doing all right. We're getting there.
We've just been talking to Mick, the guy who does your engines, is he? Yeah. He was very positive about what you're doing. Good luck with this.
Thank you.
you're going to be in with a chance from the front here, do you think?
Yeah, I'm just going to try and get my head down, pull a gap and see what happens.
Good girl. Okay, well done. Dale, can we have a quick word?
Yes, of course.
I think you're very lucky. You've not had to make the choice like the last guys did about wets or dries.
Yes, the V's pretty lucky.
Yeah. So you finished 19th in the last race, so you're mid-grid again. So you.
I didn't finish last race.
Oh. Well, you must have been accredited with 19th at the
right.
time, yeah. So what was the problem last time?
I had a seizure in the last one.
Bad, or have you resurrected it?
No, it's terminal.
Was it?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
terminal, yeah.
And we've been talking about where these seizures happen on this circuit. Favourites, I guess, at the end of the pit straight and the end of going up into Christmas.
Yeah, it didn't actually happen on the straight this time. It actually happened on the chicane on the exit of the straight.
Did it?
Yeah, we've taken the motor apart and it looks like a ring's broken up.
So not necessarily a seize,
No,
a ring went.
Yeah.
They're very highly stressed, these little motors.
Exactly, yeah.
A bit like commentators. I'll make my way further down the grid.
Yeah, you all put a battle and slowed yourself up, didn't you, then? But I need the helmet.
49, is that you? Adam Wardell here. Oh, here we are. Adam Wardell, yeah. What have we got? A Swiss Hutless with a, what engine on there?
Sayeta SV21, front rotary.
A front rotary. That's an interesting engine. Yeah, out of my experience, that one. The rotary valve on this one runs directly behind the carburettor. Going well?
Yeah, not too bad.
Finished 6th last race.
Yeah, struggling with setup big time. Karts going off, so it's a struggle towards the end with the hot temperatures. So I'm hoping for rain, really.
Okay, so you feel the setup's correct now for
I've
what
made
you...
some changes, but we'll see. We'll see
Good,
how it
good.
goes.
You've got some hot boys behind you.
Yeah, very quick. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, there's some quick laps there. Good luck. Okay, I think that's about going to wrap up our trip down the F2000 grid for race 2. We've got Stuart Guess and not Steve English, Tyler Poole. Steve English is not on the sheet, so everyone else has moved up one place. So I'll hand you back to the commentary booth in preparation for the race 2 for pre-2000 championship.
Thank you very much, Chris. Good interviews there. It was a shame we didn't get to speak to the 3 podium guys from the last race, but that's just how it worked out. So now we've got the pre-2000s race 2 coming up, again with the reverse grid. We'll let you know the grid in just a second. We should get that on screen for you. So here it is, race 2. On pole position, Stuart Guess with Steve English in second. Second row is Tyler Poole and Chloe Scott. Then Lee Gadsby and Paul Warrener 5th and 6th. Jack Barber is 7th ahead of Joel Poinson, we spoke to him earlier, and Joe McKernan in 9th. Dale Matthews in 10th. Francis Stewart and Owen Genman 11th and 12th. And then Oliver Smith and Adam Wardiel is row 7. Donald Regan and Drew Stewart behind, and Jack Jensen, who won the last race, in 17th. Jacob Stilp and Glenn Guest 18th and 19th, and then James Meanwell, who is in 20th. He was excluded from qualifying because of a technical infringement, and behind him there are a few novices as well, but we'll try and get the names for them in a second. So we're just waiting to make sure that the track's clear, and I think that following the race that was just on, there is still 1 or 2, there's a yellow flag out, so there's still, I think, 2 carts that they're waiting to rescue, and once those are in, these guys will be heading out onto the track ahead of their race. So final preparations, and it has definitely remained dry. The clouds seem to have gone, and it's looking very bright. As you can see, the sky starting to get nice and blue. And very shortly they'll be getting underway, so probably no chance of wet tyres during this race, although there is still some rain forecast in the afternoon. We'll wait and see how that plays out. And Chris has just made the mad dash back to the commentary booth.
a very different dynamic on the grid with this reverse grid. We've got people there at the sharp end of a very rapid little motor race about to unfold in front of us, and then there are people who are probably not, no disrespect to them, it's not their normal habitat. So yeah, they're quite difficult to get too many complete sentences out of the first few rows, as they're fully focused on what they've got to do.
And it will be interesting to see how it pans out. Will they be able to keep some of the quicker guys behind? The guys at the back who we didn't get to mention, the novices, we've got at the back, I think, the back of the grid is Alistair Cunningham and Sam Lowe. Alistair Cunningham, I think, had quite an impressive race earlier this morning, and he'll want to be making some progress, hopefully, to get further forward.
No decisions to make about which tyres to use, because looking out the window or out the door of the commentary position, we've got sort of broken summer cumulus flowing in over us with a few grey tints. Doesn't look like a lot of rain cloud up there. So a damp race for the first pre-95s and pre-89s, fully dry, no decisions to make for crews here about tyres. Just that uncertainty of the reverse grid. There's uncertainty both from the quick boys at the back, and there's uncertainty from the club racers at the front who are fully aware that they've got to look behind them the whole time.
So green flag just about to start waving, and then they will be on track. Here we go. So the guys starting to make their way out. It's brilliant to see those fantastic push starts. It's very dangerous. They all have to have their wits about them to make sure that there's no accidents.
Marshals are the pushers in particular. Everybody's helping everybody else out there.
That's Paul Warrener, number 27, you can see, who's getting a bit of a push. And hopefully he'll be about to get underway. Everyone else seems to have made a reasonable start. A push as well for number 24. That is... just trying to read through the drivers to see who that was. Maybe it wasn't 24.
Paul Warren is stuck out on the circuit now at the apex of Oblivion, and the pusher has just fallen over again.
So we gave him a push.
Well, they should have with them at this point, and they should have with them somewhere in somebody's pockets a plug and a plug spanner, and that would help solve that instantly.
They've jumped straight over the barrier, so nothing happening. So they've just crossed the line, but that's they're going round for another lap, and they'll make sure they're all nice and bunched up and all together. But very disappointing for Paul Warrener. He's already out.
Great disappointment. If it is only an oil up, as our engine builder friend Mick said in the earlier interview, it will only be a plug mostly.
And he's taken his helmet off, but he's going to stick down at turn one and have a bit of a watch by the looks of things.
That will be no consolation to him. As the grid begins to form up now behind the pole sitters, who are Stuart Guess and Tyler Poole, because Steve English is not there. So the whole grid has moved up one. So they've all moved up like that.
Okay. And it looks like they are going to get racing.
Still got one straggler coming into Chapman's. I guess they're going to give it another lap.
They're not quite sure.
Not quite sure, no.
I think they are going to
get
racing.
Yeah, they're going to let them go.
So they come around the last corner. And they're underway. So across the line, first of all, was Lee Gadsby, with Stuart Guess in second. And as they come up to Christmas corner, good move up the inside.
Good.
I can't quite work.
Maybe Stuart Guess on Lee Gadsby there. Can't quite pick the numbers up on the monitor.
They're all making their way through quite cleanly at the moment. You can see the one just in the background. So they make their way down to Parker corner. That's the left-hander, and the second left-hander wide entrance, and you can see an overtaking move there. That's Chapman, the corner. Now up the back straight into the boot.
An inside move over the curb there for fifth place. Never pays off just there. I wouldn't do it if I was a driver out there today.
So as they come across the line, we'll get the full order. So it is Jack Barber out in front ahead of Lee Gadsby, Joe McKernan in third position, and then Francis Stewart is fourth, Oliver Smith fifth place, Jack Jensen up into 6th. That's an impressive start from him. Donald Regan is in 7th. Drew Stewart 8th. Joel Poynton in 9th. Jacob Stilp is 10th. But out in front, Jack Barber leading from Lee Gadsby.
The man to keep an eye on here is Jack Jensen on the Tony Kart in 6th position currently. There he is making a move there going into Parker. Should be in 5th place now. Wonderful clean move by that young driver.
And a battle for 2nd. Oh, there's a bit of action. Someone ran wide trying to make a move for 2nd place. It's number 59, so it is Joe McKernan. He tried to make a move but couldn't get it to stick and nearly ended up losing the place, but not quite.
Jack Barber, Lee Gadsby, Joe McKernan, Francis Stewart, Jack Jensen in 5th. Watch Jack Jensen. His next target is Francis Stewart.
So number 52 is Jack Jensen. Out in front, a bit of a lead for a gap back to 2nd for Jack Barber. So he'll be happy with how it's going. I think that as Jack Jensen managed to get up into 4th place.
Jack Jensen is 4th. Yellow flag's out. Someone off on the outside of the boot. Jack Jensen's right on the bumper now of 4th place man Francis Stewart.
He doesn't quite manage to get past around the first couple of corners.
And he's taken another place. Jack Jensen now going into Christmas holding a tenuous 3rd place.
The
leader
lost 2 places. He lost the place to Jack
going
Jensen.
down now into Ashby, another place. He's now 2nd and he is now in hot pursuit of the leader.
But the warning is that it may not be the best place to overtake at Ashby. So Jack Baker has a lead at the moment of around about a 2nd, but that will start closing. The yellow flags are still out because of the incident into the boot.
There's a cart been left on the boot right at the far side where they do head out towards that. And the gap between 1st and 2nd has closed measurably now. Jack Jensen on just a half a second behind on the timing line, but visibly closer as I look out the window and on the screens. He's right on the bumper now of Jack Barber. Where will he overtake? He's now heading down,
Ashby.
And he's done him around the outside, but he's lost the place again at Ashby, so he's still on his bumper. Coming into the boot now.
Oh, into Parker.
Jack Barber curbed the rear wheels then, unsettled the car, put himself in a vulnerable position. He knows Jack Jensen's right beside him. He's making the odd mistake now because he's under so much pressure, and he is under a lot of pressure. Coming onto the start straight now. Jack Jensen right behind him, taking a slightly wider exit, and he's through on the inside.
Jack Jensen into the lead just across the line. A brilliant move, and it looks like he'll now start building away. So Francis Stephen is in 3rd. And behind them, lots of action going on.
3 abreast into Christmas there in the pack, chasing the leading 2.
I think Lee Gadsby lost a place.
Lee Gadsby was 4th. And again, down at Ashby, 3 abreast. They're falling over each other, that group. They're slowing each other up, but there's only a limited amount of time to get to the front.
And still a yellow flag out on the back straight. So as they go round back corner, now they won't be able to overtake at all. So round the boost they move now. Smith's for battle, 4th position.
Oliver Smith past Lee Gadsby as they go past us on the line.
So that's the battle for 3rd, and Francis
Stewart
just holding back Oliver Smith. Oliver Smith is just behind. And just to let you know, a couple of laps ago, Glenn Guest set a fastest of 45.7 in the middle of the pack, so he will be hoping to make, he's in 11th at the moment, but he'll hope to be moving forward. And the yellow flag has now gone, so they are racing into the boot, so they can make manoeuvres. So Jack Jensen going quickest.
Now looking back at Glenn Guest there, Glenn has moved up to 9th place. He finished 2nd last time. He's not made his way through the traffic with the quickness that Jack Jensen has done, with 3 minutes 15 seconds of this race to go plus 1 lap.
And I think we didn't quite notice that on that lap, it wasn't Francis Stewart holding back Oliver Smith. He was getting past Jack Barber, so he's now into 2nd position. Apologies for that. Good battle here on the screen. That's, I think, the battle for seat position. Donald Regan and Drew Stewart.
Right, the lead pack have gone past. They are now as Jack Jensen first, Francis Stewart second, Jack Barber third, Oliver Smith fourth, Jacob Stilp, Donald Regan, Drew Stewart bringing up fifth, sixth and seventh. Glenn Guest, who was second in the last race, has now made up one other place on the lap. He's now moved up to 8th place.
On your screen now, the battle for third position. And that's Jack Barber just ahead of Oliver Smith. And Jacob Stilp very close behind them. Oh, and they've touched. That was Oliver Smith into the back of Jack Barber, but it doesn't seem to none of them have had any issues there.
Just reminding him he's there.
And now they come round up towards Christmas Corner. And Oliver just having a brief look down the inside, but deciding against it, round the kink. And past Inkerman down into Ashby.
Clock's counting down now, 1 minute 37 seconds to go, and the gap now is two seconds dead nearly for first to second, and then a further 1.5 back to the squabbling. And there's a place change going into the complex there.
Got past Jack Barber, and right on Jack Barber's tail is Jacob Still. So a good move by Oliver Smith. He's now into third position. This is the battle for the last podium place.
Oliver Smith is racing also in the heavy class. Finished 22nd last time, so he's picked some pace up with a few chassis changes this time.
And they make their way round Inkerman now up towards Ashby, and Jacob Stilp has also got past on Jack Barber on that lap. So now Jacob Stilp looking to try and see if he can get away round. Just behind them, that's Drew Stewart, and I think Glenn Guest just behind him. So Glenn Guest, who has set a pretty fast lap, and he's just behind
Drew Stewart and Glenn Guest just there now. There's not going to be enough time for Glenn Guest to do what he's capable of in this race. He's come up against a few quicker karts now, and he's not got past them. Here comes an overtake, forcefully up the side into Christmas, running a bit wide, leaving himself open, battling back now, and he's lost the place again, although he has potentially the inside for Ashby, but that's failed. That's quite a torrid little battle there with Glenn Guest.
Oh, and a couple gone off. I think that's at Inkerman's up at the top of the track.
Jacob Stilp is push starting.
I think that Owen Smith was the other one. I'm not sure if it was Owen Smith or Jack Barber. But those were the guys battling.
Glenn Guest was that for a place 36. So Glenn Guest, no.
That's completely changed the order. Jack Barber and Oliver Smith and Jacob Stilp have all had an issue. The three of them came together at Inkerman. So that now means that Donald Regan is in third position ahead of Drew Stewart. So we're now on the last lap. And Jack Jensen, number 52, here he is, coming round the boot. And there'll be a short run down to the end of the lap. Jack Jensen, who's been, once he got passed into the lead, fairly untroubled. And an easy win for him. So the checker flag waves, Jack Jensen wins. Second place will be Francis Stewart. And who's managed to get into third? Donald Regan, I think, just held on. He's not quite showing up, but Donald Regan, I think, held on. And I think it was Drew Stewart behind him then. Glenn Guest in fifth, Jack Barber sixth. Lee Gadsby now crosses the line in seventh. And some of the guys, I think they're being lapped. Those with the lap runners. 42 now is Jacob Still. So having a few timing issues, but they have all crossed lines. So Chloe Scott was 8th, Tyler Paul 9th, Jacob Still in 10th position. And a good race for Sam Lowe, the novice, into 11th place, despite having started right at the back. A very good race for him. He's the last one on the lead lap, so Oliver Smith, I don't think, managed to finish. I don't know if we caught it on the screen, but it seemed that the three of them, Oliver Smith, Jack Barber, and Jacob Still all came together around the back of the track. And now making their way into it's Jack Jensen, the winner, Francis Stewart in second, and Donald Regan in third. Those are the guys on the podium, and Chris will be speaking to them shortly. If we manage to get hold of him this time. And there's Jacob Still. You can see he looks a bit disappointed. Chucks his gloves straight down. And just behind him there, 24, is Tyler Poole. And they'll now start moving those onto the trolleys, clear them. So that's the end of the race 2 for both the competitions. So next up will be the pre-final. That will be coming up straight after the pre-final for the pre-89s and pre-95s. So not quite the drama of the races this morning, but still a little bit of controversy and a brilliant race by Jack Jensen to win again. And I think that means he won both of the races, as did Chris Derrick in the other category. So a brilliant job by both of them. So coming up, we will have the pre-final of in this British Open Championship of the F100 Spirit of the 90s, which is sponsored, the O-Plate today, sponsored by MacPack Refuse Bodies. We're pleased to welcome them along, and Stewart Commercials as the O-Plate sponsor. MacPack design and manufacture multi-purpose refuse collection vehicles for food waste collection, and they are available across the UK. You can see their logo in the top corner there. So hopefully Chris making his way down. It is quite a long walk from, well, I say quite a long walk, it's about 2 or 3 minutes from the commentary booth down to the pit area where Chris will hopefully be speaking to the drivers, but if not, we'll get him to the dummy grid and we'll catch up with the drivers before the pre-final race, which will be coming up after this one. To let you know, in the heavy class, Lee Gadsby was the first finisher, Sam Lowe second, and Oliver Smith ended up third. I think we should soon be about to cross over to Chris. I think Chris has now got the 3 with him, so we'll head on down to Chris to speak to the guys who were on the podium.
What a great race that was. Race 2 for pre-2000 qualifying. Proof that the cream does rise to the top every time. So, Donald, come in. Well, all 3 of you come in. Let's have a chat. Let's start with you, Donald. You finished 8th in the last race. You started 15th in this race and fought your way through to a fantastic 3rd place. Tremendously exciting race, that one.
It was a bit blurry at times, but it was good fun, I have to say. There was a couple of guys took each other off on the last couple of laps, so that gave me a couple of places towards the end, but other than that, it was just trying to stay calm and stay in the right positions.
Stay calm's the answer.
And avoid the chaos, really.
Yeah. Yeah, there was chaos in the commentary booth. Places were changing, apart from first, with very quick regularity.
I can imagine.
Francis, great ride up from 13th in the last race, then 11th place start. Wonderful drive this time.
Well, I was pleased just to stay on the track this time after the first lap, so it was good to get a result. I was pleased with how I went. Yeah, it was good race. It was the first 5-6 laps was very close, a couple of dodgy moments, but no, it all went well after that.
It's all proper 100cc kart racing.
It's proper racing again.
So you two together, what are we going to do about this guy?
We can't say on camera.
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah. Jack, I've spent a bit of time with you and your granddad today and enjoyed your company. Back of the grid to first, very quickly as well. I was trying to watch you from the back, but the first time you came across the timing stripe, you were already in 6th place. Explain, please.
Well, just a bit of experience, I suppose, helps, but just stuck it on the inside and a few people went wide. Managed to do sort of 3 or 4 in the first corner and then just pick them off one by one. Tried to keep it as clean as possible. I think it was completely clean, to be honest. I did get done back by someone out of the hairpin.
Yes, we saw that one.
Yeah,
that was for 3rd, I believe, at that time, I think, or was it 1st?
I think it was actually 2nd or 1st, but
Yeah, it's right up the front, yeah.
I went in a bit too hot and he managed to do me back. So
Yeah. It's that downhill braking area into Ashby. Yeah. Well, look, congratulations, gentlemen, and let's set the scene for the pre-final, where these guys will be gridded by the points that they won during the 2 heats. So that's how the grid will be set for the next race. Thanks very much, guys. Cheers. Good luck. So wonderfully exciting race there, race 2 for pre-2000s. And as I said earlier in the introduction to this bit, that the cream does rhyme to the top, and particularly Jack Jensen. He's an exceptional young karter, supported by his grandfather at this meeting, who we interviewed earlier on in the day, and a true family atmosphere within that team, and a natural talent behind the wheel for all of us to see, to be able to control a race in the manner he did and to come through all the back markers, who some of them wouldn't necessarily have known they were going to be overtaken so quickly, so decisively. So I'm not a fan of reverse grid racing. I think I'm more of a traditionalist, but it certainly does produce exceptional motorsport. So we've got a break coming up now, I believe, where we're going to watch here some of the RAF MSA Motorsports Championships going. So we'll take a break now and see you back for the pre-final for the 89 and 95 classes. Okay, we're standing here by the side of Alistair Topless's kart, and we're going to try and grab a word with him whilst he suits up ready for the fray. So this is your pre-final and you're fourth on the grid?
Yes. Yeah.
So good results. You feel confident of you could probably win from there.
Yeah, the car felt a lot better in the last race. It was tried a different engine and it's performing a lot better than the other one.
Good.
The handling's a lot better as well, so we're a lot closer to the pace.
You're showing great confidence. You've got your wets on, as have most other people. A few spots of rain in the air a moment or two ago.
I've got the dries on at the moment. Dry tyres.
Dry tyres, sorry, did I say wet? Dries on. So confident in that choice?
Yeah, I never use wet tyres anyway, even if it does rain, so.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. You must have supreme kart control.
Well, I like to think so.
You like to think so. Well done. Good luck. Moving up to pole man here now. Pole man kart 5. Pole's over this side today. Right, here we go. Right, Chris. Spoken to you several times today.
Nice chats.
Yes, nice chats with you. So, runaway win from this position?
Well, no, it's all to play for, isn't it? It's all about control, saving your motor, saving your tyres for the main final. Just doing just enough.
Win slowly as possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you want this position for the final?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Good luck with that. I've man giving me some paperwork here now, which will help no end. Right, now that I'm properly informed, we can get on with this little walk. So alongside is Nick Holland. Nick, obviously been performing well. Second place for the pre-final. 2 solid heats.
Yeah.
Some quick opposition all around you. Alistair behind you, and Ben and Chris Derrick alongside you.
Yeah.
So, any strategy, or is it just head down and go?
Head down and go, I think. You know, try and keep it clean, keep out of trouble. Hopefully pull a bit of a gap from the rest of the pack, and then, depending on whether I'm first or second going into the first corner, you know, probably follow for a bit and then start challenging for the lead with a bit of luck if I'm there.
And the tyres are going all right, are they?
Yeah, they seem to be going
They
well,
look they look all about the same. Looking around at people.
Yeah, I think most people have gone for a new set for this meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, those who went for wets last time will be regretting it.
I'm sure. And they're all scanned in and scanned out for you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so you have to use the same set of tyres for the whole meeting, but wets are open. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look. Good luck with that. I'll let you compose yourself and gather your thoughts.
Thank you.
Cheers. Going to walk further down the grid now and see who else we can pick up. We'll go down and talk to number 146, Carly Latcham. Hi.
Hello.
Carly.
Yeah.
Up the hot end of the grid still?
Yeah.
Lots of good company around you. How's things been going in the first 2 races?
The first race went well, had a decent finish, and then in the second race I had a DNF because the main bearing went in the engine. So these things happen.
These things happen, but you're still you're 7th place for the pre-final, so you're a good racer. How much lead do you have to carry? A lot again. I was talking to Chloe in the 95s, and she's carrying a huge amount of lead. Again, if we look down at the kart, you'll see the lead strapped to the side. Lady drivers carrying lots of weight. Makes it hard for the pit crew, you know.
Yeah.
Lifting it about.
Yeah, it's not too bad. You get used to lifting it in the end, so it's okay.
Well, look, good luck.
Thank you.
Follow me down here. We'll have a chat with Jay.
Hello.
We've spoken a lot during the weekend, going around chatting.
Yeah.
You're looking at it. You're right in the thick of it here.
Right in it, yeah. We've had a couple of messy heats. We've pulled it back a couple of times. We went from the back in the first heat and had a sensible result. In the second heat, we started on pole. We got wiped out on the first corner. Went back to last. Barely kept the kart alive, but managed to keep it going on the grass, and then just worked our way back through. And we had a sensible finish compared to where we was last. So I'm
Good.
pretty happy.
So all's not lost from here, really, you
No,
think?
never.
No, never lost in these races. We saw positions change in the last race quite rapidly, so the commentary crew, we really couldn't keep up with it in the last sort of lap and a half.
In our last
in the
heat?
95s, just
Yeah, for
before
sure.
you. So
Yeah.
it was lots of last-ditch efforts going into corners.
Yeah, you always get that in this class. The karts are so lively, they pick up so well on the throttle, they respond well, they're light, they're nimble, they're fantastic to drive, and they just encourage that sort of driving.
Oh, you're making me wish I was in there with you.
You need to get in.
I know. You tell my wife, will you? I'll give you her number.
No problem. Leave it with me. Have a word.
Thanks, Jay, and good luck.
welcome.
Good luck with that. Cheers. Okay, now just about to wind up this because the previous race has finished. This is the pre-final for the 89, pre-89 and pre-95 class, incorporating heavyweight classes in both of them. When we get up to do the commentary, we'll endeavour to tell you which are the heavies. They're generally with a red stripe under their numbers, like so, and that will help you identify them on your screen if we miss them. So look out for a very competitive race with these wonderful machines and some very talented drivers.
Thanks very much, Chris. So the racing for the pre-final about to get underway in the pre-95 and pre-98 class. The guys just forming up in the pit lane, and then they'll be released soon. Looking at the track from the race that was just on, the track is now clear, so they should be able to get underway any time soon, and then we'll have the push starts. So the guys now coming out onto the track. Everyone so far seems as though they're getting away quite well, although there's one driver who's stopped at the end of the pit lane. I can't quite see who it is, but just on the start-finish straight, not managed to get going, so he's getting a little bit of help now. But still not quite going.
Yes, he's away.
So it's number 936, which, if my memory serves me correctly, is Michael Thurston.
May well have been a case there where the fuel hadn't been pumped up. Remember I mentioned earlier today? No, he's taking the shortcut. Sensible man. Coming through the shortcut on the way up to Christmas. And he's pulled in back behind the pack. So got someone else stopped at Ashby. I hope it's not. No, it's not. 127. Richard Johnson.
So they're going round for another lap while the pack forms up. It's obviously still not quite in order. Richard Johnson has stopped on the exit of Ashby. It looks as though they are trying to get him going again, but the other driver's just coming around the corner before, so he's almost a whole lap down. And they're actually going to go past him, so bad news for Richard Johnson. And that looks like his race is over before it's begun.
Sadly, it does look as though that is the case, unless he's got a plug and a plug spanner with him.
The drivers carry those around in their ovals.
I may be old-fashioned, but I used to.
So the rest of the drivers look now as if they are ready. Richard Johnson's just moved himself onto the inside of the track, so it looks like they will be racing when they come round the final corner.
Chris Derrick away, got a jump on the start, well in the lead going into Crook Corner, and the long drag up to Christmas as they're coming up towards you now on the screen. You see about a 5-kart lead from the start from kart 62, Benjamin Topless, who's come up from 3rd place, demoting Nick Holland.
And now they make their way up to Ashby, the right-hand hairpin almost. A lot of concrete runoff. There's no white lines on the exit of these corners, so they can run as wide as they want. So the battle for second, Benjamin Topless ahead of Nick Holland. And then I think behind the pair of them is Alistair Topless.
quite orderly start to this race, all in single file. No groups of karts. There's 2 together now coming into the start straight. So we've got Chris Derrick, Benjamin Topless, Nick Holland, Alistair Topless, Martin O'Hara, Michael Thurston as the top 6 as they head up. Again, we've got Chris Derrick running up to Christmas, extending his lead as the karts come into Christmas, squirrely on the brakes, one running wide.
Matcham looked to be getting very out of shape there, but I think she held it together.
Across the grass.
Just in front, I think it's Gareth Nicolai who's just in front of Carly Latcham. We didn't quite see who it was going across the grass. So Chris Derrick has about a second lead from Benjamin Topless.
And extending.
So there we have the battle for 4th place, I think.
Right, second place has changed. Nick Holland has now gone past Benjamin Topless on the start of the pit straight.
And Chris Derrick set a fastest lap on that lap. He's 3 tenths quicker than Nick Holland in second, to build him a gap now. Although we are only 2 laps into the race, so they will be setting quicker laps to come.
So the race at the front is now beginning to split. We've got Chris Derrick running away with it, and a battle for second place between Nick Holland and Benjamin Topless. And then the pack follows, led by Martin O'Hara, a further 20 kart lengths behind the second group. Coming round Boot Corner now. Important corner, you've got to get this right. If you don't get it right, you're mugged on speed at the point they are now. It's vital to get that combination of corners right to protect yourself going into the first left-hander after the start line.
And that's Carly Latcham again getting, and that's Ben Piraeus, Brian Piraeus. I don't know who else the other one is. It's 58, so that's Steve Cook Martin. The 2 of them look like they've had a collision and they might be out.
Steve Cook Martin's got all the speed he needs for this, and Brian Piraeus had yet another bad race. Steve Cook Martin lost his chain at Ashby on the last race.
It's bad news from the battle for second. It's Nick Holland and Benjamin Topless. Benjamin's right on the back of Nick Holland as they make their way along the pit straight. And Martin O'Hara in 4th has just set a fastest lap of the race. 48.4, he's just marginally quicker than the leader Chris Derrick as they make their way, and someone's just gone off. So a big lead at the front for Chris Derrick ahead of these 2, Nick Holland and Brian Topless. Benjamin Topless, apologies. As they make their way through Chapman and onto the back straight.
Ben Topless will be looking at Nick's rear bumper now, third and second place, and he'll be weighing up his strengths and weaknesses. He's closer this time through the combination of corners leading onto the straight. He loses out on the exit most laps. A bit closer as he goes into the right-hander at Crook onto the straight, carrying a bit more speed out of there. I think there's going to have to be some defending here. No, just a little bit too far back to make a go. Bump of the curb there by Nick Holland, slowing bump of another curb, and that brings Benjamin Topless into play a little bit more.
And as the 2 of them battle out in front, Chris Derrick still getting away. That lap he was about 3 tenths quicker than the pair of them. So building his lead, you can see the fastest lap on the board at the moment. And most of them setting personal best. Chris Derrick purple, that's the fastest. And you can see Steve Cook Martin's lap very slow because of his accident at Chris.
There's Martin O'Hara closing down the second and third man. Yes, he's got 3 tenths on that lap.
I think 4 tenths on the last lap. So he's getting right into this battle. And as Benjamin Topless tries to find a way from Holland, but Nick Holland tries
And here
to
comes the
hold him up.
lunge down the inside of Ashby and doesn't make it.
But that's playing into Martin O'Hara's hands as he tries to get back past them.
Right, the race settled down now, apart from this torrid dice developing. 5.5 minutes left to go, plus a lap. And Second place being defended very stoutly by Nick Holland from Benjamin Topless, allowing Martin O'Hara to catch inexorably. Another half a second that lap. He's on them now.
He's just set the fastest lap of the race.
He'll be smelling blood now. The art now, once you've caught a kart, you overtake it at the same rate. We've got kart 58 with a mechanical infringement sign flashing on the gantry outside us. So kart 58 is Steve Cook Martin. He's having a bad day. Talented driver, quick equipment. The dice just aren't rolling for him.
So the battle for second, onto the back straight. Nick Holland just ahead, and it looks like Benjamin Topless trying to have the outside, but not quite close enough. And Martin O'Hara right on the back of a pair of them.
Martin's got to try and keep that speed that he caught them with going, to drive him past them at the first opportunity, perhaps when Benjamin Topless doesn't realise he's been caught because he's been concentrating so firmly on Nick Holland's bumper. That's where he becomes vulnerable.
The graphic on the left of the screen is telling you the last lap time that these guys are setting. And you can see that while a few laps ago, Martin O'Hara was about 4 or 5 tenths quicker, he's now doing around the same time because he's just stuck behind the pair of Nick Holland and Benjamin Topless. And you may see them trying to have a go into this corner, Chapman's, but they're not quite managing it. A good battle for 7th place developing. Those are the guys on the screen. So that's 9th on the screen, 9th and 10th. And it looks like Alistair Topless has he dropped back a few places. So here we go, second place, Nick Holland still ahead of Martin. Martin O'Hara's got past Benjamin Topless while we'd panned away for a minute. And now Martin's going up the inside of Ashby, and he makes his way past, and that's a good move. So 2 guys past in the matter of corners for Martin O'Hara.
Wonderful. Drivers were concentrating on what was going on ahead of them. Didn't see him coming.
And Benjamin Topless now still trying to look to get past. And Nick Holland, the guy from Midland with red overalls. And Benjamin looking up the inside, but deciding not to go for it in pit bend. And behind them, Carly Latcham's lost out to Gareth Nicolai. She was running by herself, but Gareth Nicolai's come through and taken a position off of her. So second place is Martin O'Hara. And he's doing about the same lap times as Chris Derrick, but now he's got completely clear air. There'll only be a couple of laps to go, but we may well see Martin trying to catch him. I don't think he'll manage it. It'll be interesting to see, though, if Gareth Nicolai, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, or did a lap ago rather, it'll be interesting to see. He's going around about a second quicker than Nick Holland and Benjamin Topless, so you can see who's trying to catch him.
Sorry, interrupting there. That's 2 tenths quicker than qualifying. The quick lap 48.0. 2 tenths faster than pole for qualifying.
Benjamin Topless looking for the gaps to see if he can get past Nick Holland, but not quite managing it. They go around quick. Oh, and Benjamin Topless has run wide and spins. Oh. Unfortunate, but you know when you go wide there, if you get too much curve, it just sucks you out. So bad day for Benjamin Topless. So Nick Holland now with Gareth Nicolai behind him. Gareth Nicolai still about a second quicker than the guys in front of him on the last few laps. He's caught them at a dramatic race. And off round the back of the track, it was just about in the background. Can't quite see what number it is. It's number 38, so that's Ian Turner, who was running in 10th position. And as well, Benjamin Topless has just dropped, as they cross the line, we'll see Benjamin Topless has dropped a lot of positions. I don't know if he managed to get it going again.
Right, Nick Holland and Gareth Nicolai, as we look at them there, I think that's the pair of them.
But the yellow flag's out because of Ian Turner's stricken kart, so no overtaking there. And it did look like Gareth Nicolai might have been able to have a go, but not managing it. Martin O'Hara in second is setting quick laps, but just not too much quicker than Chris Derrick, so it looks like that will be that. But Gareth Nicolai right on the back of Nick Holland, the battle for third position on your screens.
I suspect Chris Derrick now is winning this race at the slowest possible speed to protect the tyres, protect the engine, ready for the final, where he will ultimately be on pole position in this class.
Gareth Nicolai just having a look up the inside, but not quite managing this. Nick Holland still just about managing to hold off Gareth Nicolai. Whether he will, I think there's a lap and a half about to go for them. On your screen, Chris Derrick trying to get past, and does manage to get past a back marker. So it's now onto the last lap for him. And there's Martin O'Hara, big gap behind. And there on your screen, the battle for third. Nick Holland still just about in front of Gareth Nicolai. So here's Chris Derrick. We'll follow him to the line unless anything dramatic happens round Inkerman's corner. Into Ashby, the slow right-hander. Down a short straight into Parker, the left-hander, which is then followed by another left-hander of Chapman. Here he goes. And to the back straight and just a boot to go. So here he comes, Chris Derrick, round the final corner. Checkered flag waves, and Chris Derrick wins the race. Martin O'Hara manages to take second. And the battle, Nick Holland, does he does just manage to hold off Gareth Nicolai. Carly Latcham was catching him at the end, as was Ashley Curtis. So those are the top six, and then Alistair Topless and Leon Dolby across the line in 7th and 8th. And Robert Whilton manages to take ninth all by himself in the end. And so I think that's all for runners all. One just off at the first corner. I think he's had enough. Let's just have a look out the window as well, situated close to there. So that's number 13. So Stephen O'Hara crosses the line and ends it straight away. So Chris Derrick, the winner by quite a long distance. And he'll be speaking to another Chris, our own Chris Edwards, who's making his way over to the podium now. Well, not to the podium, but to the pit area, as they'll start making their way back in. So you can see on your screen now, Stephen O'Hara bringing his cart back by himself. We're not quite sure what's happened, but as soon as he crossed the line, he stopped immediately. And another car's being brought over next to him. Someone should definitely go and give Ian a hand. It looks like he's struggling, and when you're in that position, you'll definitely want someone to come and help him get his car back. So Chris Derrick, the winner, from Martin O'Hara in second. Martin O'Hara did get the fastest lap, but it wasn't enough. Chris did have the pace, and he just couldn't catch him. Nick Holland managed to hold off Gareth Nicolai for third. And then Carly Latcham's in 5th place. Despite a few hairy moments in Christmas Corner, it looked like she was losing control a couple of times, but she managed to keep it going and it ended up in 5th place. And then Ashley Curtis was 6th, Alistair Topless 7th, Leon Dolby in 8th, and Robert Whilton 9th, Michael Thurston rounding out the top 10. A few retirements, Benjamin Topless and Ian Turner didn't make the end of the race. Stephen Cook-Martin also, after his instance, his crash at Christmas Corner, not managing to make it through. Brian Parias also out, and Devinder Aswell, it's not been a good weekend for him. And Jack Baker as well. I don't even think Jack Baker started the race. So next up will be the pre-final for the pre-2000s. That's up afterwards. And by the sounds of things, I think we do have the top three almost ready to speak to Chris, and we'll get their reaction in a second.
Well, after another wonderful race there, the pre-89, pre-95 pre-final has given us a first, second and third of Nick Holland, in third Martin O'Hara in second, and Chris Derrick again in first place. So, lads, if you can come over, we'll have a quick chat and see, tell us all your tales of daring do. Starting with Nick. Nick, terrific race there. Through a torrid scrap in the middle of the race.
Yeah, it was not a bad race. Obviously, I dropped a position. I changed the engine for this pre-final, and it wasn't as strong as the one in the heat before, so we're switching that back. But Martin had got a lot more pace than me through the fast corners as well, a lot more grip on his kart, so he came back. I could stick with Chris sort of for the first 3 or 4 laps, but then that was it. He'd gone, and so yeah, I think did all right to bring it home in third, because I know I had Gareth Nicolai right on my tail for most
there.
of the,
I've got him written down.
race.
I didn't know who I was going to write down for the end of for the third position. In second place, Martin O'Hara. We've just heard how quick your kart was through the fast stuff. Is that a fact?
Yeah, it's serious through them S's. All the way from here, I can be flat out all the way up to the...
What, no lift into the first bit? Slight lift at the end there. Yeah. You're letting all your secrets out now.
Let them learn. Let them learn.
Brilliant race. Chris, third time. What a day.
Yeah, it's been good so far.
Yeah, what a day.
Good.
So you seem to control it right from the stripe, really. You went across the line and you were gone. You'd got 2 or 3 kart lengths into the first corner.
That's really important. Get your head down straight off the line, break the toe, gap them, and then control, ease back, save your tyres, save the engine, control it to the end. If they come at you again, push a little bit, but just break the spirit, really. I
said several times in the commentary you were winning that race at the slowest possible speed. Was that right?
We did discuss that. We did. You're right. Yeah. Absolutely. That was the plan. Save your tyres for the final, because it's a long final. So it's all about bringing it home as fast, as slowly as you can, but to keep the position.
Keeping these Herberts behind you. So have you got an answer to this man over this one?
Sandbagging for the final.
Came from 7.
Yeah, I know, you had some work to do.
Lost a wheel in the previous heat.
Yeah.
And ready to win it. Ready to win it today.
Yeah. Come back tomorrow.
I'll be on second, ready to win.
You heard it here. You've got some strong opposition. Keep it clean, guys. Enjoy it. It's a wonderful sport you're taking part in. It really is wonderful. Great spectacle for all. For us. Yeah, I was a child of the 90s nearly, so thank you very much, boys. Cheers. Get back, fettle those karts, and have a wonderful time. Cheers, bye. 3 great racers there, Chris Derrick, Martin O'Hara and Nick Holland, first, second and third in the pre-89-95 final. So I think Martin O'Hara is going to be a real threat to Chris. He seems to have the confidence in his kart, particularly through the quick stuff. Nick Holland has got a quicker engine to put on for the final, so everything to play for. But they have still, any of them, over the whole of this race meeting, got to beat Chris Derrick. So he's 3 wins out of 3 races, and he seems the guy we want to see for the final. So we've got karts forming up for the pre-2000. I can't remember if that's final or not. Again, that will be the final they're lining up for down there. So we're going to walk down and Pre-final, this is pre-final. Again, I'm on the grid without current paperwork. If control are listening, that would help tremendously. So we're going to walk down now. Thank you. We're going to walk down now to the grid and look at these pre-2000 karts again and see the people who are at the sharp end for the pre-final. So we have, again, a familiar face on the front, Jacques Jensen. Inevitably, we're going to have to interview him again. So Jack has done pretty much what Chris Derrick has done in the other race. He's been a prodigious winner as we go along. So we're getting to know each other quite well over today.
Yeah,
with
sure.
so many times on the microphone talking about your successes. You're sitting here on the pole for the pre-final. Tell us what your plan is.
Hopefully I'll win, but it's just a case of whether I can hang on to it for that long. I'm feeling a bit unfit and it's a physical track, but I'll do my best.
These karts do beat you up, don't they? With the level of grip they've got, the stiff chassis. Do you wear rib protectors?
Yeah, I do. I've cracked my ribs before in similar karts to this and don't want to do that again because it takes so long to heal. But this particular track is really bumpy. So
Here comes my paperwork. So the man saved me. So have you done anything to the kart? Is it still running engine, still same engine from you've not changed engines or anything on the kart? Is it as is?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. Slight tyre pressure change, but just as it's a longer race.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've been running this engine all day, so I'm just trying to keep it on the rich side so it'll last till the end of the final, end of the main final.
So will you have lowered your tyre pressures a little bit because they're going to get very hot as the race goes on?
Yeah, I mean, generally you run very low around here anyway, but I've gone like half a pound lower this time, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks very much for that. We're going to wend our way down the grid, give you time to concentrate on and prepare for this final, pre-final. Okay, now we're coming across to kart 152, Francis Stewart. Just going to lift the kart off the trolley. You can see all the equipment here, ready for anything. I don't think he's going to need the wets in the next 20 minutes. You never know, but they've come prepared. Francis, before you put your hat on, you've been going well.
Yeah, I'm pleased with to be sixth after the first heat, being only finishing 13th.
Yeah.
So it's good to be this far up the front. So we can only see.
You were on the podium last race.
Yeah. Well, if I can get up onto the top three, that'd be a great result in this.
Yes.
But we just have to see how we get on.
So you're sixth on this grid.
Yeah.
What about the guys ahead of you? Jacques Jensen on the top there, Glenn Guest. There's going to be a big ask. Those two. Jacob alongside.
He's quick. Jacob's been very, very quick. Drew it's in front as well. Drew's quick. So yeah, hopefully we'll get a good race out of it.
Good. Well, look forward to it. I'll leave you to compose yourself now. And in the background we see Glenn Guest, who had a win in the first heat, and I think he had a retirement in the last heat. We'll ask him about that again. His equipment has come all prepared. He's got tools. He's got wet tyres. And everything he needs for any last minute changes on the kart. We'll just see if we can find time to have a quick word with him. Break his concentration for a second. Glenn, you had one good race and one poor one the last time.
Yeah, I know. Bit conservative really.
What happened the last time? Just refresh me.
I was just sitting there, waiting to settle down, and I was just getting a bit mugged all over the place. And then as soon as I did settle down, it all came through, and I started making my way back up.
Yeah.
I just got not the best of driving from me, to be honest. And the kart wasn't great, so I've made a few changes. Hopefully, we lost about half a second from yesterday, so I'm hoping we find.
So what have you done to try and get that half second back?
Well, it turns out the kart isn't very square, so we've tried to square the kart up a bit. We've changed the front end, we've changed the camber on.
Just get out of the way while someone comes in behind you. So the cart's slightly out of square?
Slightly out of square, yeah, so there's not a lot we can do, but we've tried to square it up the best we can. We've swapped engine. I didn't think the engine was performing brilliantly.
That's right, you did tell me that. So you put an engine on you'd used previously?
Yes, we have, yeah. So hopefully this one gives it. We're lacking a bit of bottom and mid, so hoping that brings that back.
And can't change that out with gearing or anything?
No, gearing's the same. We think gearing is perfect, so we'll go with that.
All right, well, we'll leave you to it.
Brilliant.
Leave you to compose yourself. Good luck with that. Right. That's why I can't find you. Drew Stewart. Good race last time.
Yes, it was a good race, yeah.
Yeah, tremendous race last time. You're up the sharp end with all the sophisticated people. Hopes and expectations now. Got two quick guys ahead of you. Jacob still alongside you, who's going really well.
Yeah, these three are quite quick today, so if we can just try and sort of hang in there.
Yeah.
As long as there's no mishaps, this is only the pre-final, so
yeah,
keep it sensible and just try and get a decent grid for the final and see where it goes from there.
That's what I'm hearing from everyone. So maybe you should just go for it while the others are all playing the percentages. You never know what to do, do you?
No, that's it. You never know. And once it's done, so we'll just have to see what happens.
I think you're all racers. You'll all be going into the first corner just the same.
Yes.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Cheers. Now we've got Francis Stewart here in kart 152. Scored 154 points so far this weekend to put this kart in this position on the pre-final. In 6th place. Not too bad, hey?
That's a good result so far, but means nothing at the minute.
No. Not until the end of the next race.
Until the end of the final.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
So you're reasonably composed and confident with how the kart's been prepared?
Oh, the top man here.
Good.
Top
He
man.
looks confident.
Oh, he's the top man.
Yeah. Good. Well, good luck with that. We'll be looking out for you, Francis. We'll go across here and have a word with Donald now. We've interviewed him a few minutes ago when he finished third in the last race. I think it was third, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looking nice and calm and collected here.
Let's hope it stays that way.
And the kart's all up to the weight limit. No silly mistakes.
No silly mistakes.
All
Mechanic's
done.
doing a good job,
Enough fuel in the tank to finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
How much fuel are you going to use? I can see it's fairly full.
Yeah, it's fairly full because of the weight. Probably use 3.5 litres, something like that. Yeah.
They're pretty thirsty around here. You're on the throttle a lot of the time.
Yeah, they are. You're on the throttle quite a lot. You use a lot of mid-range and a lot of top end, so tend to use a lot more fuel.
Good luck.
Thank
I
you.
won't bother you anymore. You can gather your thoughts. We come back now to Jack Barber, who we talked to earlier as one of our pundits earlier on. Jack, how are you going?
Yeah, very well. Yeah, it's been. I'm really surprised actually where I am for the pre-final. Never expected it to be this high. The last heat was really good. I led half the race. Yeah, just lacking a bit of the ultimate pace, so just didn't manage to hang on to it. Yeah. But yeah, still going really well. Yeah,
so where do you think you're weak then? Where are you lacking that final bit? You're 4 rows back, which is not too shabby.
No, I think it's just in terms of the ultimate pace. I think it's just a little bit everywhere. I think it's just a bit of lack of experience around this track and just a bit of sort of lack of seat time in general. Really, I only get to race a couple of times a year. So I'm very happy where I am. I'm looking at all the guys in front of me.
Well, if you're only racing twice a year, and there's some of these guys up here are really rapid, you've done well to get on the 4th row for this pre-final. With a sensible race, you could be here or above.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Good man. Okay. Well, well done. We'll keep looking at it. Cheers. And we'll go and see if we can. We'll go and see if we can talk to, as he calls himself, the Great Gadsby. I don't know where he is. There's no one around his cart. There he is. Yes. This is Lee Gadsby, as he put on his commentary street in mocking humour, I suspect, the Great Gadsby. Yeah. You've lived with that moniker all your life, have you?
I have, yeah. Wherever I go, that one chases me down.
You live the high life?
Not really.
You spend all the money on karting?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, good man. That's the right thing to do, not gambling and women.
Yeah.
So, it's up the sharp end-ish, aren't you?
Yeah, not too bad, really, for the weight that we're running.
Yeah. Are you running in heavies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, over the heavyweight as well.
Are you? How much are you carrying?
168 kilo we're coming in.
Yeah, and what's it, 162, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, you're 6 kilos over. It's a lot of weight to carry.
It's a fair bit, and it's affecting me today because it's nice and warm. So yeah, we're struggling a bit with the pace.
Okay, well, good luck. Cheers. We'll give you a shout. Well, that's covered a lot of the runners on this in this pre-final. Some real hot competition expected up the front end, and with Jack Jensen and Glenn Guest, Jacob Stilt and Drew Stewart on the front 2 rows. Expect fireworks up there, but expect some surprises from back here as well. There's some great karts and great drivers here, and some of them have got their confidence up now as the weekend progresses. So look for someone moving through from this position. I'm going to be passing up to the commentary crew upstairs now as this race is about to start.
Earlier Chris was saying that he used to carry a spanner or a wrench with him in his race suit. I just wonder if Jack Jensen carries a hairbrush, because his hair always looks so perfectly coiffed. We're going to get underway shortly. The race for Ton of the Moment is just finishing, and then these guys will be underway in the pre-2000s pre-final. A lot of pre's going on. So we'll have some more push starts, and then we'll be getting underway. So the guys are just going to make their way back, who are on track at the moment, will make their way into the pits, and then when the track's clear, these guys will get back. So the pre-2000s pre-final, the grid as it looks, Jack Jensen on pole, the man with the perfect hair. Glenn Guest is in second ahead of Jacob Stilt in third. Drew Stewart is fourth. The third row is Donald Regan and Francis Stewart. And behind them is Jack Barber and Joe McKernan. Row 5 is Owen Genman and Lee Gadsby. In 11th place, Chloe Scott, followed by Joel Poynton in 12th. 13th is Oliver Smith, and alongside him is Tyler Paul. Row 8 is Dale Matthews and Sam Lowe. And then Stuart Guest and Adam Wardial behind them. And then Paul Warrener is in 19th.
A lot of confidence out on the grid there from Jack Jensen. Jack Barber in particular, back in 7th place, was very pleased with his performance so far. Races only 2 or 3 times a year, so in this good quality field, a 7th place for the pre-final is good for him. Glenn Guest surprisingly downbeat about his performance, blaming engines and a lack of being switched on enough through the early parts of his last race, where in his own words he was mugged a couple of times where he should never have been mugged. And then he had to fight back. But nevertheless, he's on the 2nd place on the grid for the pre-final, so everything to play for. I suspect between Jack, Glenn, Jacob and Drew, it's going to be quite a torrid first few corners.
So they're making their way onto the track now, getting a little push start. And it always amazes me how they never seem to have accidents. We don't want to curse this at all. Oh, and we nearly do. And just getting a push start is number 36. That's Jack Barber. Let's see it. Doesn't look like he's got going. And as well, Lee Gadsby struggling to get away. He's stopped on the straight. And he's getting out. I don't know if they're going to try and push us again. But no, it looks like Lee Gadsby's over before he starts. He told us his nickname is the Grace Gadsby, but unfortunately, terrible weekend for him.
Yes, he'd have been better off at the gambling tables.
So we're going to go round for another lap. Not quite formed up yet. So at the moment, Jack Jensen is in front of Glenn Guest. And it looks like Jacob Stilt has still got to make up a few places before he's back into his correct position.
Just as an aside, Hayden, I'm very surprised the amount of karts that are not starting, but none of the pit crew have got a spare plug or a plug spanner. Maybe someone can come up to me and tell me that one more push with a fresh plug would get Lee out in the next race. So, answers on a postcard, please.
So the drivers now starting to get into position. There are still a few who are a little bit further back, but I think that we will get underway this time round. And there is on the exit of Crook another driver who's not got going. So they're making their way around the final few corners, and in a second they will begin this race. So it's Jack Jensen in front of Glenn Guest as they go around the final corner. Lots of smoke. It looks like Jack Jensen stays ahead just about of Glenn Guest. I think Jacob still was in third. Everyone makes it through the first couple of corners clean.
Going defensive now, taking the wide line, a quick slide, a narrow entry in there by the leader. He knows there's a pack behind him.
So the front three are Jack Jensen, Glenn Guest and Jacob Stilp. And
overtaking there.
Jacob Stilp
was it Drew Stewart on Jacob Stilp there?
Oh, and there's been an accident at Ashby. It's like number 30. It's Stuart Guess at the back who's had a bit of a spin. We'll try and get it going again. Round the boots now, the leaders, Jack Jensen in front of Glenn Guest. In third position is Drew Stewart as we cross the line. And Jacob Stilp in fourth, Donald Regan fifth, Francis Stewart is in sixth position, Joe McKinnon seventh, Owen Jenman eighth, Oliver Smith is in ninth ahead of Joel Poynton in 10th, and Chloe Scott 11th. So the yellow flag is out at the moment because there is still a kart which is being moved. So there won't be any overtaking in that section in the infield.
Glenn Guest is being sucked in by Drew Stewart and Jacob Stilp in third and fourth. He's going to have to be concentrating on what's going on behind him very shortly as they all curb their chassis over the top of the first apex of boot. Six-tenths of a second now the lead that Glenn Guest has extended over the battling pack behind him.
Jacob Stilp just set it fastest. Well, it's only all within a 2/10 of a second of the front four, all very close together. So there on the screen now is number 59. I think that's Joe McKinnon in the battle for sixth position.
And the pack building up now. Oh, and there's
a big accident. That's Drew Stewart and Glenn Guest. Drew Stewart straight out. He's not happy. He's going to try and get... No, it looks like his race is over, as is Glenn Guest.
Oh, what a great shame. Glenn Guest not having a good weekend. I don't know whose fault that one was.
So that now means Jacob Stilp's in second position. Joe McKernan is in third. Francis Stewart fourth. Owen Jim fifth. And Jacob Stilp sets the fastest lap amongst the action there. This is the battle for around about third place. So it's Joe McKernan at the front, Stewart behind.
The first two well away now, Jack Jensen and Jacob Stilp. 1 second at the end of the last lap. Jacob looks to be giving Jack a run for his money. He was full of confidence with his race pace when I interviewed him earlier.
So the kart at the front is a back marker who is going to get lapped in a minute, you would imagine. And they're very disappointed. I think that's Drew, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very disappointed after that crash with Glenn Guest.
An overtaking mover there for...
I think that's we're getting past the back marker.
Yes.
It's all very close. Out in front, Jack Jensen still leads, but Jacob still setting fastest laps and getting close to him. So
Jacob still on the last lap took 3/10 away from Jack Jensen. So that looks like to be where the race is developing between first and second. The perennial winner, Jack Jensen, and Jacob Stilp, who promised to keep Jack honest through this pre-final and final. It looks as though that prophecy is about to unfold before our very eyes here at Whilton Mill for the O-Plate meeting.
There they are on the screen. Jack Jensen ahead of Jacob Stilp round Ashby. And heading towards the infield section, so it's Parker, the left-hander, and then a second left-hander of Chapman's. Not quite close enough to go for the overtake, but if Jacob keeps up the pressure, big group behind the two at the front, and it's 59, so that is Joe McKernan with Francis Stewart right on his tail. There's 5 or 6 of them in that pack.
What a wonderful picture that was.
Down to 7. But amazingly, no overtakes. On that last lap, Jack Jensen set a joint fastest. Jack Jensen set a joint fastest lap with Jacob Still.
And took 5 100ths back.
But overall in the race, they've set equal lap times, 45.7s. And someone's just gone off at the top of the track. Increments no effect in a couple of places at the moment. Still the battle for third rages on though, as they make their way into the booths. Joe McKernan is leading that pack.
No one prepared to take a chance on an overtake yet in that pack. 5 minutes left in the race, plus 1 lap.
Donald Regan did actually get past. Well, Owen Gemman's is dropping down, so he's the guy who we think has gone off as Inkerman at the top of the track.
Yeah.
But the other 5 very close together still. So at the front of them, it's Joe McKernan, followed by Francis Stewart. Joel Poynton is in the middle of the group. Behind him is Donald Regan. And there must be a back marker in there somewhere.
Yeah, half a second only the gap now between first and second. Jason still closing Jack Jensen down. First time we've seen Jack have to defend the whole of the weekend. They're just going round Inkerman, heading down to Ashby. This is a first for this O-Plate meeting. Jack Jensen having to earn his supper tonight.
Here he is on the screen. It looks quite a comfortable gap, but there's no margin for error. If he makes a mistake, Jacob will be right on him.
Jack's made the mistake of having a look over his shoulder there a couple of times. That will encourage Jacob no end. Now's the time to keep your head down and put some of your best possible laps in.
And on that lap, Jack did go slightly quicker by just under a tenth of a second. But they are lapping considerably quicker. Donald Regan got past Joel Poynton into 5th position on that lap. And it does look like Jacob is much closer at the moment than he was a lap or so ago.
So the leaders are well out on their own now. The battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, or 4th, 5th and 6th. Francis Stewart, Donald Regan, Joel Punton and Dale Matthews there, still locked in combat. Spread out a bit now.
Joe McKernan has got a bit of a gap back to Francis Stewart as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner. McKernan in front, and then Stewart with right on his tail. Right on Stewart's tail is Donald Regan, very close together.
I think the gap for first and second has come down a little now as they head into the boot. They appear visibly closer together. No real threat there of an overtake manoeuvre from Jacob on...
So the battle for third, Joe McKernan with Francis Stewart and Regan all very close in the screen. Just behind them is Dale Matthews, but he has dropped back slightly at the moment.
2 minutes, 16 seconds left to go, plus 1 lap.
So it looks like Joe might just be getting away in third. So the battle is just behind him between Francis Stewart and Donald Regan.
Jack and Jensen just going over the line now as we
And Francis looks up the inside. He's got past Joe McKernan into third. Oh, sorry, he stays just ahead. Oh, I think they were lacking the back marker. Not quite seeing who that is, number 49.
Okay, the lead was now down to 3/10. Coming into Ashby, the leader's very close now. Less than 3/10 now, I imagine. Is Jack winning this as slowly as possible, or is Jacob about to do him? It will all...
Jacob has consistently been taking around about a tenth of a second out of Jack at the front, and he has slowly closed the gap. But with only a few laps to go, will he be able to make his way into the lead ahead of the final? And Jack actually marginally quicker on that last lap, 600 to the second.
Beautifully consistent driving from the first and second place men. Touching the curbs exactly the same throughout, using the very same bits of tarmac. Very little in it in speed, style, commitment and accuracy between these two drivers.
So into the boost now, Jack Jensen ahead of Jacob Stilps, and they'll cross the line now, and then I think there'll be 2 laps afterwards. So 2 laps to go now. And will Jack Jensen be able to hold on as they go round Crook into Christmas Corner?
Both giving their engines a drink there. Little engines are very, very hot now, as we heard from our engine tuner late on in the race. This is when, unless the drivers look after them, they can go pop. Gap at the timing line that lap was up to 4/10 from 3/10 the previous lap, so the gap is stabilised. They're just about to cross the line to start their final lap, as you see them there coming onto the start-finish straight.
So 1 lap to go, and unless Jack makes a mistake, it doesn't look like Jacob will have the speed to just get by him himself.
Both of them at this point will realise that they will be on first and second place for the final, so maybe they'll take the percentages and settle for how it is currently.
Jacob is looking just a bit closer, and he's taking a different line. Jack has some very defensive. And onto the back straight. I don't think there's enough speed in it to make any difference at all. As they go around the booth into pit bend, Jack's just got a point or two as a gap, and as they come across the line, Jack does take the win ahead of Jacob still. The pressure. Joe McKernan in third, Francis Stewart into 4th position, and then Donald Reagan 5th. Joel Poynton finishes in 6th place, and Dale Matthews 7th. Okay, so we're going to take a short break now. So just to give you the top 10 quickly, Jack Jensen, Jacob Stilps second. You can see us on the screen. Good race between the front two, actually. And there'll be a quick recovery. We are going to take a quick break, so the stream will end, but we'll be back in around about 5 or 10 minutes with the final races.
Hi, I'm here just in advance of the two finals for the O-Plate meeting at Whilton Mill, and I've got the chance to have a chat with James Fox, who's taken over the mantle of running F100, Spirit of the 90's. James, I remember a long way back when these karts were raced in period, sadly, and we all knew they were exciting then. How did you young guys discover all this?
Well, first of all, thank you for the young guys. I remember I was running karting since 1970-something, watching my father race. Through the 80s, I started in the 90s. So it's just awesome. But what's fantastic to get back in these fantastic karts. Unbelievable.
They are remarkably visceral, aren't they? Even just to watch, they stir the blood.
What's great is I'm observing today as well, and I'm getting to watch from the middle of the track. And to watch the karts going into the left-hand and down there, it's just awesome. And the line of them, awesome.
Now, coming to the organisation of one of these events, you seem to have got a tiger by the tail now. This is an organisation that is patently going somewhere. It's got a group of enthusiastic members who are resurrecting this wonderful equipment, and they're going to want somewhere to race it. And you've provided that formula so far. How do you see the future for F100?
Oh, I see it growing and growing. It's just fantastic. Today, with the Facebook and all this at the moment, 6,000 views of the qualifying yesterday was unbelievable. We've got a great team behind us, a great group of directors, but also some great help that help with the programs and getting the tyres to the track and all manner of stuff. It's just a big, deep team. So yeah, we can go on and on. This can get better and better.
I've watched from afar via Facebook, and this is my first working day with F100, and it's been extremely enjoyable, along with my colleague Hayden up in the comms box. This is all voluntary, isn't it? No one's earning a living out of this yet.
No, it's all voluntary. It's a non-profit organisation, and that's it, really. We're all doing it. We're doing it for nothing, and it's a lot of volunteer work. It's great. I just got to thank everybody for all the work they do to get us there. It's brilliant.
And you've got some pretty key sponsors on board for today. We know in particular you've got a keynote sponsor for the whole event today and some backup sponsors for the rest of your operations. Would you like to say a few words about them?
Yeah, MacPack are the key sponsors for us this weekend, so thanks MacPack. We've also got Dartford Karting that always support us, and Sticker Bucket as well, so some great people behind us.
Sticker Bucket in particular, they provide all these wonderful period stickers that go onto the sides of the karts. And I note that there's a great spirit of the 90s, which you use in your advertising, in as much as you're looking to make these karts look like they were raced in that period.
Yeah, period stickers, and I really know about Sticker Bucket because I've spent a small fortune there making my kart look period as well, both of them. So yeah, you can't help yourself. You've got to get it looking right when the all looks so beautiful.
Well, congratulations on what you've achieved over these short few years. I've had a wonderful day here, and I'm sure the thousands of people that have followed this event on Facebook, in this innovative way that you're promoting this sport, have enjoyed it immensely as well. So I look forward to getting home and having a look at some of it.
And so do I, and I've got to say thank you to everybody who comes to F100, brilliant, and thank you to all those watching, fantastic.
Good. And we have the two finals to look forward to. Pre-89s and pre-95s coming up to the grid now. We'll be with you soon with a rundown on all the runners and riders in those formats.
We've actually got that now. We're going straight into it, aren't we? So we got the order. Okay, so the grand final of the pre-89 and pre-95s about to get underway. So the way the grid is decided is that it was from the pre-final. The results of the pre-final make the grid. So the man on pole, 3 wins from 3 for Chris Derrick so far. Is it going to be one way?
Well, it's been superb driving from Chris the whole of the weekend. He's not a small guy. Looking at him here now across the grid, he's just under 6 foot and he weighs about 13 stone. And he's not built for karting, but he's got a skill and a talent, and he's got the equipment to back it up. So there he is on pole with 3 wins out of 3 races.
We will try and grab a word with him, but here we've got Martin O'Hara's kart. And good starting position, second. Hoping for a better finishing position.
Hoping for the win, yeah.
We'll move a bit round so we can get close to you. So just for people who haven't been watching yet, just tell us about how the day's gone so far for you, the weekend in general.
Qualified 4th. Struggled a bit with the chassis setup yesterday. First heat, 4th to 3rd. Second heat, lost a wheel. Third heat, 7th to 2nd. And then final, 1st.
What particularly impressed me, Martin, was your interview with me after the pre-final. And you really did feel that you'd got the speed, you'd got the pace, you'd got the race pace, and you'd got the machinery under you to challenge Chris.
First set of brand new tyres this year. Been running on old rubber all season for the championship, and it's really made a difference.
It makes a big difference.
Made a huge difference, giving me a lot more confidence in the car.
I could see it in your whole demeanour when you came in after the last race.
And
I can see it in your face now.
Yeah, borrowed this carb off Mick Howdell at Jensen Button's old IBR L1. Got some serious power in it. Winning formula.
Right, we'll let you get ready for race and we'll see who else we can grab. So starting directly behind Martin is Gareth in the 67. We'll walk around this way too. Gareth. So starting 4th, and you have had some impressive races so far.
Yeah,
particularly the last one.
First race, I didn't finish the lap, but since it's been okay. Yeah, 4th and 4th and 4th, I think, or 4th and 4th. So,
and the weather has cleared up. It was raining a bit earlier. Are you happy that it's dry? Or?
Yeah, much better being dry and stable, and same for everyone.
Aim for the race?
To win it. Okay. Yeah, or at least a podium.
Good luck.
You're in good position to do that.
Okay, do you want to grab some people now, Chris?
Yeah. Okay, give me a look.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are looking now at kart number 5, Nick Holland again. Spoken several times so far, Nick. Yeah. You're at the sophisticated end of the grid with these guys. 3 wins straight ahead of you.
Yeah, I think
he's got to be a target, hasn't he?
Maybe he'll blow up. You never know. He's not around. Yeah, he's going to be a tough one to beat today. I mean, Chris always is. I've beat him before though, so you never know.
Yeah, well that's the way. Yeah, don't let him get a break on you. He seems to thrive on that. Once he's away, his confidence builds.
He'll always claim he's taking it easy.
Yeah, that's what he says. Win at the slowest possible pace. Yeah. Well, good luck. Keep him honest. Walking back further down the grid here, we're now we've got Carly. She's not about. Right. There's Chris just heading up the front. Now look, let's grab you before you vanish.
Hi guys.
3 wins. Now just turn around. Yeah, you've got a big target on your back. So everyone's looking at you now. So obviously you're going to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't be here otherwise.
Good. That's the spirit. Well, we'll let you get on. Let you concentrate. Best of luck. Carly's not here. Here comes Carly. Carly, you're well up the grid. 5th place.
Yes.
Super final.
Yeah.
Pre-2000 class. Lots of heavy hitters right ahead of you.
Yeah, fingers crossed I have a good race and clean, and yeah, just hope for a good finish.
Yeah. Well, you should be very pleased with this start position.
Yes, no, they had a good pre-final, so fingers crossed it carries on.
Good. Good luck.
Thanks.
Any major changes on the kart?
No.
No?
So nothing, it worked quite well last time.
Yeah.
A couple of little tweaks, but nothing, so.
Excellent. Good luck. Right. Here we go. There's a gaggle of drivers here. Who have we got? Here's one in number 13. We've got Stephen O'Hara. Stephen, take your hat off again momentarily.
Thank you.
You're such a good-looking fellow. We want to see you without your hat on and talk to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Right in the middle of the action here.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a good start.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you done everything to the kart you can? See you're all cameraed up.
Yeah, I'm all ready to go. There's not much else I can do really. Setup seems fine.
Yeah, and the kart's been performing well during the... Any
Not-
major dramas through the weekend?
No, just a chain coming off, that's all.
Yes, I think we saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'd have had a good weekend, yeah.
Brilliant. You were going very well. I thought you were with right on Chris at that point, weren't you, when the chain came off?
Oh, I don't remember. It was yesterday.
Right. Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
And here we have the great Biff Harris, who seems to be like Lazarus risen from his deathbed. I asked to interview Biff earlier on in the day, but you were a bit poorly, Biff.
Yeah,
have you recovered now?
Not really, no, but there you go.
Biff, you're an icon to this group of young lads. You come from my era of kart racing, and you're still here doing it. Some of us old boys are still quite envious of you, and especially all the stories of the British team racing and Little Green Man and all those great championships back in the day.
That's right, yeah, there's plenty of that going on. You know, to get in the British team years ago, you could have about 80 people fighting just to get in a four-man team.
I know.
You know, so whereas now anyone can go to Europe if they got the money.
Yes. Team racing's a long gone thing of the past.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, team was such good because it brought drivers together to race as a team in Europe, you know, all round. So it's good, yeah.
It was a great accolade to wear that green helmet with the red, white and blue stripes down it.
Well, that's right. Only a team member could wear the green suit and the green helmet. Yeah, that was good. And it stood out. So, yeah.
I've got pictures of me racing with several of the British team members down at Hoddesdon in the 70s. I was at the back of the grid. We're about to start now, so we're going to go back up to commentary position, and we're going to hand back now to the commentary position and Hayden for the start of this race.
So the guys now making their way out onto the grid for the final race of the pre-89s and 95s. And this race is for the O-Plate. Whilton on the grid here, we've got Chris Derrick on pole, Martin O'Hara in second, we spoke to both of them, Nick Holland in third, and then Gareth Nicolai in fourth position. Carly Latcham and Ashley Curtis make up row 3. Alistair Hoplis is in 7th, ahead of Leon Dolby. Robert Whilton is in 9th. And then 10th position, Michael Thurston. Jay Fairbross is 11th. Stephen O'Hara, who we also spoke to, in 12th. Elliot Woodward 13th. Andrew Ford in 14th. Benjamin Topless and Ian Turner just behind them. Stephen Cook-Martin in 17th after a terrible race before. Brian Parias alongside him. Devinder Atwell, bad weekend all round. He starts 19th. And then starting in 20th, we have in 20th starting is Jack Baker. And then behind them, the novice Richard Johnson and Rick Scott, 22nd. So they're going round for a second warm-up lap. And then once the grid is fully formed, then the racing will get underway. And it does look like they are getting ready, so they will be going very shortly. And there's a cart already off, so not a good day there. Who is that? Can't quite make it out of our window. We'll just try and have a look to see if we can see who it is. Can't catch the number because the view is from the side.
Tony Carl.
So that's Richard Johnson, who was starting at the back. So we're about to get underway.
Okay, the pack's now formed up fairly nice and tidily. And it looks as though they're going to get the go this lap. And away they go. And it's Chris Derrick immediately into the lead. Followed by Nick Holland and Martin O'Hara, with Carly Litchman up to 4th place.
I think Martin O'Hara is in second, actually, ahead of Nick Holland from that last camera angle. But definitely Chris Derrick in the lead.
Carly up to 4th place from her start in 7th, so she's had a blindingly good first 4 or 5 corners.
So as they make their way around the infield, it is Chris Derrick in the lead.
Chris Derrick ominously opening up a 3 or 4 kart length lead.
Over Martin O'Hara.
Coming up the stripe now, and we'll see how this shapes out. Chris 7th, Gareth Nicolai, who's also made a good start.
Well, dropped to place, I
Dropped
think.
to place, sorry. Thought it came up in place.
So out in front is Chris Derrick ahead of Martin O'Hara, and then Nick Holland is in 3rd, Carly Latcham 4th, Gareth Nicolai in 5th position. As they go around the infield, and it's all very bunched up in the middle of the pack.
Right, Martin O'Hara doing exactly as he said at our chat on the grid walk. He is keeping Chris Derrick fairly honest in these opening laps. Just testing each other out, see where they're quick, where they're slow. Chris Derrick still not giving Martin an opportunity up to Christmas, and he's not quite close enough. Carly Latcham still there in a very aggressive 4th place.
So they make their way around Ashby now onto the infield section. So the first left-hander is Parker. Chris Derrick just going through there now. And the second is Chapman. If anyone's feeling brave, they do take a wide line in, so you can try and make an overtaking move in Chapman. And then onto the back straight. Before the boost, the final section of the track, 3 right-handers, a left and 3 right-handers onto the pitch race. And a good move there, good battle in the middle of that lap. So Ashley Curtis getting past Gareth Nicolai there. And then Alistair Topless is in 7th, as you can see on your screens. But Carly Latcham all over the back of Nick Holland at the moment. And we saw her cars getting a little bit out of shape in the pre-final. So it'll be interesting to see if she'll be going all out into Christmas to make the overtaking moves.
Well, again, ominously, there's the gap extending now. 6/10 last lap over Martin O'Hara. Martin has now got people behind him. Martin has got Nick Holland and Carly Latcham, so his attentions are divided at the moment. Just adjusting the carburettor there. 2nd, 3rd and 4th are really close now. Martin O'Hara concentrating on what's behind him and possibly not on the gap to Chris Derrick. He's not starting to defend yet up into Christmas, still taking the wide quick line in. Got a bit of a gap now over Nick Holland, who has Carly all over the rear of his kart. So quite a torrid battle here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
And it looks like Gareth Nicolai's had a problem. He's dropped right back, so he started in 4th and was 5th momentarily earlier, but he's now dropped back, and it looks like he is out of this race. The battle on your screen is the battle for 2nd place. That's Martin O'Hara. But behind them, lots of action. The battle for 5th. We've got Alistair Topless in front, and just behind him is Ashley Curtis. They make their way round Crook. And there's a problem there for, I think, that's Benjamin Topless. He's slowing down, and he's letting everyone drive by, so a problem for Benjamin. And after such a promising start, he then had an issue where he collided with a back marker at the end of the first race when he had been leading. So bad news for Benjamin Topless. So that's cars number 3. That's Ashley Curtis in 5th position.
Steve Cook-Martin started 17th, now lying 8th. So Steve has brought his kart up 11 places in the opening laps of this race. He showed his pace, but throwing a chain at Ashby in the pre-final has scuppered his opportunities.
I think he made a couple of places up there. I think it was perhaps Leon Dolby. I'm not sure quite who he was.
Steve Cook-Martin now in 6th. So he's made 2 more places up.
There's a yellow flag because of a kart on the inside of the track. On the outside, sorry, that's a Parker.
1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th now all entering the boot complex. Waved yellows in there, no overtaking.
It's green now as they make their way onto the pit straight. They're all very close, but no changes of order. Martin O'Hara actually just set the fastest lap of the race. He picked up around about 0.4 of a second on Chris Derrick. So the gap between the two of them is very close. And on that lap, Steve Cook-Martin got past Ashley Curtis. Ashley Curtis is the lead rider in the heavy class. Michael Thurston and Leon Dolby second and third in that.
Looking at Carly Latcham in 4th place, driving a very aggressive race, and I think she's now on the inside line going into Chapman, and she has now taken 3rd place in front of our eyes there. Been showing her nose and it's stating her intentions for the last 2 or 3 laps. Very studiously has made that successful pass up to a podium position now.
So Nick Holland's dropping down. Still in the lead though, Chris Derrick. And Martin O'Hara is in second, and he's managed to build. Chris has just managed to gap Martin ever so slightly, just under 2/10. He's built the gap up by. Carly Latchman third. Nick Holland in 4th on your screen. Cars number 5.
Steve Cook-Martin now in 5th place, having just taken Ashley Curtis, so he's now come up 12 places, showing the race pace that he obviously had, but for that one drama in the pre-final. So we have Chris Derrick half a second ahead of Martin O'Hara, who is a further second ahead of Carly Latcham. So all quite evenly spaced now, the first 4, as they come across the start-finish line. Derrick, O'Hara, Latcham and Holland in that order.
And Carly Latcham finding some clear air and setting a personal best, but Steve Cook-Martin has just gone purple, so he's now set the fastest lap of the race at 47.8.
First time down into the 47s, that is, for the meeting. So Steve Cook-Martin obviously got his pace back. And he's not far away. This is a longer race, this one. Another 4 minutes to go plus a lap. Back markers interfering in the top 4 as they come out of Chapman's and into the boot complex.
So still Chris Derrick in front of Martin O'Hara, and then Carly Latcham, Nick Holland behind. And as they all come across the line, Carly Latcham sets a personal best. She's also into the 47s. Steve Martin Cook staying in the 47. So Carly now within a second of Chris Derrick in the lead, with Martin O'Hara in between them.
The pace is very hot now. It's suddenly found some extra pace. Maybe the sun's come out. The track's thoroughly dried after a few showers. There's certainly a lot to play for. Take home this coveted O plate to carry the rest of this season until this meeting next year. And it's still all to play for with 3 minutes, 10 seconds and 1 lap to go.
And closing up, Carly Latcham on the back. Chris Derrick not having it all his own way. Martin O'Hara right behind. Martin O'Hara and Carly Latcham both setting personal bests on that last lap.
And this looks like a change for the lead going into
Martin
Christmas.
O'Hara up the inside, and he makes it through. So that's Chris Derrick down into second. He's won every single race so far today. But Martin O'Hara has managed to make his way past. Now Carly Latcham's right on the back of Chris Derrick.
What a fantastic race.
And Chris Derrick defending a little bit. So Carly trying down the inside, but not quite close enough to make the move.
These 3 carts just tied together. No fresh air between them as they enter the boot complex. All taking a similar line. Now who gets the run through here could be critical. Who's got the revs? No one's looking at the inside. And he's gone wide. He's on the grass. The lead's gone.
Martin
O'Hara is off.
Wide. Dropped down into 4th position. So Chris Derrick, what luck for him. He's back into the lead. And after the leader crashed out in the first race, he then went on to win all 3 races so far. But that's bad news for Martin O'Hara.
So where has Martin come back in the field now?
I think he managed to stay in 4th because there was a bit of a gap back to Steve Cook-Martin. So Nick Holland will be on the podium as it stands. It's Chris Derrick and Carly Latcham, but Carly is very close, and she will be looking to make a move to see if she can take the lead of this race. And in fact, Stephen Cook-Martin did get past Martin O'Hara. And Carly looking up the inside into Christmas, but not close enough. But she's really going for it.
She's driving fantastically well, and Chris Derrick's got his hand up. The karts failed, and from out of nowhere, Carly Latchman takes the lead, and by good driving, Chris Derrick distraught as he gets out the kart there, not lost a race this whole weekend.
He's had it all his own way, and now, when it matters most, it's gone from him. So Carly Latcham leads.
Carly's come from nowhere, and that's an unkind thing to say, but she's not been on our lips the whole time this weekend.
So she's ahead of Nick Holland, who's in second. They've just gone past the back marker. Third is now Steve Cook-Martin. So he'll be on the podium.
And Steve Cook-Martin, I say again, he's come from 17th place through this high-quality field. He's posted a best time of 47.8, so he's right on the pace.
So it looks like this will be the penultimate lap. There's Carly Latcham on your screen, the leader. And she won't make it round to start another lap. So after this one, there will be one more.
Just about to start their last lap when she comes through the complex of corners in front of us.
And Nick Holland's dropped back by about quite a distance. So he's not as close as he was. So Carly looks like she will have it her own way. Martin O'Hara has moved back up past Steve Cook-Martin into third. And actually, it does look like Nick is getting a little bit closer, but not close enough to really challenge Carly. He will have to hope for a mistake. Although it does look like she might be taking it slightly easy.
What a wonderful achievement for Carly. And Nick Holland in second. Flag marshal outside our window. He's got...
Okay, so coming round the last couple of corners,
Thank you.
Carly just ahead.
Just
Nick
about to
Holland.
take the flag, and the flag waves. It's Charlie Latcham, followed over the line by Nick Holland, and Martin O'Hara in third place.
Recovered into third after his off on the straight between Crook. And that's nice to see. Carly and Nick kind of shaking hands there. It's a good spirit between all the competitors. Bad luck for Chris Derrick, who had been looking in such good shape, and then 2 or 3 laps to go, loses it. So these...
Okay, Roger.
So Carly Latcham wins the race ahead of Nick Holland. Martin O'Hara makes up the podium. Steve Cook-Martin is in 4th. Ashley Curtis 5th. Leon Dolby 6th. Alistair Topless finished in 7th. Michael Thurston was 8th. Jack Baker in 9th. Jay Fairbrace rounding out the top 10. So Ashley Curtis was the lead of the heavies, so he wins for heavy class, and Leon Dolby was 2nd. Michael Thurston 3rd in the class. And a brilliant bit of racing. As they'll now be making their way into the pit area, and then Chris will be speaking to the podium, the guys on the podium. And that means that Carly will have the O place for the next year until they have the Open Championship again next season. So congratulations to Carly, that's brilliant for her. She has been absolutely fantastic. Didn't expect it. I think we were speaking to her on the grid and she didn't say she was going to hope for the win, but she did brilliantly well, and congratulations to her from Joe on Facebook. And it is really well deserved. Bad luck though for a few of the other drivers. Benjamin Topless, who had looked in good shape at the start, and Chris Derrick, who had won all 3 races, but just not quite managing it in the end. So that was the pre-89 and 95 grand final in the O Plate. Coming up, we've got the pre-2000s, and Jack Jensen, who's won all 3 races, is on pole position for that. But first of all, we will speak to the guys on the podium before we do the grid walk with Chris. Guys on the podium still just going through scrutineering, and then Chris will try and grab a word. So just to talk you through the action, Chris Derrick had been leading, and there was a battle at the top, and then Martin O'Hara midway through took the lead, but then he ran wide and fell back into 5th position on the track, and that then left a battle between Carly Latcham and Chris Derrick. So Chris was in the lead and Carly was on his tail before Chris suffered a technical problem and he had to retire with a couple of laps to go. So Carly Latcham ended up winning, and Martin O'Hara did a good job to fight his way back up into 3rd. He got past Stephen Cook-Martin, and I think that we've got Carly Latcham and the other guys on the podium and Carly's family, so we will have Chris with them shortly for the interviews before they get ready for the next race.
Okay, we've just had the grand final of the pre-89, pre-95 F100 O-Plate meeting, and what a race we've just had. I'm very privileged to have the podium winners alongside me now. Martin O'Hara, come in Martin. Nick Holland, come along Nick. And Carly Latcham, along with her parents. Come in, Mum and Dad. Let's have all of you in. Now, Martin, just talk us through your race.
Started on 2nd, pace to win, managed to get it into 1st place, and then just over-egged it through the chicane and spat myself on that grass.
Saw it happen through the window.
Dropped back into 6th, I think, and then caught back up into 3rd, but not enough laps. And congratulations to Carly. She did a fantastic job.
She did. Brilliant. Nick, 2nd place. Yeah. Pretty busy out there.
It is, yeah.
How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's a good race. I changed the kart around a bit to try and get there, and the kart felt a lot better, had a lot more pace. Still a bit loose on the back, but overall a cracking race. I saw Martin do exactly the same as what I did in one of the heats and throw it down the outside, and I knew at that point he was going to be a bit far behind, and then Carly and Chris were racing. I was just starting to close back up to them, and then Chris threw a chain, so I think he was slowing up a bit anyway, and then Carly sort of just pulled a little bit of a gap, and I just thought I'll maintain this now, and I thought Martin would be probably a bit too far to try and make a challenge, so yeah, pretty pleased with that result. Yeah.
Brilliant race. Now, Carly, you've been just out of sight of the commentary team most of the weekend. We've talked about a lot of these fellas out there. You've been on our peripheral vision all the time, and suddenly, bang, there you are, up into 4th place from 7th? 5th, up into 4th from 5th, and instantly showing your nose down the side of the kart ahead, the whole race, until you chose a really clean, opportunist move, moved up to 3rd, and then we all began to believe that, yes, this was going to happen. Is that how you saw it all?
A little bit, I suppose. I had a good start and I was kind of with them, and then Martin went off, and then it was kind of, okay, there might be something here, and it was a case of just kind of picking my way through, and when Chris's chain went off and he was in the lead, I thought, oh my God, I'm in the lead. But yeah, it was a case of maintaining it then.
Chris is a real fierce driver, and you were all over him on merit. You were just there, and it just happened. So it doesn't happen on its own, though. We're standing behind Carly. We've got Mum and Dad, so do come forward. Yeah. So how proud must you two feel?
Very proud. Yeah.
And do you run around with Carly all weekends and support her? Dad, you do the mechanicking?
Yes, and a partner. We all chip in, and we've had a bit of a nightmare of a...
You do all the worrying, do you, Mum?
Yeah, I do, yeah. Yeah, I think so.
You should all be heartily proud of what you've achieved. There's been so much talk over this weekend about the the family atmosphere of Formula 100 and the friendship that is around the paddock. And as a first-time commentator and as a first-time viewer of 100s, I think it's a fantastic championship, and you should be thoroughly proud of what you've achieved, Carly. Well done.
I just wanted to say I've had a lot of bad luck with my engines, and Nick lent me one of his for the final. So I blew up 3 of my engines, and honestly, without Nick, I wouldn't have been out there in the final. So what an atmosphere and spirit to have. So thank you.
Any regrets about that move, Nick?
No, I said to her when she came around, I said, if you need an engine, you're happy to have one. So, you know, proves that I didn't lend her a rubbish motor.
That's really good. Well, that's a good story to end this wonderful race meeting on. Congratulations to all of you. Well done, Mum and Dad. And I hope you all go away and celebrate. You've worked hard for this, and you've got that plate to carry all season. You'll have to show it off, Carly. Congratulations, all of you. Now we're going to go straight into the... we're going to go straight down the pit lane and look at the grid forming up for the pre-2000 Grand Final. Once again, I need to do a bit of paperwork. Can someone bring me pre-2000 figures, please, in comms? So the RAF MSA Rotax Max RAF MSA Rotax Max Championship is going round in this glorious late afternoon sunshine now. Few spots of rain in the air. Some really big clouds coming up over there. The wind is in fact blowing a lot of rain clouds towards us now. A little bit of moisture in the air, so we see wet tyres down here for one of the teams. Jack Jensen on pole, kart 52. Like Chris Derrick in the pre-95s, Jack has won all his races. Thank you. Jack has won all his races leading up to the pole position. I'm sure he'll be reflecting on Chris Derrick in the last race, who had won all 3 races that he had competed in over this weekend. And then the chain let him down within 2 laps of victory, giving that victory to Carly. So Jack is sitting quite quietly on the wheel of his kart over here with his grandfather in the background. They come from a motor racing family, and wonderful atmosphere in their pit, much the same as in Carly's pit with her parents, just reiterating the family nature of this sport. So I'll go over and have a brief word with Jax once again. I seem to spend the whole afternoon talking to Jack. So I hope you're not worrying about what happened to Chris Derrick. He had 3 wins, and you sit on pole with 3 wins as well.
Yeah, he was very unlucky. I had a similar thing at the O plate last year. My chain went on the last lap or 2, and I was in about 4th or 3rd. So we've put extra lube on this time.
Good. Nothing certain, is it? I'm going to leave you to concentrate on the game in hand. Good luck. Right. It looks as though we're missing Glenn Guest, who is shown on my grid sheet as kart 3, who should have been here, but Glenn is not showing. I'll just confirm that. Has Jacob moved up 1 place?
No, finished second in the 3. So I guess that's where we start for the moment.
Different to my grid sheet, but...
It's pre-final, mate, that's right.
Oh. Comms is in trouble on the grid in as much as I've been given the wrong pit sheet. I've got the pre-final grid sheet, and I need the final grid sheet, please. Just going to walk up here and talk to management to see if I can get a grid sheet. Have you got a grid sheet I can have?
Pardon?
Have you got a grid sheet I can have, or you use it? No. So we're looking here to talk to, this is Joel. Joel, have you got time? Joel.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Sixth place on the grid.
Yeah, it's a nice turnaround. DNF'd in the, not pre-final, heat 2. Chain come off from 11th. So started 12th in the pre-final and just worked my way up to 7th. But obviously I had a couple of tangles in front of me, so it's always good, but not for the drivers, obviously.
No, there's been a lot of mechanicals and a lot of race incidents that have altered the shape of races over the last couple of times in this class in particular.
Yeah.
So in sixth place, everything to play for.
Everything to play for. I come in saying that I wanted top 5, so if I can get that, I'll be over the moon.
That's brilliant.
So yeah, no,
jolly good. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Cheers. Now, thank you. I'm now armed with the correct paperwork. So coming forward, we've got car 59. Joe, we've spoken earlier today. You were kind enough to come and fill some time for us, telling us about karting.
Yeah.
Really up the sharp end for this race.
Yeah. The second heat didn't go well, seized the engine, but managed to come from 8th to 3rd in the pre-final, so it went all right. Yeah.
This guy, he's got to have a target on him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's quick. So
He's quick. Yeah.
with him.
Stay with him.
Yeah.
Good man. Enjoy it. Moving back further down the grid, come and see if we can pick some of the heavy karts out. Is Alistair with us?
Yeah, he's there.
Alistair, we've not spoken to you yet all weekend, have we? Alistair, you're running in the heavyweight class.
Yeah.
And qualified mid-pack.
Yes.
Ahead of some of the heavies, ahead some of the...
Well, I didn't get to qualify yesterday, so it's not bad really, I don't suppose.
No, going well. Done anything special to the kart since the heats and
changed the engine. Going for a different engine, different carb. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
And do you know what this one's likely to produce?
It's quicker. It is my best engine, so yeah, we'll see what happens. So.
Brilliant. No chassis issues?
No, not at the minute. No, at the minute. I'm getting the impression it might be raining in a minute, though.
Well,
a few speckles in there.
I would have said so a few minutes ago. We pointed the camera up at that lot just recently, and it's gone a different direction. So
well, hopefully it stays away. I don't like the wet.
Good luck. Good
you.
luck.
Cheers, thanks.
Right. Glenn, you turned away. You don't want to talk to me, do you? You're up the unsophisticated end of the grid, not where your speed merits you being. So you must be disappointed.
Yeah, that last race was just one of those things.
Well, we saw Steve Cook-Martin come through from 17th to 3rd with a lap to go in the last race. So you are in 15th.
We've done it before. We have done it before, and we've done it before in this class. So, hopefully we can do it again.
And from what we've seen over the last 24 hours here, you've got the speed to do it. So good luck. Cheers. We've got Stuart Guess here. Stuart, hi.
You jinxed me last time.
Well, I don't mean to. we hope we bring you some encouragement. So, how are things?
Well, haven't finished the last two. Span out on both of them.
Yeah.
Like I said, you jinxed me. So I hope you don't do it to me again.
Would you like me to leave?
No, because you're doing the recording. You can talk to her though. She'll talk to you forever.
So, there's a lot of karts ahead of you.
Yeah.
And
They'll stay there.
what? Okay. Well, thanks for talking. This is Lee, isn't it? Yeah. They're great. Now, you had a pretty difficult time last race. Didn't start.
Yeah, no good.
Now, that raises the question, was it an oil plug?
Yeah, we're pretty sure it was, yeah.
So, why don't you carry a plug spanner and a plug? See...
Too late, eh?
Too late. You should have a plug spanner, or your mechanic should... So I shouldn't tell you what to do, but,
I know.
you'd have had a good race. You were up the front for that, qualified up there, didn't you?
Yeah, well, we'll have to go for it from the back now. See what we can do.
But if the camera could just point at that plug spanner there, just underneath the helmet. If Lee had had one of those at the last race, he would have been further up there. You have to plan for every eventuality in karting. Drivers, lots of them are away from their karts at the moment. Here's James Meanwell here. We spoke to you earlier, James, didn't we? Yeah. Right in the thick of the action here.
Yeah.
Lovely view looking forward. It's the view, I always enjoyed that view when I was racing, sitting here looking at all that lovely machinery.
It's beautiful to see them all on circuit again. It's what it's all about, having fun and seeing all these beautiful karts and engines back out on circuit after 20 years.
It is.
Yep.
It's wonderful. Long way at last.
Yep.
Any changes for the final?
No, I had loads of problems in the heats today. Didn't finish a single heat, had initial car problems, couldn't nail it down. Changed them both before the pre-final and managed to get 12th on the grid, so really happy with that. And hopefully sort of stay around here, maybe go up a bit for the final.
Good, excellent. Good luck. We'll be watching out for that surge through the field. And here we've got the other female driver here, deep in conversation with her engine guru, Mick.
No.
Thank you for the...
3 engines up today, I'm no engine guru.
Oh, so...
We've had a bad day, really.
So, Chloe, how do you feel about the outcome of the last race? Is it girl power today?
I mean, obviously I'm overjoyed that Carly's gone and won it. But, I mean, I suppose it puts a bit of prerogative of pressure behind me, but I'll just do what I can do. We'll see what happens.
That's it. Great. Well, certainly a great result in the last race, and let's hope you can get up there in this one. Good luck. Good luck. Well, we've got Paul Warrener here in the heavy class. He's racing in the heavy class because he's got a red stripe under his number.
I certainly do.
Now then, Paul, not too far off the front.
No, happy with that. To be honest with you, after a difficult weekend, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
My plan is just to try and hang on to these lot and be the first heavy over the line. We'll see.
Are you first heavy on the grid?
Yes.
Yes. So Paul is in pole position for the heavy class. Now, Paul, you can win points in the overall championship. You can win points for the overall, and you win points within your heavy class, don't you?
I only have one goal. I don't care what these lot do. They're all faster than me. So if I can just hang on to them and just keep it clean and tidy and be the first heavy over the line, then I'll be a happy
well done.
boy.
We'll keep an eye out for that. Right, we're just about to go back up to the commentary booth now and signing off down here on the pit lane with the group, with the grid for the O-Plate Grand Final.
As always, to hear from the guys on the grids just before the race, and it will be interesting to see how it pans out. They're going to be getting underway quite shortly, and we are sure to have an exciting race in store. So the grid for the pre-2000 kart final, Jack Jensen on pole position, Jacob Stilp is alongside him. In third is Joe McKenna, fourth Francis Stewart, fifth is Donald Regan, and sixth is Joel Poynton. Row 4 is Dale Matthews and Paul Warrener. Adam Wardiel is in ninth, and Chloe Scott is in 10th position. Alistair, I think that's Alistair Cunningham is 11th, James meanwhile 12th, Tyler Paul 13th, Owen Genman is in 14th position, Glenn Guest in 15th. Despite his earlier promise, Drew Stewart in 16th. The two of them had, Oliver Smith 17th and Stuart Goss in 18th. Coming together between a few of the guys at the back. But very exciting racing about to get underway.
And as they just start pushing out, just walk past Jack Jensen, a very thoughtful Jack Jensen, deep in his thoughts. And one of those moments where the commentator does not really want to put his microphone anywhere near a young man about to possibly win the O-Plate Championship in the pre-2000 class.
So it looks like everyone's got away fairly cleanly onto the track, and they will just need to make sure that they are all together before the race gets started. So pole position is Jack Jensen. He has won all 3 races so far today. And he'll be hoping that he makes it 4 from 4, something that Chris Derrick couldn't do earlier. So we're going to be having a second formation lap. We're going straight on. And then on this lap, they will start to bunch up. And the grid will then get ready to go out of pit bends into first position. Into the first corner rather. So again, just to clarify, they are going for the O place. And they'll have that for the rest of the year.
Yes, okay, the winner of this race will carry the number 0 on their kart for the rest of this season until they rescind it or win it again at this meeting next year.
So the guys at the front just making their way round to Chapman's corner and then onto the back straight. And you can see they are all going very slowly. There are still some who aren't quite caught up yet as they make their way down towards the boot. Jacob's still on the outside.
Starters still deciding. They're going to go another round.
So they're going to have another warm-up lap because some of them not quite caught up at the back. I don't think there aren't any cars stranded on track, so there will be just one more formation lap.
Wonderful shot there of them all coming over the start line, waving their hands in the air to tell the karts behind that they are acknowledging there's another lap to go. At the same time, opening the throttles fully to clear the engines. They don't want to run these things too slowly for too long. They will oil up. And you don't want an oily engine going into that first corner. You need it to be on the button and producing full power, not producing a load of smoke.
And Jacob's still getting very close to Jack Jensen. He's not letting him out of his sights.
That's mind games. That's statement of intent. Just niggling away, even on the rolling lap. The race has really begun with these guys. It's getting inside another driver's helmet and just letting them know you're there to unsettle them.
So coming round the boost now, they are about to get underway as soon as they're on the pit straight. And Jacob Jensen Jack Jensen was behind Jacob still, but into the lead he goes, and I think Jacob lost out a little bit in there.
Jacob still dropped behind Joe McKernan. That was the change literally on the line with Jack Jensen a kart's length clear of Joe McKernan.
Jack Jensen was actually behind Jacob Stills as they exited the last corner. So Jacob had to lift off to make sure Jack was in front. So it's Jack Jensen from Joe McKernan in second position. And all single file, all one overtaken in the middle of
I think Donald Regan has now got past Jacob Stilp as well.
So a bad start for Jacob. He's in
yeah,
fourth.
Donald is in third. Jacob Stilp is in fourth.
But Jack looks like he's walking away with this at the moment.
Jack has got nearly a second, 9/10 over Joe McKernan, and then Donald Regan, Jacob Stilp, Francis Stewart, Adam Wardell.
And into Christmas, Joe McKernan's lost another position to Donald Regan. So Donald Regan now up into second, and Jacob still trying to make his way into third in Ashby. They're very close together. And Jacob's made his way past. So Joe McKernan down from second to fourth in a matter of corners.
All this squabbling has resulted in probably a second and a bit lead for Jack as he comes across the...
Oh, and there's a bit of contact there between Jacob and Donald. But they get away with this in the last corner.
Yeah, the squabbling's gone to... The gap's gone to 2 seconds. Jacob still past Donald Regan. Donald was complaining that he'd been hit up the back by Jacob, I think. That was what the arm waving was about.
Joe McKernan's lost another place. He's now behind Francis Stewart.
So it's pretty combative out there. The result being, as we look out the window, and the view that you're looking at on screen there, that Jack Jensen has gone steaming off into the lead.
I think it's somewhere around 2.5 or 3 seconds his lead at the moment, which is huge in this competition. But as we've seen, anything can happen.
So the race settling down, a fairly few heated exchanges going up into Christmas corner there. And there's close racing coming down to Ashby. Can't quite catch the numbers there. It looks like Joe McKeon and Adam Wardell, Joel Poynton there. As first, second and third are all running in fairly clean air. Fourth, fifth down to about 10th, 11th are racing quite hard.
This will be battle for, I think, third or fourth place.
So I think this is the gaggle going over the line now. Kart 59, Joe McKern and Adam Wardell, Francis Stewart, Oliver Smith, Drew Stewart. They're all engaged in the battle that you see on your screen straight in front of you coming up into Christmas. No one taking the opportunity to dive up the inside. People still biding their time. 8.5 minutes left in this race. And at 40 seconds a lap, that's several more laps yet. Several more opportunities. So the pack building up behind Joe McKernan. Yes, Joe McKernan, Adam Wardell just going across your screen there. So that's where all the action is in this race at the moment. The first three having gone off. Jack Jensen at the last time over the timing screen got 1.5 second lead over Jacob Stilt, who had a further 1.1 over Donald Regan. And then this pack just crossed in front of us, squabbling over 5th through to 10th probably.
And then that scrap, Oliver Smith got past Francis Stewart on that lap, and then Francis got a bit of a tap, and he's had another one there in Christmas. And all kinds of...
It's all kicked off up at Christmas, resulting in some fairly heavy contact, but no karts actually stopping. We can pick up on that when they cross the timing stripe. All started off with an overtaking move.
So Francis Stewart has had a couple of hits there, and he's actually been given a black and white flag, which is
That's
a
a
warning.
driving standards warning. Kart 152, Francis Stewart, driver standards warning.
There you
It's
see it
flashing
on
up,
the screen.
flashing up on the gantry as they flash under it now.
So he's dropped a few places. He's now showing up in 10th position. Jack Jensen out in front just sets a personal best, but he's still a few tenths of laps slower than Jacob Still behind. So
Yeah.
Jacob will be trying to push to see if he can get into the lead ahead of Jack Jensen.
Jacob Stilp has closed the gap down the last time over the timing line to 8 tenths, so maybe it's not all over at the front yet.
So it's all very close on the screen.
Come down to 0.5 now, the first and second, so Jacob Still is either increasing his pace rapidly and putting pressure on Jack Jensen, or Jack Jensen is prepared to win at the slowest possible speed.
Jack Jensen did just set his personal best of the race, but that's still 3 tenths slower than Jacob Still, who has just set the fastest of the race, a purple lap of 45.8. And they're on the back straight, the pair of them.
Just coming into the boot now, the leaders.
There they are.
There's the shot. Left hand in, 2 right-handers.
And it looks like every corner Jacob Still is picking up time. Getting closer. I think Jack's did just have a look behind it.
3 tenths across the line as they go across in front of us now. So Jack Jensen is really going to have to work for this. He's going to have to start defending soon. Christmas corner looks very tight there.
As they make their way around Inkerman, so it's all flat from Christmas corner down to that Ashby there. And Jacob right on the back. Will he have a look up the inside of Chapman's? He's not quite close enough. You can see even from that angle they are having slightly different lines.
Jacob still taking a lot of curb on the left-hander into the boot complex, consequently losing about 3 karts lengths. The kart seems very, very quick in a straight line. As they come past us, he gained at least 2 kart lengths then on pure acceleration, and it's coming up the hill as well, where he is visibly quicker than Jack in a straight line.
That last lap they set almost identical times. Jacob only went the tiniest amount.
This is it, there's the overtake going in.
And he's up the inside, but I think, they touch wheels, but Jack Jensen just about staying in front. Number 52. He manages to get it back on the switchback as they exited Ashby corner. Jacob still having a look as they're going to boost, but not close enough.
Jacob Stilp's kart visibly faster at this stage in the race with 4 minutes 20 seconds to go, looking for a wide line into the first corner Oblivion. And this is where the power seems to tell. He's visibly gaining on this uphill stretch. Jack's having to go defensive, protecting that inside line. Jack's now going to get the switch back, but it's not going to work just there. Down into Ashby is where Jack was vulnerable last time. He's taking a defensive line this time, clipping the curbs. He's worked out where Jacob can attack him and is...
He's not quite going to have a look up the inside of Chapman as they are on the back straight, and there's a back marker who's had to watch out and make sure he doesn't get in the way, and he does well to avoid the two of them. And Jacob right on Jack's tail. So it's Jensen leading from still further back. Donald Reagan's in third ahead of Drew Stewart. And they make their way up towards Christmas.
This is where he's vulnerable. He's going to have to take that defensive line all the time now. Force Jacob into a wide line. He then gets the opportunity for a switchback. He then gets another opportunity for a switchback. The defensive line again, hard on the brakes. The kart moves underneath him. He goes wide. And again, round the outside at this one. That's where Jack is vulnerable to Jacob for a move. And again, defensive into Chapman. It's a power difference here. Jax is really struggling on having to go defensive.
He's taking the inside line to every corner, but Jacobs managed to, nearly got up the inside into the pit bend, but that's not a smart place to try and make an overtake. As they make their way round Oblivion through Cook.
Coming up to this vulnerable part now, Jack is going to have to be so defensive. He's going to have to make this the widest F100 kart in the world to hang on to this.
And I think Jacobs up the inside as they make their way around Inkerman, and Jacobs still into the lead ahead of Jack Jensen.
Wonderful move there in Inkerman, and it was set up 2 corners before that.
And it's been coming for a few laps, but Jack Jensen, who's won every single race so far in pre-2000.
Jack's gone through on the inside and retakes the lead on the entrance to the boot.
So Jack showing he does still have some pace, and he is going for the win. And he stays in front as they make their way round Oblivion and in Crook.
At least 4 more laps yet. Again, having to go defensive.
There's a yellow flag though, so Jacob can't overtake. And he's sticking very closely behind. He's right on his tail.
Defensive again, hard on the brakes. The car steps sideways and goes wide. Big mistake there from Jack. It's that downhill approach to Ashby. Sucks people into braking late, and then the gravity is against them.
So Jacob still leads. Elsewhere, Adam Wardiel and Joe McKernan have both just dropped several places. Not quite sure what happened, but they have both fallen back quite considerably. Jacob still into the lead, and I think it's going to be 3 more laps after they cross the line.
Managed to open a gap now, and I think this is the part of the circuit where Jacob is strong on this uphill straight into Christmas corner. And yes, you can visibly see the gap open up just there. But Jack is still hanging on in there. So this is the second time in 2 races that a 3-time race winner has been demoted from the almost certain acceptance of the O-plate.
Adam Wardhill, number 949, has received a black flag. I wonder if that has something to do with the incident where both he and Joe McKernan dropped several places. In front row, Jacob still in the lead ahead of Jack Jensen.
And there will be 2 more laps.
So they'll cross the line now, and this is the
pre-penultimate lap. Penultimate lap. Sorry.
Elsewhere, a good battle developing for 4th position. And there's Glenn Guest ahead of Donald Regan. I think that's them on screen now. So they're making their way now, which is where Jacob first got past. So in front is Glenn Guest. These 2 have been trading times, but almost... I think Glenn Guest has, in the last lap, got past Donald Regan and is starting to get away from him.
Yes, and the gap's now developed quite large. Looking at it to come up on our time screen, 0.6 of a second as they cross in front of us here in the commentary box. They're now on their last lap. So 0.6 of a second. Looking back, Drew Stewart in a safe third place, 2.5 seconds ahead of Glenn Guest. So nursing these karts home now at possibly the slowest speed they can manage to keep ahead of the guy behind them.
And you can see the gap really starting to extend, so it looks like this is almost race over. Jacob still ahead of Jack Jensen. Jack Jensen, who had won all 3 races up to this point, but didn't have it his own way now. And it was the same situation as in the pre-89s and 95s. So coming up to the final corner, and across the line comes Jacob Still. He set a blistering lap in qualifying yesterday, good enough for second on the first grid. He wins from Jack Jensen. Third is Drew Stewart. He finishes ahead of Glenn Guest, and then Donald Reagan in fifth. Oliver Smith, the leading driver of the heavies. So Jack Barbers in 7th, Dale Matthews 8th, Joel Poynton in 9th. And a brilliant race, some real good wheel-to-wheel action between Jacob Still and Jack Jensen. And Jacob Still set the fastest lap of the race, and on the final lap was around about 3 tenths, nearly 4 tenths quicker. Although it did look as though maybe Jack Jensen had given up the fight at the end. And that means Jacob Still will hold the O plate for the next year. Jack Jensen finishing the race in 2nd position. Quite a disappointment having won all 3 of the races so far in the pre-2000s, heading up towards the final. But unfortunately it just wasn't to be for him. So Jacob Still, I think they're all just making their way into the pits now, and they'll go through scrutineering, and then we'll try and grab a word with the drivers who finished on the podium. The front 3 of Jacob Still, Jack Jensen and Drew Stewart. So a brilliant day's action here at Whilton Mill. I think that that's all we've got, but we do have the post-race interviews, and then we'll have a roundup of the day's action. So stick around and you'll be able to see Jacob Still speaking to Chris Edwards, and Chris will also have Jack Jensen and Drew Stewart alongside him for the post-race interviews.
It's my very great pleasure to be here, grabbing these drivers out of scrutineering base straight after the 2000 O-Plate Grand Final here at Whilton Mill. Wonderful race, surprises right up to the end. I've got Drew Stewart, Jack Jensen and Jacob Stilp here with me. Now Drew, where's Drew? This side of me. Third place, Drew. I'm looking at my sheet. You came from 16th on the grid to third.
Yes.
You must be chuffed with that.
Yeah, very. It was a hectic race. It was very tight, so it was good to come from back where I started to third.
Seemed to get a bit aggressive up in Christmas a couple of times. Were you amongst all that lot?
Yeah, I think we were all amongst that. There was a few comings together, but...
There was, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone came diving up the inside and then suddenly someone clambered over the back of someone and...
Yeah, there was a couple of instances like that,
yeah. Well, wonderful drive from all the way back down there. We turn now to Jack. Jack, I've been speaking to you all weekend. There seems to be a jinx on drivers this weekend who've won all their heats, the pre-final. They sit on pole position for the final, and then it goes wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty gutted, to be honest. We made a few little changes before the final on the kart. Obviously went the wrong way.
Jacob seemed to be a lot stronger than you in the closing stages of the race. Out of here, right up to the top at Christmas. Is that how it felt to you?
I was definitely struggling out the slow corners.
Yeah.
So that, particularly this one here and the hairpin as well. But yeah, just didn't have the pace in the end, unfortunately. It was good fun anyway.
Brilliant. You drove a great weekend.
Thank you.
Jacob, fantastic race. Pulled it back. Surprised we'd already written him in for the O-Plate. And there you are.
Yeah, well, we got a really bad start. We went back to fourth and took a few laps to get past third and second, but then I got my head down after that and managed to catch Jack towards the last few laps. So yeah, I'm really happy, yeah.
No. Drove a very good race. Did you feel you were stronger going up the back straight there to Christmas?
Yeah, that's where I thought I could catch him the most.
Yeah,
and
that's where you did get
yeah, and then I managed to get him down at the hairpin and keep it in front, really.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Difficult place to get the cart stopped at the hairpin, Jack. I see you getting the cart really sideways as you went in there when you were trying to keep him back, and ultimately you ran a bit wide and he got through.
Yeah, I can't really remember exactly what happened, but I went defensive quite early on. As it was the O-Plate final, I thought, why not? We had a good dice for 2 or 3 laps. Shame it didn't last the flag, but he got a bit of a gap and that was it.
Thank you. Everyone's got a story on this podium. Drew's come back from row 15 on the grid to a third place. This young man, Jack, has won all his races up to this one and finished second. And Jacob has come from a good grid position, steady performances all the way through, and you now hold the coveted O-Plate. Congratulations, young man.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And I think that just about finishes the presentations on the grid here. And what do you think to the weekend then, Hayden?
I think it's been a fantastic weekend and a great spectacle for all of the drivers and all the fans. I'm sure everyone who's been watching on Facebook, etc., has really enjoyed it. And I think that is really all we've got time for. That's the final race from us today. Just want to say a quick thank you to F100. Spirit of the 90's really being shown today. Thank you to the sponsors, PacMac, Refuse Service,
Sticker Bucket and Dartford Karting, all staunch supporters of this. And without their sponsorship, none of this would happen. Without the hard work of all the volunteers that run this event, it wouldn't happen. We've had a fantastic time here. Yep. First time we've worked together. We haven't squabbled.
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
Congratulations.
Last word to you, Hayden.
Congratulations to the 2 winners of the O-Plates, Carly Latcham and Jacob Still. And thank you to everyone who's watched today and yesterday as well. Hope you've really enjoyed the coverage and hopefully there will be more to come.